Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Strange Book of Spells. Alex Montana had always been captivated by magic. The idea of bending reality with a few words or hand signs fascinated him. As a kid, any movie or show featuring magic instantly caught his attention. Then came the comic books, which opened an entirely new world for him. He loved them all, especially Marvel. Whether it was Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, or even Doctor Doom, Alex was hooked. Magic wasn't something he ever grew out of, though he wasn't one of those kids at school who pretended to be a wizard. His imagination provided all the space he needed for that. There was no need to embarrass himself in public. Since real magic wasn't exactly in the cards, Alex settled for the next best thing: learning simple magic tricks online. It became a hobby, something he enjoyed practicing in his free time. At 18, Alex moved out of his parents' home, finding a small apartment and a part-time job to support himself while continuing his education. When he got his first paycheck, he felt proud, wanting to reward himself with something special. He wandered into a bookstore, looking for something meaningful, something about magic, no matter how small. As he scanned the rows of fantasy books, his fingers grazed over each spine until he froze. PFFT. Book of Spells? Seriously? He muttered, chuckling to himself. I can't take that seriously. That's too funny. Amused, he picked up the book and started flipping through the pages. The parchment-like paper, detailed with magic circles, hand signs, and flowing cursive writing, caught his attention. Huh. It's like a grimoire, he said, intrigued. This is too weird not to buy. At the register, the cashier glanced at the book, then back at Alex's awkward grin. She shook her head, amused, and scanned the purchase. Alex paid, heading home with a small but satisfying smile. Later that night, he sat on his bed, flipping through the pages again. Samsara recycle? What kind of spell is that? Ugh, why is it in cursive? I hate cursive, it gives me a headache. A reincarnation spell. Leads to your next cycle in exchange for your current life force, he read aloud. A smirk formed on his lips. Hey. Sure, why not? Let's give it a shot. Setting the book aside, Alex began practicing the hand signs. His eyes darted over the page as his grin widened. Alright, let's see if I can do this. He mimicked the intricate gestures slowly at first, twisting his fingers into unfamiliar shapes. Feeling a bit ridiculous but too entertained to stop, he whispered the incantation softly, his voice barely louder than a murmur. Solum vitae transitus. Vertir circulum eternum. The foreign words felt strange on his tongue, but there was something exhilarating about pretending to be Doctor Strange, even if it was just for fun. His imagination ran wild, picturing glowing glyphs forming around him. He smiled, caught up in the fantasy. Finally, Alex formed the last hand sign, a triangle. He exhaled, Completing the incantation, Samsara recycle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a low hum filled the room. Alex blinked, glancing around as the book on his lap began to glow faintly. The symbols on the pages pulsed, as if they were alive. The air felt thick, charged with energy. His heart raced. This couldn't be real. Could it? The glow intensified, casting eerie shadows on the walls. His hands, still locked in the final hand sign, began to tingle. Warmth spread through his fingers, growing stronger with every second. Holy crap! He whispered. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped through the room, even though the windows were shut. Papers flew, curtains rustled, and Alex could feel an invisible pull, something far beyond his understanding. His heart pounded as the magic circle from the page lifted off the paper, hovering in the air, swirling with an ethereal light. This wasn't a game anymore. He felt his body being pushed, and for a moment, he saw himself falling backward. But strangely, he was still sitting upright. His hands were translucent. This is Aizen. Before he could finish, his astral form was sucked into the glowing book. The room flared with bright light as the pages fluttered violently. Then, everything went still. The book softly floated down, landing on his now empty bed. His physical body was nowhere to be seen. In an alternate reality, the rain poured down in torrents, the only sound cutting through the night as two figures raced through the mud. Panting heavily, their feet squelched with every step. The woman cradled a basket in her arms, shielding it from the storm with her long red cloak. Inside, a baby slept soundly, oblivious to the chaos. She pulled the cloak tighter around the infant, trying to keep him warm. Beside her, the baby's father clutched a medallion shaped like a closed eye, his face etched with determination. He muttered something under his breath, forming quick hand signs. A clone of themselves appeared, sprinting off in the opposite direction. That should buy us a few minutes. Let's go, he said, his voice strained with exhaustion. They pushed forward through the dense forest until the outline of a church appeared in the distance. The couple exchanged a look, sad but resolute. This was it. When they reached the church steps, they noticed two other baskets already placed there. The father grimaced. Okay, that's a little strange. Get it? Not the time, honey. Sorry. The mother unwrapped her cloak, swaddling it around the baby. Are you sure? The father asked, his voice barely a whisper. I want him to remember me by this, she replied softly. Nodding, he gently placed the medallion atop the sleeping baby's chest. Better in his hands than theirs, he said, his voice thick with emotion. They kissed the baby one last time before stepping back. The father waved his hand, causing a small card to appear atop the medallion. Without another word, they fled into the night, tears streaming down their faces. After a second later the door to the church opened, out came the father of the church looking around in confusion. He looked down and froze when he noticed 3 baskets along his doorsteps. Is this a special event or something? Why is everyone suddenly leaving their babies at the doorstep? Father Orsi muttered in confusion. He picked up the first 2 and set them on the table before returning for the last one. Let's see. This one left a card with a name, that's good. Stephen Strange. A last name. Was he an abandoned noble? Chapter 2, Strangely Pleasantly Plump. What did he just say? Alex asked himself in shock. I'm sure he picked that name from my chest. He thought, bewildered. Let's backtrack a bit, why am I so small? The answer should be obvious by now, I'm a freaking baby. The spell. It worked. It actually worked. Alex thought, letting out an involuntary baby giggle, too excited to contain himself. Oh, Father Orsi melted at the sound. Well, little Stefan, let's keep the fact that you have a last name to ourselves. We wouldn't want any trouble to befall you. What's he talking about? Alex wondered, his baby mind trying to process the situation. Then, he heard Father Orsi turn to the side. As for the ones left beside you. Suddenly, loud crying erupted from one of the other babies, causing Father Orsi to smile. He sure has some strong lungs for a baby. I'll name you Asta. And for you. I'll name you Yuno. So, I really did reincarnate. But why did I end up as Doctor Strange? Alex, or rather, Stefan, thought, trying to piece together what had happened during the spell. During the process, I imagined myself as Doctor Strange. Maybe my thoughts influenced the outcome of the spell. After all, I'm a complete novice. I had no idea what I was truly doing. As Father Orsi tended to the other babies, the reality of his situation began to sink in. I've reincarnated. In a completely unfamiliar place. And I understand a language I shouldn't know. It's not like I'll miss my old life, Stefan thought, though sadness briefly tugged at him. I don't even want to remember it, but I still had friends. Suddenly, tears welled up, his baby body betraying him. Alex, no, Stefan hadn't meant to cry, but the emotions overwhelmed him. Father Orsi quickly comforted him, soothing him with gentle pats. After a few minutes, Stefan calmed down. This should be a serious lesson, one that's repeated in every magical story I've ever seen. Be careful with what you say and read aloud from a book. Stefan exhaled, resigned but determined. I'm not Alex anymore. I should practice and reaffirm that I'm now Stephen Strange. Even if it's hard to accept. Repeat a lie enough, and it becomes the truth. Exhausted from the emotional roller coaster, Stefan's tiny eyes grew heavy, and his body finally gave in to sleep. 1 year later. It's been a whole year since I became Stefan Strange. Stefan marveled, still struggling to fully grasp his new reality. Being a baby had nearly driven him mad. With little else to do, he focused on the only thing he could, recalling the spells from the Book of Spells. He couldn't remember all of them, but he committed 5 incantations and their hand signs to memory. One thing he realized was that he had developed a photographic memory, but since he hadn't possessed it before reading the book, many spells had slipped from his mind. Only the ones he reinforced remained. Another year later. At 2 years old, Stefan could now walk and talk, alongside Asta and Yuno. During this time, he began asking questions, eager to learn about his surroundings. He discovered that they were in a small village called Mage, where everything revolved around magic. To Stefan, it was like being in paradise, literally a dream come true. His most anticipated moment was turning 15, when he would receive his very own grimoire. But that day still seemed so far away. In the meantime, Stefan practiced magic in secret. For 2 years straight, he would go off by himself, making hand signs and extending his hand, hoping to summon magic. Yet, nothing ever happened. Frustration mounted, but he didn't give up. He concentrated harder, made another hand sign, and this time, tiny orange sparks flickered from his fingers. Tears nearly welled in his eyes as he watched the sparks. Eldritch magic. Stefan whispered in a tiny, joyful voice. Age, 3 years old. Now 3, Stefan walked around the village, causing sparks to fly from his hands with increasing ease. At first, producing even the tiniest spark had been a challenge, but after persistent practice, he was improving. It wasn't easy, though. Without a teacher, everything he did was self-taught. Progress was slow, but Stefan felt proud of how far he'd come, even if, for now, he was little more than a human sparkler. As for the cape and amulet he'd worn as a baby, Stefan decided to store them safely away. He didn't feel worthy yet. He wasn't powerful or skilled enough to wield them properly. One day, though, he would be. For now, he will keep practicing. Age 4, although Stephen spent much of his time trying to learn magic on his own, he didn't forget to live in the moment. The isolation of being reborn as a baby, unable to communicate with anyone, had been too lonely for him. So, despite Asta and Yuno being toddlers, he came to enjoy their company, seeing them as the younger siblings he felt responsible for, mentally, at least. Stephen also found Father Orsi amusing and developed a genuine affection for him. Yet, even as he bonded with those around him, he never once stopped training in magic. Age 5. At 5, children began to show their magical aptitude. Yuno displayed great promise with wind magic, while Asta. Well, in Stephen's opinion, Asta had fantastic vocal cords. Being a bit older, Stephen was allowed to venture into the forest to train his magic. It was also at this age that he cast his first spell. Stephen spread his arms, palms facing up and down. An orange energy line materialized between them. He rotated his hands in opposite directions, forming a glowing circle around the line. With a swift punch to the center, he conjured a shimmering shield in front of him. Ha ha. Ha ha. Hell yeah, baby. Stephen shouted triumphantly. The shield flickered before vanishing, and his outburst startled a nearby bird, which veered off course and crashed into a tree, falling to the ground with a thud. Stephen winced at the sight. Sorry about that, he muttered, rushing over to check on the bird. The poor creature looked disoriented. It tried to walk it off but ended up limping, lifting one wing while crying out in pain as it struggled to raise the other. That wing might be broken. Once again, I'm really sorry, Stephen said, feeling guilty. The bird shot him a glare. I said I was sorry, he muttered, then sighed. Looks like I have no choice but to put you out of your misery. The bird's eyes widened in shock before it angrily chirped and pecked at Stephen's hand. I was kidding, I was kidding. Stephen quickly reassured, then narrowed his eyes. But, did you understand me? The fat little bird scoffed and tilted its head as if dismissing him. Stephen grinned. I've decided. I'm taking care of you and making you my familiar. Our meeting was fate. He scooped up the bird, carrying it back toward home. The chubby bird gave an exasperated look, clearly realizing it had no choice in the matter. Though you might bankrupt me with how fat you are, Stephen teased. I won't have enough to feed you. The bird becked him again, harder this time. Steven winced and chuckled. Alright, sorry. I take it back, you're just pleasantly plump. The bird gave him an indignant look but settled down in his hands as they headed back toward the village. Chapter 3, Strange Shepherd Look, you know. Steven brought lunch. Asta shouted, pointing excitedly at Steven, who was carrying the chubby bird in his hands. The bird glared at Asta before turning a suspicious eye towards Steven. Sorry, Asta, this little chubby thing isn't for eating, Steven replied with a shake of his head. Then what is it? Asta asked, tilting his head in confusion. It's going to be my magical familiar, Steven said dramatically. So cool. Asta exclaimed, stars shining in his eyes. Do you think I can get my own magical familiar? Of course you can. If you can't find one, I'll help, Steven said confidently, patting Asta on the back. It looks hurt. Said softly, noticing the bandaged bird in Steven's hands. That's because it is. I'm going to nurse. Steven paused, then looked down at the bird. Wait, are you a boy or a girl? The bird blinked at him. 1 nod for boy, 2 nods for girl, got it? Steven clarified. The bird nodded once. Whoa. It understands you. Asta exclaimed in amazement. So, is it a boy? Asked. I think it was just answering my question if it understood. Alright, go ahead. 1 nod for boy, 2 for girl. They all stared at the bird, which nodded twice. Steven raised his hand triumphantly. And she has spoken. What's her name, then? Asked. Shepherd, Steven said proudly before walking off to nurse her back to health. Shepherd stared at Steven as if he were an idiot, then covered her face with her good wing in exasperation. The next day, Steven returned to his training spot in the woods, repeating the motions of casting a shield. The magical barrier flickered before dissipating again. Steven smiled, satisfied with his progress, before glancing over at Shepherd, who was resting in a makeshift nest, her wings bandaged. Pretty cool, right? Steven puffed his chest out proudly. Shepherd stared at him blankly. What do you mean, is that all? I worked tirelessly to be able to do that. Steven huffed, crossing his arms. You don't even need to say anything. You're pretty expressive for a bird. Shepherd just blinked at him, clearly unimpressed. Steven scoffed. You're the idiot, he muttered before turning his focus back to his magic. It became their daily routine. Steven helped with chores, grabbed Shepherd, and went out to practice magic in the forest. Each day, his shield became more vibrant and stable. After a week of practice, the shield was finally solid. Pretty sick, right? Steven said, grinning. Now that I've semi-mastered the shield, it's time to move on to other shapes and manipulation of my magic. Shepherd, now looking much healthier, actually seemed to agree, nodding slightly. Sparks flew from Steven's hands as he clapped them together. He slowly spread them apart, trying to create an eldritch whip. As he stretched the magical energy, it snapped in the middle, causing him to click his tongue in frustration. But Steven wasn't one to give up. He hadn't come this far by quitting, so he started again. And again. And again. Shepherd just watched, impressed by his relentless dedication, though she did find his magic a bit strange. I've got it! Steven suddenly exclaimed. Every time I fail a spell, I'll punish myself by exercising. That way, when I don't want to exercise anymore, my body will just do the spell out of instinct. Steven said proudly, as if he'd uncovered the greatest secret in existence. Since I failed. Let's start small with some push-ups. After barely 5 push-ups, Steven was gasping for air. Okay, wow. That was pathetic, huh? Shepherd looked at him, as if saying, yeah, it was. You didn't have to agree, Steven grumbled, catching his breath. To train magic, I've gotta train the vessel it resides in, he muttered to himself. The next day, Steven updated his schedule, help with chores, go for a run, and practice magic. During his runs, he trained Shepherd to fly again with her now healed wing, giving her some much-needed physical therapy. Afterward, he returned to the forest to practice his magic. Every time he failed a spell, he would train his body, but not to the point of exhaustion. By the time he returned home for dinner, he was physically spent, unable to practice magic late into the night like he used to. 1 week later, Steven clapped his hands together and pulled them apart, an eldritch whip materializing between them. It was thin but solid, its magical energy flickering at the edges. Steven twirled it around, testing its flexibility before releasing the spell with a triumphant fist pump. Yes. I did it. Steven shouted excitedly. He ran over to Shepherd, scooping her up and planting a kiss on her chubby body. You're my little good luck charm. Shepherd rolled her eyes at the over-the-top affection. However, her wings had fully healed by now, and she gave him a soft peck on the head before hopping onto his shoulder. But as Steven celebrated, Shepard gently nudged him, then flew over to a nearby tree, gazing toward the horizon. There, in the distance, stood a giant demonic skull with the statue of the first Wizard King, the title given to the greatest wizard of them all. Steven's face fell. "Wait, are you leaving?" he asked softly. Shepard gazed at him for a moment before tilting her head toward the skull, indicating her new home. "Ah. So, that's where you're going to stay? You're not really leaving, then," Steven said, trying to hide his disappointment. Shepard swayed side to side. "So, we'll be more like neighbors than roommates," Steven chuckled awkwardly, already understanding what she meant through her body language. Feeling embarrassed, Steven hesitated before asking, "Will we have sleepovers?" His ears turned bright red as the words left his mouth. He immediately covered his face in embarrassment, regretting asking such a silly question. Shepard seemed amused by his awkwardness and chirped softly. She leaned in to rub her head against his cheek, a gesture of gratitude for everything he'd done, before taking off toward the statue. Though Steven would miss seeing her all the time, he smiled, knowing she'd still be just around the corner. Age 6, Steven conjured a shield, then swiftly dissipated it, forming a whip in an instant. He pretended to block an invisible attack before shifting back to the shield, which he threw toward a nearby tree. The construct shattered on impact, but a tiny mark remained, showing that, while it had dissipated, it still did some damage. Steven paused, exhaling deeply as his breath turned visible in the cold air, the snow falling gently around him. "I think I'm ready to try the first spell I memorized. Though I'm choosing this one because it'll help with my training," Steven thought to himself. He suddenly felt something move atop his head, causing him to sigh again. For someone who was planning to fly away, you sure are clingy. The chubby bird, now affectionately known as Shepard, snuggled into his hair and chirped contentedly. "So that's all I am to you, body heat?" "I'm disappointed in our relationship," Steven teased with a smirk. Looking up, he realized it was getting late. "Oh shoot, Father Orsi is going to be pissed." Without another word, Steven sprinted through the snowy forest, racing downhill toward the church. As he approached, he spotted Father Orsi pacing nervously outside. "Don't worry, Father, I'm here. Sorry to make you worry. It's not you I'm worried about." "Ow. I suppose," Steven winced. Father Orsi sighed. "I didn't mean it like that. It's just that went out on an errand, and Asta followed him. They should have been back by now. I can't help but worry for them. I'll find them. Shepard can help as my eyes in the sky," Steven declared, already dashing toward the town with Shepard soaring above him. "Wait." Father Orsi called out, but Steven was already too far to hear him. Chapter 4, Strange Committed Spells. 1. Steven ran through the snow, keeping an eye on his flying companion. He spotted Shepard circling above the center of town. When Steven arrived, he found Asta covered in wounds and in tears. The man standing before them glanced at Asta with mild surprise, but Steven's face twisted in anger when he saw the man holding Yuno's necklace. Forming a hand sign, Steven summoned a shield in front of his fist. He hurled the shield forward, leaped after it, then conjured another shield midair, using them as stepping stones. He dashed toward the man, ready for a fight. The man looked at Steven in surprise as he saw him slam his wrists together before cocking his fists back, shields forming at each hand. The man had no time to react before Steven struck him across the face with one of the shields, knocking him backward. However, Steven misjudged his jump and tumbled onto the snowy ground, rolling as he fell from too great a height for someone his age. The man, who had staggered back, held his bleeding lips, looking at them in shock. All right. I'll leave you kids alone. What's wrong with this village, man?" he exclaimed before turning to flee. Steven quickly got to his feet, clapping his hands together and pulling them apart to form an eldritch whip. He lashed it out, wrapping it around the man's leg, and yanked hard, causing the man to fall face first into the snow, breaking his nose. "Ah!" The man screamed in pain. "Forget something?" Steven asked, walking toward him with his hands in his pockets. "Here. Take it back. Just stay the hell away from me," the man yelled, tossing the pendant to Steven, who caught it effortlessly with one hand. Steven watched as the man scrambled to his feet and ran off. Then, he turned toward who was kneeling beside Asta, who lay on his back, breathing heavily. "Asta, are you okay?" asked worriedly. "Magic is everything in this world, huh?" Asta said in a shaky voice. "Well then, I'll become someone. Even though I'm a poor orphan who can't use any magic yet," he continued, slowly getting to his feet. "I'll prove to everyone that even someone like us can be amazing." Despite his battered face, Asta smiled brightly. "I'll become the Wizard King." Looked at Asta in awe. "I'll do it too," he declared. "I'll become the Wizard King as well." Seriously? Asta said, wiping his bloody nose. Well then. That makes you my rival. They both turned to Steven, who raised an eyebrow. Well? Asta asked. Well, what? Steven responded. Aren't you going to declare that you're aiming to be the Wizard King too? Asked, tilting his head in confusion. Nah, there's already enough competition for that position. If I ran the race, it'd be unfair for both of you. Hey! They both shouted in unison. I'm going to be something else entirely, Steven said, placing the necklace back around Yuno's neck. They both stared at Steven in confusion, but he just smirked. I'm going to be the Sorcerer Supreme. That's not a title, Yuno said with a straight face. Yeah, you just made that up, Asta said, shaking his head. It still sounds cool though, right? Asta and Yuno nodded in agreement. It did sound cool. They exchanged a look and smirked. I guess that means it'll be a race to see who gets their title first. Asta said, thrusting out both his fists toward Steven and Yuno. Steven scoffed in amusement, and Yuno smiled as they bumped their fists together. Above them, Shepard silently watched, flapping her wings. Steven then wrapped his arms around their shoulders. Now, let's head home. Father Orsi was worried about you too. And Asta, you need to get those injuries checked by Sister Lily, he said, ruffling their hair as they walked back. The next day, Steven noticed that Asta and Yuno were nowhere to be found. Eventually, he spotted Sister Lily cleaning around the church. Where's Asta and Yuno? Steven asked. They mentioned something about training to become the Wizard King, Sister Lily replied with a smile, ruffling his hair. I take it you're going to do the same? Training? Yes. Wizard King? No. I have other plans. Anyway, later, Sister Lily. Steven said as he headed to his usual training spot. He found Shepard perched on a branch, waiting. Ready for the most incredible spell you've ever seen? It'll help with my training. Seeing Shepard's curiosity, Steven smirked. Watch this. Let's see if I remember this correctly, he muttered. He closed his eyes and made intricate hand signs, rotating his fists and pressing his index and middle fingers together. By the image of Icon, I conjure thee. I conjure me, he whispered. 2 more sets of hands appeared behind Steven, each forming different gestures before 2 duplicates of Steven manifested at his sides. Steven pumped his fist in excitement. These are mostly illusions, but I can use them to train myself in combat. For example, his clone summoned eldritch whips and attacked him. Steven quickly conjured 2 shields, which shattered under the whip strikes but still protected him. Puffing his chest with pride, Steven grinned. You don't have to say anything. I can see it in your eyes, you think I'm smart. I think so too. With this, I can train both my illusion spells and my fighting skills, making them stronger for battle. He clapped his wrists together, summoning 2 shields in front of his fists. With that, Steven began training in both the mystical arts and martial arts, even if it was against himself. And so the months passed, and Steven's efficiency in eldritch manipulation increased as he continued his relentless training. As he practiced his image of Icon spell, he gradually learned to increase the number of illusionary selves he could create. After 10 months, Steven was able to summon up to 12 copies. By the time he turned 7, he could summon them without any incantations at all. With his mastery over this spell solidified, Steven decided to move on to the next incantation he remembered from the ancient books of spells. Sitting at the open mouth of a demonic skull, he had given up his usual training spot to Asta, who needed the space more than he did. Steven didn't mind training closer to Shepard's home, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Having familiarized himself with the images of Icon spell, Steven was ready to attempt his next challenge. He cupped his hands as if cradling a small bird, then released his fingers outward, mimicking the motion of a raven taking flight. With 2 fingers pointed forward, he closed his eyes and muttered in deep concentration, Corvus Excubitor, Oculos Tuos Donamihi. From his shadow, a raven shot out but quickly dissipated into black smoke. Steven clicked his tongue in frustration. Shepard, perched on a nearby nest, tilted her head in confusion. Steven sighed and rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. It's supposed to summon a spectral raven that can fly to distant locations and relay information back to me. It can even detect hidden enemies or magical traps. But as you can see, it's harder than it looks, Steven explained with a wry smile. I remember reading about this spell and thinking how useful it would be. It's one of the reasons I committed it to memory, Steven thought, running a hand through his hair. His white strands stood out starkly, not because of age but simply because he had been born with them. Chapter 5, Strange Committed Spell, 2. 2 days later, Steven finally succeeded in summoning the spectral raven for an extended period. The raven relayed back the information it gathered, allowing Steven to understand the spell's true potential. Just like with the illusion spell, Steven continued practicing until the summoning became effortless. Unlike the illusion spell, which took him 10 months to master, he perfected the Raven spell in just 6 months, half the time. Back in the forest, Steven was now training with Asta. Although you can't use magic yet, you should at least be able to fight. That's why you and I are going to constantly spar, Steven said as they squared off. Will you also teach Yuno how to fight? Asta asked curiously. With how much I rely on magic, Yuno's style would be more suited for magical combat, Steven explained as they began their session, both shirtless, aiming blows at each other. The punches and moves we use will be unrefined, as we're still amateurs. But every fighting style starts from nothing and gets refined with constant practice. We're the same. We don't have teachers showing us what's right or wrong, Steven added. You say you're an amateur, but you're totally kicking my ass. Asta whined, dodging Steven's hits. That's because I record everything I do and refine it every time I use it. I've learned how to eliminate unnecessary movements, make myself more efficient, and shorten my actions. It's taken me years of constant fighting, mostly against myself, to get to this level. You're lucky, though. You won't have to go through all that since I'm teaching you. Asta, with tears of gratitude in his eyes, shouted, You're the best, Steven. Teaching me all your hard work. Yeah, I know. Now get into the proper stance like I told you, Steven responded, amused. As they continued sparring, Steven noticed how quickly Asta picked up physical combat techniques. It's like his lack of magic has transferred all his potential into his physical abilities, he thought. Damn, Asta. We might have found your calling. You and Yuno are complete opposites. He excels at magic while you excel at fighting. Where Yuno is naturally gifted, you make up for it with hard work and determination. You're loud and boisterous, Yuno's more soft-spoken. Oi? Was that last part really necessary? Asta shouted in protest. Ignoring Asta, Steven smirked and asked, Shall we continue? Let's do this. Asta yelled, pumped up. Maybe with this training, I'll finally unlock my magic. After sparring with both Yuno and Asta, Steven sat down to think about which spell to learn next. Shepard perched on his shoulder as he drew in the dirt with a stick, circling 3 words, offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. Alright, I have one of each type of spell to master. Shepard, you seem like a smart little lady. Which one should I focus on next? Without hesitation, Shepard hopped into the defensive circle. When she looked up, Steven gave her a teasing smirk. You must really care about me, you want me to learn a defensive spell to stay safe, huh? Shepard huffed, flying up to a nearby branch, clearly not in the mood for his teasing. Steven chuckled, Don't worry, I care about you too. Standing up, he stretched his arms and muttered to himself, Let's see. How did it go again? He focused, and the tips of his index and middle fingers began to glow with eldritch magic. Starting with one hand at the bottom and the other at the top, he moved them in opposite directions, forming a glowing circle in the air. 2 more circles quickly overlapped with the first. Then, with a quick knock on his wrist, he summoned a large shield that filled the center circle. Another knock on his wrist summoned 2 smaller shields, which he punched into the outer circles. With both fists outstretched, Steven began raising the spell above his head, connecting all his fingers except his thumbs, right by his chest. Slowly, he spread his arms wide, causing the spell to expand and form a protective dome around him. Throughout the process, he muttered the incantation over and over again, focusing hard, Etheris Sanctum Me Protgat. But as the dome started forming, it shook slightly. Steven furrowed his brow, shutting his eyes in concentration. Despite his efforts, the spell shattered, raining eldritch embers around him. Steven sighed and sat down. Just so we're clear, if I tried that in battle, I'd be dead by the time I finished the first syllable. Yeah, it's unnecessarily long. But that's why we train, to shorten the incantation. The effect is worth it though. This spell, Etheris Sanctum, the Sanctuary of Ether, creates a protective dome around me and anyone close by. It shields us from both physical and magical attacks. The hard part is concentrating enough to maintain it. To his surprise, Steven mastered the spell in just 5 months, far faster than he expected. His ability to control eldritch energy grew sharper with each training session, increasing his proficiency with every new spell. Steven hadn't learned a new spell since he turned 10 years old. When he was 10, he had been eager to begin practicing the auxiliary spell. Shepard had insisted on saving the offensive spell for last, believing it might be dangerous and wanting Steven to be fully prepared before attempting it. This one is actually a very simple spell, Shepard explained. It's called Dark Wings. Velucris Tenebrarum, da Mihiel Asfugi. Steven exclaimed as he crossed his arms, mimicking the motion of flight. In an instant, he unfolded them rapidly, dissolving into a flock of shadowy birds. When the flock reformed into his original shape, Steven grinned with satisfaction. I got that on my first try. The real surprise came when he mastered the spell in just 1 month. After that success, Stephen wasted no time and immediately moved on to the final spell he remembered, an offensive spell once used by the original Doctor Strange. When Stephen found it in the book of spells he bought, alongside the spell The Image of Icon, he assumed that whoever compiled the book must have been a fan of the comics, recording all the spells they'd seen like some sort of magical archive. By the bolts of Balthak! Stephen shouted, thrusting his hands out to his sides. Large orbs crackling with lightning materialized around his hands. With a swift motion, Stephen extended his arms, sending bolts of lightning flying from his fingertips, obliterating everything in their path. A wide, excited smirk spread across his face as he stared at his electrified hands. Laughing in exhilaration, he marveled at the raw power surging through him. Having finally mastered all 5 of his spells, Stephen didn't waste a moment. He trained relentlessly, honing each one, working tirelessly to improve his combat efficiency. He trained day after day, and before he knew it, 5 years had passed, and he was now 15. Chapter 6, Strange Grimoire. Sister Lily, please marry me. Asta shouted, dropping to one knee and holding a single flower in his hand. Suddenly, 2 eldritch whips appeared, wrapping around Asta's entire body, including his mouth, and began dragging him away. He made muffled struggling noises as he was pulled back. I'm sorry about him, Sister Lily, sighed Stephen, the wielder of the eldritch whips. I thought I had taught him better than this. Sister Lily smiled and shook her head. It's never a quiet morning when Asta's around, that's for sure. See, Asta? She's calling you annoying, Stephen teased, shaking his head at Asta, who continued to squirm. That's not what I said. Sister Lily stammered awkwardly, as everyone nearby busied themselves with their chores. Used his wind magic to dry the laundry while Stephen, releasing his eldritch whips, summoned an eldritch saw to cut logs into neat piles. You're all the same age, but the difference between you 3 is like night and day, one of the younger kids muttered, glancing at Asta. Stephen and are the pride of our little church. Father Orsi declared happily. A few of the children crowded around Stephen and You and might really work alongside the Wizard King someday. They exclaimed, their eyes wide with admiration. Stephen winked at them. Maybe you should ask for an autograph now. You might be able to sell it for a fortune someday. He teased, making them giggle. Meanwhile, Asta lay on the ground, his soul seemingly floating out of his body in defeat. Now, Asta, Sister Lily said gently, patting his shoulder. It's almost time for the ceremony where you'll receive your grimoire. Who knows? You might finally be able to use magic. You're right, Sister Lily. Asta said, tears brimming in his eyes. Once I get my grimoire, I'll finally become the Wizard King. And then, I'll marry you. Sister Lily smiled, though her expression remained awkward. Now then, I shall train until the ceremony starts. Asta suddenly shouted, dashing off with renewed determination. Why does he always yell so much? One of the kids grumbled. To be heard. Stephen replied. The children turned to him in confusion. What do you mean by that? One of them asked. He screams to be heard. People always look down on him because he's an orphan, and because he can't use magic. It's like a double whammy. So, he feels like he has to shout, to make people pay attention. Really? Father Orsi asked, surprised. Stephen shook his head with a sigh. Come on, Father. How have you not noticed? After finishing with the logs, Stephen decided it was time to prepare for the ceremony. In the bathroom, Stephen stared at his shirtless reflection. His body was toned and muscular, bearing a few scars from his rigorous training with Asta and His hair, slicked back, reached his neck, with 2 distinct white tufts framing his face. Water dripped from his hair as he ran his fingers through it one last time before slipping on his blue shirt. With a sharp whistle, Shepard, his familiar, flew over and landed on his head. Soon, they made their way to the ceremony, held in a towering library-like structure. Stephen spotted Asta and standing a short distance away, while the rest of the church members looked on nervously. Welcome, young ones. The announcer boomed, but Stephen found himself spacing out, eagerly awaiting his grimoire. Now, for the grimoires. Books began floating in the air, surrounded by a magical aura, making their way toward their destined owners. The crowd gasped as a brilliantly glowing grimoire floated toward Its cover gleamed with a 4-leaf clover. A 4-leaf clover grimoire? A commoner got it? Could he be the one destined to become the Wizard King? At least he's kinda cute. Before the crowd could continue their murmurs, a sound like shattering glass echoed through the chamber. All eyes turned towards Stephen, whose space before him cracked and splintered. Slowly, a massive grimoire the size of a textbook emerged, its thick pages pulsing with an orange energy. The space around it mended as the book fully materialized, its royal purple cover adorned with red highlights. But what left everyone speechless was something else entirely. Is that a six-leaf clover? Someone whispered. Pandemonium erupted. I thought the most was 4 leaves. If there's 6, then there must be a 5-leaf one out there too. And isn't he a commoner as well? What is going on? Who is he? And why does he have that grimoire? Annoyed by the attention, Stephen clicked his tongue, grabbed his grimoire, and made a quick hand sign. In a flash, he dissolved into a flock of shadowy birds, scattering across the room. Moments later, the birds coalesced into Stephen's form in the forest where he often trained. Sitting down and crossing his legs, Stephen studied his grimoire. The book's purple and red cover bore a golden 6-leaf clover, but at its center was a symbol that resembled an Egyptian hieroglyph of an eye. As he examined it, Shepard landed on his shoulder, her eyes filled with curiosity. I'm nervous to open this, Stephen muttered, glancing at her. She rubbed her face against his, offering silent support. Taking a deep breath, Stephen opened the book. As soon as he did, glowing orange glyphs appeared, shifting and morphing before his eyes. Both Stephen and Shepard found themselves growing drowsy as they stared at the mesmerizing glyphs. When Stephen opened his eyes, he was no longer in the forest. Instead, he stood inside a grand library, surrounded by endless shelves of books. Where the hell am I? He muttered in awe. Stephen. A voice called out. Startled, Stephen jumped back and conjured eldritch shields in his hands, ready to defend himself. Before him stood a girl about shoulder height, wearing a short black dress, short black hair with devil horns sprouting from her head. Who the hell are you? Are you the guardian of this library? Stephen asked warily. The girl stared back with deadpan eyes. Those soulless, judgmental eyes. Shepard. Is that really you? Stephen asked, tilting his head in confusion. Seeker. My name is Seeker, she replied, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Chapter 7, Strange Library. You've seen me take a bath. You've seen my willy. Stephen blurted out, lying on the ground in sheer mortification. I'm impure. A girl has seen me naked before marriage. Seeker looked down at him with a deadpan expression, though there was a faint flush on her pale cheeks. So, where are we? Seeker asked, eager to change the subject as she glanced around their surroundings. Stephen, now standing up and brushing himself off, surveyed the area as well. My best guess. This is the true nature of my grimoire. The book in my hands earlier, it's just an entrance, a doorway. How do you know that? I just do, Stephen replied, the certainty in his voice unshakable. It's instinctual. I'm connected to it. I can feel it. This is amazing, Seeker marveled, walking in awe through the tall shelves lined with books and scrolls. I knew you were special, but this... Stephen's expression turned serious as he looked at her. You know. I'm still not over the fact that you're an actual person, he said slowly. Answer me honestly, have you been staying in your bird form just to keep an eye on me? To make sure I wouldn't suspect anything? Seeker chuckled at his suspicion, shaking her head. No. The bird form is the result of forbidden magic, a consequence of a spell. This is the first time I've been in human form in over 500 years. Stephen's jaw dropped. 500 years? You're that old? Seeker shot him a familiar glare, the same one she gave him while in bird form. It made Stephen shrink back in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry. Seeker rolled her eyes, continuing to explore the shelves. She reached for a book, but when she opened it, her brow furrowed in confusion. What's wrong? Stephen asked, walking over. It's empty, Seeker said, showing him the blank pages. Stephen looked at the book, equally confused. What are you talking about? It's full of text. The pages are blank to me, she repeated. Maybe it's because you're not the owner, Stephen suggested. Seeker sighed, closing the book. That's probably it. Since you're the rightful owner, I guess I'm just an intruder here. Stephen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her closely. What? Seeker asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm just trying to figure out if I can trust you, Stephen said bluntly. With what, exactly? She asked cautiously. A secret of mine. I mean, I've known you for a long time, so... Never mind. Do you even have a last name, or is it just Seeker? It's Seeker Swallowtail, she replied, her confusion growing. Why? Stephen took a deep breath, placing his hand gently on top of her head between her horns. All right. Stephen Strange, give Seeker Swallowtail permission to read the books in this library. Seeker stared at him, wide-eyed. You have a last name? Are you of noble birth? Stephen shrugged. I don't know. I just remember Father Orsi reading that name to me when he picked me up as a kid. You remembered that? Photographic memory, Stephen explained with a smirk. Seeker seemed deep in thought. Strange. I feel like I've heard that name before, but I can't quite recall from where. It's not strange at all, Stephen chuckled. You're 500 years old, I'm surprised you even remember your own last name. Very funny, Seeker said dryly before flipping open the book again. It worked, I can see the words now. Wait, seriously? Stephen asked, surprised. Seeker nodded, though she frowned slightly. Yes, but I still don't understand them. Stephen peered over her shoulder, and sure enough, the language was unfamiliar to both of them. Looks like it's written in some other language. Figures, Seeker sighed, closing the book and placing it back on the shelf. Where do we even begin? I wish there was some kind of guide to this place, Stephen muttered, scratching his head. At that moment, a book wiggled out from a top shelf and floated down into his hands. The cover read, The Rules and Guide. Well, that was convenient, Stephen remarked with amusement. Alright, let's see what we've got here. He began reading aloud to Seeker, the rules. 1. Time limit, you are permitted entry to the library for no longer than 24 hours at a time. Upon reaching this limit, you will automatically return to your physical body. 2. Time dilation, time flows differently in the library. 24 hours in the library equals 1 hour in the physical world. Use this advantage wisely. 3. No physical withdrawal, books and scrolls cannot leave the library. If you wish to reference any material outside, your grimoire will generate the specific pages needed, but these will only appear temporarily while you study or cast. Stephen raised an eyebrow, impressed. This is kinda cool, not gonna lie. Flipping through the guide, his eyes lit up as he found something exciting. Whoa, it's a map. He exclaimed, showing it to Seeker. There's a beginner's section, Seeker noted, pointing to a spot on the map. You should probably check it out. There's also a martial arts scroll section, Stephen said, grinning. Seeker gave him a wary look. Are all these spells just available to you? That seems a bit overpowered. I wouldn't trust it. Power like this always comes with a price. Trust me, I would know. She gestured to her horns. There's a difference with my magic, Stephen explained. Other people's grimoires reveal spells they can use right away, but with mine, I actually have to train to be able to cast a spell. I need to learn the incantations and hand signs. It's a bit of a hassle, to be honest. I see, Seeker nodded, now understanding. She had seen him train endlessly to master even the simplest spells. So that's the price you pay. Yup, Stephen said, studying the map. Shall we head to the beginners section? Seeker agreed, and they followed the map until they reached a sign for the section. Nearby, there was a reading table, and Stephen, thinking aloud, asked, Are there any books for beginners in magic? Several books immediately floated down from the shelves and hovered in front of them. This library is sentient? Seeker said, surprised. Stephen grinned. Let's find out. Pick the best book for me to read. The majority of the books returned to the shelves, leaving only one floating in front of Stephen. He grabbed it and read the title, Way of the Arcane, Book 1. Arcane? Seeker asked. Stephen raised an eyebrow. I never told you? Told me what? The name of my magic, he said with a smirk. It's called Mystic Arts, Arcane Magic. Chapter 8, Strange New Nickname. Hey, do you think if I call out for a book, it would appear for me too? Seeker asked curiously. Stephen shrugged. I don't know, but it's worth a try. A book about sealing magic. Seeker exclaimed, holding up her hands. PhD. Stephen covered his mouth when he saw nothing happen, while Seeker stood there with her arms outstretched. Hearing Stephen laugh, Seeker blushed and lowered her arms. It looks like only the owner gets to order the library around, even if another person is given special access and privileges, Seeker muttered, making a note of it. A book of sealing magic for my friend here. Stephen called out, then turned to her. You specialize in sealing magic? He asked, a bit surprised and intrigued. Seeker simply nodded in confirmation. When he looked back at the book that appeared, Stephen began to laugh. The book in front of them read, Sealing Magic for Dummies. Seeker turned towards Stephen with her usual deadpan expression. Hey, I don't think this library likes me very much. It would seem so, Stephen smirked as he opened up his book and studied the first page. Seeker picked up the book in front of her. However, as she opened it, she froze. It was written in a completely different language. Mr. Library. What did I do to deserve such hostility? Seeker muttered to herself and the library. It isn't the library's fault, Stephen said, still reading his book. Seeker looked at Stephen in confusion, wondering what he meant. The first lesson in the mystic arts isn't magical in the slightest. It's about learning other languages. Which honestly makes sense, well, mostly for me. My spells rely on incantations, and many of these spells are in other languages, so we have to overcome the language barrier. Although I agree with what you said, I still think this library dislikes me for some reason. Seeker said, shaking her head, still not convinced. Give me your best book about language learning lessons, Stephen ordered. Soon after, a large book appeared in front of him titled Language Arts and Studies. Your grimoire is so convenient, I'm honestly a bit jealous, Seeker said with a small smile. Stephen held up a finger and rapidly flipped through each page of the book. After a minute or so, he handed it back to her. Here. Seeker looked a bit confused, then finally remembered. That's right, you have photographic memory. Stephen nodded. But even though I've memorized each page, I haven't fully digested the information yet. I still need to study it. This way, we can study together. Seeker smiled as she ran her fingers through the book. She walked over to the study table and pulled out a chair. Shall we? Stephen scoffed in amusement. I guess we don't have any other choice. Both Seeker and Stephen sat down and began studying. Stephen leaned back with his eyes closed, while Seeker read the pages, swinging her feet, happy to finally read a book for the first time in over 500 years. Due to Stephen's high intellect, he was able to absorb the content much faster than Seeker, almost 3 times faster. While it took him 2 hours, it took Seeker almost 6. When Stephen finished, he stood up and began walking around the library. I'd better learn this one first before anything else. Give me a book on astral projection, Stephen ordered. Once the book appeared in his hands, he started reading while walking around. I feel like this one will be easier to learn since I already know what it feels like for 2 reasons. Stephen mumbled as he continued reading. We're in our astral bodies right now inside our grimoires, which is why we can only stay here for 24 hours before returning to our physical bodies. And not to mention the reincarnation spell I did. So I should be able to learn this quickly. It'll give me an advantage in studying. Stephen spent the entire 24 hours he had available to him studying as much as possible, which wasn't difficult for him due to his mental abilities. Meanwhile, Seeker simply enjoyed the pleasure of reading, casually learning new things. As their 24 hours in the library were coming to an end, Seeker turned to Stephen. I want you to give me a new nickname. Huh? Stephen raised an eyebrow. I hate the nickname you gave me. I was never able to express it before, but now I can. Give me another one, I hate it. What's wrong with Shepard? That's a lovely nickname. You only named me that because you found out I was a girl and a bird. As I said, I hate it. A new nickname, huh? Stephen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I guess that makes sense since you're not really a bird anymore. Let's see. Stephen looked her up and down, causing Seeker to grow self-conscious. He tilted his head, confused. What? She asked, noticing his expression. You know, this is actually the first time I'm really getting a good look at you. I was so distracted with the library and studying that I didn't notice. But you're pretty cute, huh? What are you talking about? Seeker stammered, caught off guard by Stephen's words. She quickly regained her composure, glaring at him. Are you going to pick a new nickname or not? Stephen just smiled at her glare and became thoughtful again. Since we learn many languages today, let's pick something from that. And since you're mostly black. Noir? No. Kuro? No, that sounds more like a dog's name. Negro? Are you even trying at this point? Sorry, Stephen chuckled before snapping his fingers. I got it. Nero. It's Italian, and it means black and strong. Nero, huh? I quite like that one, actually, Seeker said with a smile, just as they were both whisked away and transported back to their physical bodies. Back outside the grimoire, both Stephen and Nero's eyes snapped open as they returned to their bodies. Stephen closed his grimoire and sighed. Talk about an out-of-body experience, am I right? Nero? Nero smirked as she chirped and nodded her small head in confirmation. Now let's go and, Stephen's words were cut off. Stephen. Asta's excited voice echoed as he ran up, holding a black book high above his head. I finally found you. I knew you'd be here. Look. Look. It is my very OWN grimoire. Stephen was taken aback, both by Asta's shouting and by having his grimoire shoved into his face. Whoa. You actually managed to get one. Congrats, Asta. Stephen exclaimed, genuinely happy for him. He put an arm around Asta's shoulder and ruffled his hair. Look at you, finally able to perform some magic. As they say, patience is a virtue, and those who wait shall be rewarded. Asta rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. He. So, what's your magic? I imagine if you had to wait this long to get it, it must be pretty amazing, Stephen wondered. I saw and some guy fighting, and when I jumped in, this appeared. Asta stepped back, and his grimoire floated up. Slowly, it revealed a massive buster sword. Stephen was slightly surprised by the sword. He would have been more shocked if he hadn't just come from his magical library. Okay. That's kinda cool, Stephen said, clearly impressed. Right? So what does it do? I think it can cut through magic. Asta exclaimed, swinging the sword up and down excitedly. In a world where magic is everything? Isn't that kinda overpowered? Stephen asked. Asta grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Totally. I'm so excited to see what else this thing can do. Chapter 9, Strange Past Months of Five-Leaf Clover? Stephen questioned as he studied Asta's grimoire. Asta scratched his head in confusion. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. Hey, it's kinda like we're counting. Yuno has a 4-leaf, I have a 5-leaf, and you have a 6-leaf. Okay, quick question, have you studied any martial arts that involve wielding a big sword? Asta, what do you think? Stephen replied dryly. Sorry, I was just curious since the Magic Knight exam is in 6 months, and I really want to use this efficiently by then. Asta said, picking up the sword and swinging it around. Nero then lightly pecked Stephen and landed on his grimoire. Oh, right. Asta, I think I might actually have something for you. Eh? Seriously? I only asked you hopefully, I didn't actually expect you to have something, Asta said in surprise. Stephen picked up his grimoire and began flipping through the pages. Now, where's the search bar on this thing? He released his hand from the book as it floated in front of him, orange runes glowing above it. Whoa. Asta muttered, entranced by how mystical it appeared. Alright, show me a martial arts scroll related to the use of a buster sword, Stephen asked his grimoire. The glowing orange runes retreated back into the book as the pages rapidly flipped. Soon, images of a person wielding a buster sword step by step began to appear. Here, train in every move shown here once, commit it to memory, then start perfecting them, Stephen advised, flipping the grimoire over so Asta could see. Asta nodded in agreement and held his buster sword like it was shown in the images. He started moving and stepping as the pictures displayed. He slashed the sword in one direction, turned to look at the next image, and followed that sequence. After repeating all the images once, Asta began doing it in one fluid motion, without stopping to look at the pictures. Alright, I think I got it. Thank you, Stephen. Honestly, Asta said, smiling. Stephen scoffed. Don't thank me, just keep practicing. Asta's expression turned serious as he nodded and continued swinging and cleaving his sword around. He spun it over his head before striking at an angle, then switched to an upward slash. Once Stephen saw Asta focused on his training, he silently walked away to focus on his own. He sat down on a large boulder and laid the book on his lap. The pages on astral projection. The words and images of the buster sword shifted and changed, and information about the astral body began to appear. Stephen then moved his hands in a series of hand signs before finishing with a triangle gesture, pushing it outward from his body. Stephen let out a sharp gasp as his astral form left his body. As he floated away, he turned to look at himself. Well, that was easy. I'm practically a natural at this once I have a guide in front of me on how to do things, he said proudly to himself before returning to his body. 2 months later. In the middle of the night, Stephen's body was seen resting with his eyes closed. Around him, his astral body was kicking its feet as he rapidly flipped through the pages of his grimoire. The mirror dimension. He muttered with a large smile on his face. Shouldn't be too hard for the great old Stephen Strange. Stephen spent the entire night studying and preparing to enter the mirror dimension. The next morning, he returned to the giant demon skull, with Nero perched on his shoulders, curiously watching Stephen. Stephen hadn't told her anything about what he had been learning, wanting to surprise her. Around Stephen's arm, eldritch magic circles appeared. He turned toward her and asked, "Ready?" Nero simply shrugged her wings. Stephen lifted his arm and tapped the air in front of him, which soon began splintering like glass, surprising Nero slightly as Stephen calmly walked through it. Nero looked at the crack in confusion and then at Stephen. This, my beautiful feathery friend, is known as the mirror dimension. You know when you look at a mirror and see another version of yourself? Well, we're in that dimension right now. Nero looked at Stephen in amazement as he began to explain the practicality of it. If we want to fight someone and don't want to damage the area around us, we bring them here. Not to mention, it's a great place to banish someone. Nero nodded in agreement, still awed by the new discovery. Stephen tapped the glass-like air again, cracking it open and allowing them to leave the mirror dimension. Phew. I was worried I might have messed that up and gotten you stuck there forever. Stephen said, putting a hand over his chest. Nero, in her usual dull, deadpan way, smacked the back of his head with her small wings. 1 month later. Stephen was rapidly moving his hands, gathering an orange ball of energy in his palm. He sent it toward a boulder, which began to compress and change shape, turning into a golden ring with 2 finger holes. Step 1. Using the hoary hosts of Hoggoth. Check. Steven smirked, proud of himself. 2 months later. Steven was inside the mirror dimension, in deep concentration. In his left palm was a magic circle filled with deep orange liquid, while his right hand was pinching and shaping the golden liquid into golden runes. In front of him, the golden 2-finger ring floated, surrounded by multiple rings of runes, moving and overlapping each other. When Steven finished, he began moving his hands closer together, as if squishing a ball. The runes started to close in on the ring until they made contact. It glowed with a bright golden light and, as it released a burst of energy, Steven quickly tapped his wrists together, creating a giant shield around himself, though he was still pushed back. When the light dissipated, a glowing golden ring hovered, slowly dimming before dropping to the ground. Runes of Coal. Check. Steven smirked, calling the ring toward him. It levitated and flew into his hand. He slipped it onto his fingers and looked ahead. Visualize where you want to go, he muttered, sticking out his left hand with a ring and rotating it. Sparks flew in front of him before fading away. Steven sighed and tried again. A wonky circle appeared, then quickly closed. He inhaled deeply, trying to relax. I'm way too excited. I need to calm down. Steven imagined a demon's skull and gently began to make a circle with his hands. A portal slowly opened, and a large grin spread across his face as he stepped out of the mirror dimension and back into the real world. Nero came flying off the statue of the first Wizard King and landed on Steven's head, puffing her chest with pride at how quickly he was advancing since receiving his grimoire. However, the smile on Steven's face shifted to a serious expression. Nero detected the sudden change and looked at him with concern. It's time, he muttered. Steven conjured a stepping stone with magic circles and jumped on top of the demon's skull, next to the statue. He spread his arms and closed his eyes. Near the church, in the backyard by a tree, the ground began to shake slightly as if something was trying to escape. After several attempts, the ground cracked, and out popped a wooden box. The box burst open, and out came a red cloak with golden outlines. By the cloak's collar was an amulet with a symbol of an eye. The cloak swayed slightly before spinning around, shaking off the dust, and flying toward the giant demon skull where Steven Strange stood, arms outstretched. The cloak softly hovered above him before slowly descending and draping itself over his shoulders, with the amulet settling around his neck. Steven began to levitate from the skull and descended toward the ground. He whipped the cloak back and smirked, like a glove. Chapter 10, Strange moment to remember. Steven was sitting inside his grimoire in the magical library, grabbing a book titled The All-Seeing Eye of Agamotto. However, there was another book in his hand, a tome about the use of time magic. Are you sure it's wise to study 2 books at the same time? Nero asked, sitting on the desk with her legs crossed, a hand resting on a book as she looked at Steven strangely. Are you sure it's wise to be sitting on a table like that with such a short dress on? Steven retorted with a scoff. Nero narrowed her eyes at him. You're the pervert who's looking. You're the pervert sitting like that in front of me, Steven shot back. What's that supposed to mean, in front of you? Nero asked defensively, narrowing her eyes. Are you saying you're going to attack me or something? Steven gained a teasing look and began wiggling his fingers toward her. We're all alone in a library, no one would hear you. Nero scoffed, swatting his hands away. See? Like I said, pervert. Steven rubbed his hands and pouted, then narrowed his eyes at her. I'll show you who's a pervert, he grumbled before jumping in and tickling her sides. PFFT. He. Stop it. Ha 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 ha. Nero giggled and squirmed, trying to get away from Steven's reach. Ha ha ha. Alright. He. I'm sorry. Nero laughed as she moved her book aside and grabbed Steven's hands, pushing them away from her waist. As Steven used his arms for support, the sudden shift made him lose balance, tilting him forward toward Nero. Whoa, Steven muttered as he lost his balance. He found himself face to face with Nero, who was seated on the table. His hands were planted behind her, boxing her in, while he was trapped between her legs. Both froze in place, unsure of what to do, staring into each other's eyes. The longer they stared, the redder their cheeks became. The tension between them rose as their hands still touched. Are you going to move? Nero mumbled shyly. I don't see you pushing me away. Is that so? Perhaps you're right, Nero muttered. Perhaps I am, Steven replied, slowly pulling his hand back, Nero's hands following his. Steven softly flipped his hands over so Nero's hands were now resting on top of his. The size difference between them became apparent. You have such small, delicate hands, Steven remarked, caressing her hands with his thumb. They only look that way because yours are so big and rough from all your exercise and hard work, she muttered, running her middle finger slowly across his rough palm. Stephen lifted their hands slightly, aligning their fingers to emphasize the size difference further. Then, with a slight shift, he interlocked their fingers, holding her hand tightly. They both blushed even harder as they looked back at each other. Nero quickly slipped her hand away, putting a hand on Stephen's chest and pushing him off slightly. She hopped off the table, grabbed her book, and cleared her throat. We don't have much time here. You seemed really interested in what you were studying. Ah. Yeah, that's right, Stephen muttered, backing away and sitting back in his seat while Nero did the same. So, this Eye of Agamotto. What exactly is it? Nero asked, trying to regain her composure. Let's see here, Stephen said, still distracted by what had just happened. The all-seeing Eye of Agamotto is a powerful and mystical artifact that allows the user to see through illusions, mind control, and falsehoods. It's used to detect evil, unveil hidden magic, and reveal the truth. It can even release powerful bursts of mystical energy and be used offensively. Is it really that powerful? Nero asked in amazement, the tension between them starting to dissipate. However, that's only its primary function, Stephen explained as he made an elaborate hand gesture, causing the amulet to slowly open its eye, revealing a glowing golden pupil. Stephen closed his fist and rotated it backward, causing the eye to roll back in the amulet. A new compartment opened, revealing a glowing green stone. What powerful magic! Nero muttered in awe. What? Stephen asked, a bit taken aback. Nero tilted her head in confusion. Can't you feel it? That thing is pulsating with magical power. I didn't detect it before because of the amulet, it's blocking all sorts of energy from leaking or being detected. Stephen paid closer attention, his eyes widening. You're right. I can feel the magic power this thing possesses. That's incredible. If I had to guess, I'd say that apart from blocking detection, it allows the user to harness the power of whatever that stone is. What did you say its secondary function was? Nero asked. Its secondary function is the ability to wield and learn time magic, Stephen said slowly, rolling his fist forward to close the amulet and conceal the stone once more. I see. So that stone must be some sort of time magic stone, Nero muttered. Stephen, who seriously were your parents? And why did they leave this stuff to you? In all honesty, your guess is as good as mine, Stephen replied, his eyes narrowing at the books in front of him as his expression grew serious. Since I don't know, the only thing I can do is grow stronger. So when the day comes that I do find out, I'll be ready. Nero blushed at the sight of his focused expression. She quickly buried her face in her book so Stephen wouldn't see. Peeking over the top of it, she watched him ruffle his hair, running his fingers through the white patch, a gesture he subconsciously did when deep in thought. Shaking off the thought, Stephen reopened his book and continued to study everything he could about the Eye of Agamotto and how to wield its power properly. A week later, after finishing a magical sparring session with Yuno, Stephen walked over to Asta, who was training hard as usual. Asta was more muscular now from his constant routine, his shirt off and sweat dripping down his body. He wielded his Buster's sword with one hand, creating powerful gusts of wind with each swing. Exhausted, Asta dropped to one knee, using his sword for support, panting heavily. What are you doing here, Stephen? Asta asked, too tired to muster his usual booming voice, his tongue hanging out like a panting dog. I wanted to try a spell on you, Stephen explained. Huh? What, am I your guinea pig? Question mark. Asta suddenly found a burst of energy to shout before flopping to the ground and dropping his sword. Sure, go ahead, man. I don't mind, Asta said, lying on the ground, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. Thank you. Now, I've been dying to find out what your magic really is. Stephen made a hand sign over his amulet, which slowly opened. His third inner eye also awakened due to the spell he was using. As the magic took hold, Stephen's eyes widened in shock. Something, or someone, seemed to be watching him. Stephen slowly undid the spell, his expression turning tense. Seeing this, Asta furrowed his brows in confusion. What? Why do you have that look? Asta. I mean this in the nicest way I could possibly muster, but what the fuck is wrong with you? Chapter 11, Strange Lesson A? Asta was taken aback by Stephen's words and looked at him in confusion. What do you mean by that? Am I going to die? Asta shouted, jumping to his feet and looking at Stephen with worry. No. It's just. You don't possess a single ounce of mana. It's literally zero. Asta, everyone in this world has at least a trace of mana, even if it's minuscule, but you don't. It's like the mana was sucked right out of you. Asta's shoulders slumped. I had a feeling that was the case, but it still hurts hearing you confirm it, he said, rubbing the back of his head. Asta then grew confused. If I don't have mana, why am I able to use this? He asked as he grabbed his grimoire. Stephen placed his hands on Asta's shoulders and began to shake him. Don't you get it? It's because you don't have any mana that the Grimoire chose you. Asta, as far as I'm aware, you're the only one in the entire world capable of wielding it. Asta looked at his Grimoire, surprised. So, my ability to cut it's not cutting, Stephen interrupted. Asta tilted his head in confusion. Stephen went on to explain, Asta, what you possess isn't magic. It's anti-magic. You don't cut magic, you nullify it completely. That is seriously overpowered. Asta screamed, holding his Grimoire excitedly. However, there's a problem. What? What is it? Asta asked, apprehensive. The source of your power. And what's inside that 5-leaf Grimoire of yours is a devil. Even though you don't have any mana, what you're technically using is devil magic, and you're the only one capable of wielding it. It's not wrong to say that the devil chose you, Stephen explained. It chose me. Asta muttered as he held up his Grimoire and smiled. Thank you for lending me your power. That's... Stephen hesitated, wanting to warn Asta not to trust it. But seeing Asta's trusting nature, he doubted his warning would matter. Left with no choice, he continued, Asta, we only have 3 weeks until the Magic Night exams, so I'm going to train you on how to properly control and wield your anti-magic, so you don't get consumed by the devil. Asta nodded with an excited expression. I'm ready to learn. Stephen grinned widely. The first lesson. He lunged forward and thrust his palm onto Asta's chest. To Asta's surprise, he was sent flying back, but he could see his body slowly moving. A look of horror crossed his face as he saw his ghostly hands and body. Stephen let out a satisfied sigh. I've always wanted to do that. He muttered with a growing grin. You killed me. I'm dead. Stephen, why? I thought we were brothers. Asta cried, staring at his ghostly hands and looking at Stephen with a betrayed expression. You're not dead, Asta, Stephen scoffed. What you are right now is your astral body, your soul, so to speak. I've separated it from your physical body. You can return whenever you feel like it. Oh. I didn't really understand, but it's good to see that I'm not dead. Asta nodded in relief. So, why am I a ghost again? You're not a ghost, you know what, forget it. What I was saying earlier, your first lesson is about sensing that hidden power within you. It's harder to feel in your physical body, but your spirit is much more sensitive and attuned to the energy around it. Although your astral body and physical body are separated, they're still connected. So, I want you to close your eyes and focus on your physical body, Stephen instructed carefully. Asta followed Stephen's advice, closing his eyes and focusing. His brows knitted in concentration. I think I feel something. I don't know what it is. Is it that anti-magic you were talking about? What you're feeling is the connection to your Grimoire and the devil within it. Now, listen closely. Slowly and softly tap into that connection, and like using a straw, gradually draw from it. But not too much. If you take more than your body can handle, the devil might take over. So, control it carefully, Stephen continued. Asta slowly began to extract anti-magic energy from his connection to the Grimoire. Stephen noticed a black line appear from Asta's chin, extending past his left eye, accompanied by a small snaggle tooth on the same side. This is the most I can manage, Asta grunted. I feel like if I pull any more, I'll lose control. Good, very good actually. You can let go now, Stephen said. Asta watched as the markings receded, and his shoulders slumped. Stephen walked up to Asta's physical body, placed a hand on his chest, and made a pulling motion. Asta's astral body was drawn back into his physical form, and he woke up with a gasp. Stephen, that was terrifying. I really thought you killed me, man. Please warn me next time you plan to do that, Asta pleaded. No promises, Stephen chuckled darkly. Your next lesson is to do what you just did but with your physical body this time. You should now be more familiar with your energy due to your experience with your astral body, though it will be much harder. Asta nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. He focused on drawing from his connection to the anti-magic energy, but it was more difficult than he had expected. It wasn't until his 5th try that he succeeded. When he managed it, he opened his eyes, which had shifted from green to glowing bright red. His expression showed he was struggling slightly. Even though I feel stronger, I have to concentrate so I don't lose control. I'll need to learn how to fight and keep my focus at the same time if I want to use this power effectively. Stephen nodded. That's why we're training. You'll learn to manage it, and it'll benefit me too. I'll finally have someone to train my martial arts with. Eldritch magic circles formed around Stephen's forearms as he threw a punch toward Asta. Asta's instincts kicked in, and he leapt out of the way, landing on his feet as the boulder he'd been sitting on shattered, sending rocks flying everywhere. That wasn't fair. I wasn't ready. Asta shouted. Stephen glanced at his arm, flexing his hand and studying the magic circles that had enhanced his strength. He flicked his wrist and smirked. Cry about it, he taunted, before flying to Asta. The cloak of levitation billowed behind him as his forearm, encased in 3 glowing magic circles, increased his strength 3-fold. Thus, Steven continued to spar with both Asta and Yuno during the day, slowly helping Asta get a handle on anti-magic. At night, Steven trained his time magic, carefully practicing within his grimoire. Though it wasn't his strongest set of spells yet, he was becoming more proficient, but unlike with his other magic, he treated time magic with great care and caution. And then came the day for Magic Night exams. Chapter 12, Strange Magic Night Entrance Exam. The day of Magic Night exams, Steven sat down by Demon Skull, holding a half-eaten apple in his lap. Around his hands, a green magic circle appeared. As Steven rotated his hand clockwise, more of the apple seemed to disappear. Counterclockwise, the eaten part returned until the apple was whole again. Nero, who was perched on his shoulder, softly pecked him. Oh right, I was racing them to see who would get there first, wasn't I? Steven reached to his side and hooked his finger onto a ring hanging from his belt. You know, for some reason, I'm strangely excited about this. I don't know why. It feels like a new chapter in our lives. Steven noticed Nero staring at him with a straight expression. He rolled his eyes. I wasn't making a pun. Steven bit into the apple, holding it in his mouth, and twirled his hand in a circle before him. He began to levitate through the swirling portal and ended up above a group of people. They looked up at him in surprise, while others clicked their tongues, unimpressed by his showmanship. As the portal closed behind him, the wind picked up, and Steven floated down toward the others. Yuno appeared next, surrounded by a small tornado, before landing in front of Steven. Cheater. It's only cheating because you lost, Steven smirked proudly. And to be fair, I gave you and Asta a good 20-minute head start. If you lost with such a handicap, it might be a skill issue, which means it's not my fault. Steven shrugged as the cloak of levitation, Kaol, extended toward Yuno and began patting his back to comfort him. It doesn't change the fact that you cheated. Are we going to wait for Asta? Is he close? Surprisingly, he's not that far behind, Yuno replied, a bit apprehensive. He'll be here in a couple of minutes. A few minutes passed. Steven finished his apple, and they saw a dust cloud in the distance. Steven held up 3 fingers, then 2, and finally 1, Yuno. If I'm not first, I'll at least be second. Steven underestimated. Asta stopped running and collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. I'm dead last, he said, seeing Steven and Yuno waiting for him. Steven's cloak flew from his body, pretended to crouch down, and patted Asta's back. You're such a good cloak, trying to comfort me, Asta cried. The cloak then flew back to Steven's body as he looked amused. They all headed inside the giant stadium in the order they had arrived. At the entrance, they had to show their grimoires before receiving a ticket. Steven cracked the space in front of him, surprising the receptionist, and revealed his 6-leaf Clover grimoire. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Why our grimoire? It's... Can I just get my number? Steven asked in a plain tone. Right, sorry. The receptionist blushed as she handed him number 163. Next was Yuno, who showed his grimoire. The 4 clovers. She said with awe and respect in her voice, handing him number 164. Then came Asta, who proudly showed her his rusty-looking grimoire. 5. What is going on with this kingdom? She muttered, handing Asta number 165. As Steven entered, Nero flew away from his shoulder to avoid the appearance of an anti-bird being attracted to him, instead landing on Asta's head. While all the birds kept away from Yuno and Steven, Asta was surrounded from head to toe by a flock, with only his eyes visible. Yuno sighed, while Steven laughed, wishing he had a camera to capture the moment. Asta ran off, swatting at the birds, until he bumped into a man wearing a white tank top and smoking a cigarette. After a brief exchange, Asta was already being lifted into the air. You wanna die, runt? Ow! Ow! I'm sorry. Suddenly, an eldritch whip flew through the air and wrapped around a man's forearm. I'd appreciate it if you didn't give Asta any more brain damage. He's already quite dumb as it is. Steven said, holding the whip. Hey. That's just mean. Asta protested, still suspended in the air. The man, Yami, looked at the whip, then yanked his arm, but Steven stood his ground and raised an eyebrow. You're pretty strong, Steven said with a smile. I could say the same about you, Grandpa. What did you just call me? Steven asked, narrowing his eyes. Aside from growing white hair, are you already going deaf, too? Yami released Asta and turned towards Steven. Yami. Please stop getting into fights with the examinees. A teen with blonde hair said apprehensively. That's Finral Rulakis, a rare spatial magic user. One of the examinees shouted. And that's Yami Sukiro, the Lord of Destruction and captain of one of the magic squads. Captain of the Black Bulls. So, are you going to release me, Gramps? Since you let Asta go, yes I am, Steven said, undoing the whip. And don't call me that. Thank you for waiting, invited examinees. A voice resounded through the stadium as large birds began to appear. Yami clicked his tongue. Those bastards didn't wait for me. You got lucky, Runt and Gramps, he said, walking away. The crowd soon erupted into cheers, excited to see the Magic Knight captains, shouting out names like the Golden Dawn, Silver Eagles, and Crimson Lion. I will be in charge of this year's exams, the captain of the Golden Dawn announced as the examinees cheered. It's William Vengeance, captain of the Golden Dawn and the next candidate to inherit the title of Wizard King. Someone shouted. Both Asta and Yuno narrowed their eyes, seeing him as their competition for the title. Steven narrowed his eyes for another reason. He is also strong. William pulled out his grimoire. Magic tree, descend. The sky folded in on itself as tree roots extended from the tear in the sky. The roots reached everyone and transformed into brooms. Then, the roots retracted, and the hole in the sky closed. William smirked as he closed his book. Let the Magic Knight entrance exams officially begin. He announced calmly. You will all go through a series of tests, and by the end, we will call you up and decide which magic squad you will join. The first test is to fly those brooms. Steven ignored the brooms entirely, floating up past everyone. He sat cross-legged in the air, resting his face on his fist. Show off. Yuno said, appearing next to him while standing on his broom. Says the one trying to act all aloof and mysterious, Steven scoffed in amusement. They were both shocked to see Asta suddenly appear between them. Hey guys, but before he could finish, Asta dropped back down to the ground. He kicked off again, momentarily flying up to join them before falling back down. PFFT. Steven covered his face, shaking his head in laughter, while Yuno managed a small smile, rolling his eyes. Do you guys think, Asta started before dropping down again, that this counts? He asked with a wide grin. No, both Steven and Yuno said simultaneously. Test after test, Steven moved through with little effort. When Asta hit targets, he flicked his wrist, sending precise bolts of mystical energy that struck dead center every time. When it was time to lift heavy objects using magic, he waved his hand, and the objects floated effortlessly into place. While others struggled and strained, Steven barely broke a sweat, completing each task with a bored look. Where others conjured large, flashy spells, Steven's subtle hand movements yielded perfect results. He didn't need to summon great storms of magic, he simply performed each task with flawless precision, as if it required no effort. The examiners exchanged glances, but said nothing, watching as Steven breezed through every challenge with an almost casual ease, making it seem as though the entire process was beneath him. Chapter 13, Strange Choice of Magic Squad. After the miscellaneous tests, it was time for the final test of the Magic Knight entrance exams, the one-on-one battles. You. An arrogant noble with blue hair pointed at Steven. You've been acting all high and mighty ever since you got here, you commoner. I believe it's time someone put you in your place. I challenge you. Steven didn't care, he simply floated up, his cloak billowing behind him as he took the center of the stage. Begin. William announced. The noble opened his grimoire, surrounded by a fiery aura, and smiled arrogantly. Steven put his right hand under his left elbow, made devil horns with his fingers, and aimed at his opponent. Arcane magic, bolt of Balthak, his hand, formed into devil horns, grew a ball of blue energy and shot out like a lightning bolt, tearing through the air. It hit his opponent square inches the chest, sending him flying backward and smashing into the stadium walls, causing them to crumble. Steven rotated his hands back in front of him and floated back down, his cloak whipping behind him as he walked toward the wall where Yuno and Asta stood. Steven then sat in the air between them, pulled out his grimoire, and ignored the looks he was receiving as he read. Yuno shook his head. They never stood a chance, he said as he walked to the center and stood in front of his opponent. As the signal to start was given, Yuno flicked two fingers toward his opponent. The wind picked up, and his opponent was sent flying back, smashing into the wall next to Steven's opponent. Baha! Baha! An arrogant guy with dirty blonde hair leaned down toward Asta and spoke a few interesting words before walking to the front. Asta. Kick his ass, Steven scoffed. Asta huffed as he took the center and smirked smugly. You don't need to tell me that. That's what I was already going to do. Begin. Bronze creation magic, bronze shell blaster. Asta didn't wait for him to finish his spell and pulled out his buster's sword from his grimoire. The ground beneath Asta cracked, surprising most of the Magic Knight captains, especially Yami. That was all pure strength. Asta instantly appeared beside the blue magic shell and smashed right through it, hitting his opponent with the flat side of his blade. His opponent was also sent flying back, smashing into the wall and knocked unconscious. All three opponents were now unconscious against the wall. Asta slammed his sword down. I'm not here to just join the Magic Knights and have fun without putting in any effort. I am here to work my butt off and become the Wizard King. Steven and Yuno looked at each other for a moment before smiling, while some of the magic captains grinned in amusement. After everyone showed off their magic and fought their opponents. And that marks the end of the Magic Knight examinations. When we call your number, please come forward. The squad captains will raise their hands if they want you in their squad. If more than one captain raises their hand, it's up to the examinee to decide. However, if none raise their hand, it means you weren't eligible and will have to try again next year, William explained. Now then. Number 1? Number 15? Number 37? Number 79? Number 121? Number 163? Steven floated to the front and landed in the middle, looking up at the captains. Soon, every single Magic Knight captain raised their hands and chose him. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, including Asta's, while Yuno simply smiled as he rested by the wall. Unbelievable. All of them. But isn't he just a commoner? He's actually kinda cute. That patch of white hair increases his charm. William Vangiance looked down at Steven with a smile. It appears to be a unanimous decision. The choice is yours. Which squad do you think suits you best? Steven looked at all the captains from right to left before stopping at the Golden Dawn and smiling. The rest of the Magic Knight captains sighed in disappointment, while William smiled back at Steven. I choose the Black Bulls. Eh? William's smile faltered, along with everyone else's expression. What? Yami asked, equally surprised, before laughing loudly and pointing at William. Ha 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 ha. You should see the look on your face. You thought it was going to be you. If you don't mind, may I ask your reason? William asked, tilting his head in confusion. Yami stopped laughing and looked at Steven in confusion. Yeah, Gramps, why the hell would you choose our squad? What's the matter with you? Captain Yami, you're our captain. Please try not to talk bad about us. Finral said awkwardly. Steven shook his head and sighed. I'm kinda regretting choosing you because of your attitude and name-calling, but it's whatever. Steven then turned to William. You see, I absolutely love and adore magic. I think it's the greatest thing ever. Everyone was mostly taken aback by the earnestness in his voice and the look in his eyes. And one of the things I love most about magic is freedom, a freedom I don't think I would have with any other magic squad. The Black Bulls are always said to be scoundrels, the lowest of the low. Hey. Watch it, Grandpa, Yami warned. Steven sighed. That they possess no tact and that every mission ends up with something being destroyed. But I see it differently. I see it as them just having fun and being free. And that's what magic is about. That's why I chose the Black Bulls. The old man is gonna make me blush, Yami said, rubbing the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Like I said. Already regretting it. Steven grumbled. No take-backsies. Yami yelled, leaning over his seat and pointing at Steven. What are you, a child? Steven yelled back in annoyance. Of course to you, I'm a child, Grandpa. William sighed and shook his head. So he chose the Black Bulls because he loves magic. What kind of reason is that? He muttered. Very well, William nodded. Get up here, Gramps. Yami motioned with a happy smile. Steven sighed and shook his head. I already hate it. Steven, using a sling ring, opened a portal and appeared next to Finral and another squad member. Finral looked at him in surprise, along with nearly everyone else. You're a spatial mage? My magic is versatile enough to dabble in a bit of everything, Steven shrugged, while the others looked at Yami with envy for having two spatial mages. Ha ha ha. Look all you want, he chose me. Yami bragged to the other captains. Another member of the Black Bulls, who appeared to be like a mime, turned towards Steven and muttered a few words. Steven nodded and bowed his head slightly. It's nice to meet you too, Gordon. I'm Steven, and I hope we can get along and be friends as well. You heard him? Finral asked in surprise. Yeah? Steven said, looking at Finral in confusion. While Gordon put his hands together and smiled, happy to be able to communicate with someone. Chapter 14, Strange Meeting with the Black Bulls. After Steven was welcomed into the Black Bulls, Nero swooped down gracefully, landing on his shoulder. She rubbed her head affectionately against his cheek as a silent congratulation. Once Steven's placement was settled, William stepped forward and called the next number, his voice calm and commanding. Number 164. Yuno confidently stepped forward, and, just like before, the captains all raised their hands. The room buzzed with murmurs of shock and awe. Another one? Well, this one makes sense, he holds the four-leaf clover grimoire. Yeah, but he's a commoner too. This one's kinda cute though. Someone whispered. Yami, grinning, leaned forward with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Let's make it 2 for 2. Come on, kid. Yuno's eyes locked onto William with unwavering determination. I choose the Golden Dawn, he declared, his serious expression leaving no room for doubt. A ripple of disappointment passed through the other captains, their faces reflecting mild frustration. Even Yami grumbled in annoyance. William couldn't help but smile smugly at Yami, almost as if to say, you might have taken the special one with the mysterious grimoire and artifacts, but I've got the 4-leaf clover by my side. With Yuno's selection confirmed, William called out again, number 165. Asta strutted forward, his chest puffed out, fully expecting the same reaction as Steven and Yuno. However, the silence was deafening. No hands were raised. Yami leaned back towards Steven. You seem close to the kid. Tell me, is he worth it? I'm already inclined to agree, but I want to hear your opinion. Steven's expression turned serious. You'd be a fool not to choose Asta. You can see it, right? He's special. And I'm not saying that just because we grew up together. Yami gave a thoughtful nod, processing Steven's words. Meanwhile, Asta's heart sank as he clenched his fists, realizing no one was stepping forward. That is, until he heard a familiar voice. All right, I'll take the little runt, Yami said with a grin, raising his hand. Eh? Really? Asta shouted in pure joy. He didn't care that Yami had threatened to kill him earlier, he was chosen to be a magic knight. Yami's bluntness didn't waver as he continued, the reason no one else picked you is because you're creepy and weird. No one's heard of a sword that can cut through magic, not to mention you're freakishly strong with that freakish-looking grimoire to boot. No surprise nobody wanted you. Each word felt like a dagger in Asta's chest. He crumpled to the ground, visibly hurt by Yami's brutally honest assessment. But lucky for you, Yami added, crossing his arms, the Black Bulls are all about being freaky and weird. You'll fit right in. Captain Yami, Finral sighed, please, this is your squad you're talking about. Yami ignored him. So, you say you're aiming to be the Wizard King, huh? Well, you better be ready to surpass your limits. Yes, sir. Asta saluted with a massive grin, his enthusiasm undimmed. Just then, a golden circle appeared beneath Asta's feet. Ah! He yelped as the ground opened beneath him, dropping him through a portal. He landed gracefully beside Steven and behind Yami. Nice to have you aboard, Runt, Yami teased. Asta rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. With the Magic Knight exams concluded, Yami turned to Finral. Take us back to the base. As Finral activated his spatial magic, Asta and Yuno exchanged one last look, their eyes filled with determination. They smirked before turning forward, each ready to face their future. Their journey had just begun. The portal opened, and in a blink, they found themselves standing in front of the Black Bull's base. Boom. The front door exploded open, revealing pure chaos inside. You ready to get your butt kicked? Not if I kick yours first. Ha ha ha, Yami grinned at the madness. Welcome to the worst Magic Knight squad, the Black Bulls. Both Steven and Asta stared wide-eyed at the bedlam before them. Steven muttered, blinking slowly, you know, he sighed, watching a woman in her underwear stumble out while rubbing her messy hair, maybe there is such a thing as too much freedom. Ugh, she groaned, I drank too much. Head's killing me. Asta gulped, taking a hesitant step forward. Hello. I'm Asta. It's a pleasure to be a part of your squad. He announced at the top of his lungs. No one was paying attention, as they were all lost in their own worlds. One person was launching fireballs at another, who was dodging them effortlessly, explosions erupting around them. Steven, turning to leave, sighed and said, I've made a grave mistake coming here. I'm heading home. Later, Asta. You'll fit right in. Before he could make his exit, he felt a firm grip on the back of his cloak and shirt. Yami had grabbed him, preventing his escape. Steven let out another sigh, slouching slightly as he resigned to his fate. Seeing another explosion, Yami punched a hole in the side of the base. Hey! Stop destroying my base. Instantly, everyone froze and rushed over, shouting, Captain Yami. Welcome back, sir. I see you all love me so much, but enough already. You're annoying, Yami grumbled. Anyway, I picked up a couple of recruits. Say hello. Steven straightened up, blowing the white patch of his hair out of his eyes. Before he could say anything, a woman approached him, swaying her hips slightly. She was dressed in little more than underwear, her red hair cascading behind her as she tucked a strand behind her ear. Oh wow, Captain, you've caught someone handsome for us, she said, leaning in. The name's Vanessa. What's yours, cutie? Steven started, the names, before he could finish. Vanessa abruptly turned to the side and vomited. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she flashed a crooked smile at Steven. You were saying? Steven turned to Yami, his his expression deadpan. What kind of establishment are you running here where you can't even afford proper clothes for your members? Meanwhile, Asta cheerfully introduced himself again. I'm Asta, from Hage Village. I'm a new member of the Black Bulls. A newcomer, huh? A man with sharp eyes and a threatening air stepped forward. The name's Magna. But you don't get to call yourself a member of the Black Bulls without passing our little baptism. Only then do you earn your robe. Another voice, filled with enthusiasm, interrupted. I call dibs on him. I'm Luck. What's yours? Luck's grin stretched wide, almost unnervingly. Steven. Same village as Asta. Luck's grin widened further. Well, Steven, you look strong. Let's try and kill each other. Okay. Steven shrugged, sensing no malice in Luck's words. Later, in the courtyard, Steven and Asta stood on one side, while Magna and Luck stood opposite them. The rest of the Black Bulls gathered around to watch, eager for the upcoming clash. Steven and Luck locked eyes, neither flinching nor moving, both waiting for the other to make the first strike. All right then. Steven muttered. He levitated off the ground, summoning a shimmering shield of eldritch magic over his fist, before shooting toward Luck at incredible speed. Luck's grimoire materialized beside him, pages glowing and flipping rapidly. Lightning crackled around him, forming a gauntlet of electricity with sharp claws over his hands. With a streak of lightning, Luck charged, a wild grin on his face. He thrust his lightning-clad hand forward, aiming straight for Steven, but Steven's form dissolved into a flock of dark, shadowy birds, reforming behind Luck. With a swift motion, Steven fired a bolt of energy from a magic circle at Luck, who dodged it just in time. Steven, unfazed, flicked his wrist, summoning a magical whip that coiled around Luck's legs. With a sharp tug, he swung Luck around and hurled him toward a tree. Luck twisted in midair, landing on his feet against the tree trunk and launching himself back toward Steven, claws extended. Steven turned his magic circle into shields, blocking Luck's assault before driving his knee into Luck's chin, sending him flying backward. Luck grimaced but quickly recovered. He caught a glint of gold, a glowing dagger flying toward him. Reacting instinctively, he grabbed it midair, only for it to explode, sending him crashing hard to the ground with a thud. Groaning, Luck rolled and rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He smirked, wiping it away. Let's keep going. He clapped his hands together, forming a ball of crackling lightning between them. Steven, sensing the surge of power, made a circular motion with his hands, gathering his own energy. The lightning ball in Luck's hands transformed into a massive beam of raw electricity, surging towards Steven. A large magic circle appeared in front of Steven, flames swirling within. Flames of Faultine, he whispered, thrusting the circle forward. A torrent of fiery energy blasted out, meeting Luck's lightning head-on. The clash of fire and lightning created a powerful explosion, sending shockwaves across the courtyard. Steven conjured a shield to protect himself from the blast, while the others shielded their eyes from the dust and debris. As the smoke cleared, Luck lay groaning on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of fire. He pushed himself up on one elbow, squinting through the haze to see a dark figure approaching. Steven emerged from the flames, his cape billowing behind him. He extended a hand toward Luck. I guess that's my win? Luck laughed, wiping the blood from his lip. Ha ha ha. You sure are fun. Let's try to kill each other again sometime. Steven grinned, helping him to his feet. Sure. Meanwhile, a girl with long, silver hair stood atop the wall of the base, watching their exchange with narrowed eyes. He's strong. Strong for a commoner, she muttered, though her fists unconsciously clenched. Chapter 15, Strange Tour. After Steven and Luck's sparring session, a little girl with black hair approached them carrying a picnic basket. Here's one for you, Luck. And you must be Steven, right? I'm Charmy. Here, have one, it'll help restore your magic power. Charmy said cheerfully, pulling out a cupcake from her basket. Thanks. Steven said as he took a bite. His eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, these are actually really good. Charmy rubbed the back of her head, a little embarrassed. Oh, shucks. Steven glanced over and saw that Asta had already finished his fight, evident from the soot-blackened face of Magna nearby. Whoa, dude. To be able to keep up with Luck, you must be pretty strong. Magna said, giving Steven a thumbs up, clearly impressed by his abilities. Magna then pulled out 2 Black Bull's robes and handed them to Steven and Asta. The 2 of you earn these, wear them with pride. From now on, you're officially members of the Black Bulls. As Steven took his robe, he levitated slightly off the ground. A ring of his magic appeared around him, passing over his body as his clothes transformed. His shirt and pants turned black, now emblazoned with the Black Bull's logo on his chest and thigh, while keeping a stylish flair. He floated back to the ground with his hands casually in his pockets, and Vanessa let out a playful whistle. Talk about fashionable. She then turned to Asta, pointing her wand at his headband, which turned black with the black bull's symbol while he donned his new robe. Stephen, puzzled, glanced at Vanessa and asked, "So? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Is this squad really that poor?" "Freedom of choice." Vanessa winked. Stephen shrugged slightly, bowing his head politely. "I see. I will not judge you then. As long as you're happy." Vanessa gave him a playful pat on the back. "Aren't you just adorable? How about having a drink with me? If you're not talking about beer, sure. If you are, maybe another time." Vanessa nodded with a grin. "I'll hold you to that promise." Before the conversation could continue, Magna hooked his arm around Stephen's neck, dragging him and Asta. "Let's go, you newbies. It's time for your senior to show you around the base." As they were hauled through the base, Magna led them into a large dining hall. "This is where we eat." Asta's eyes widened in amazement. "Whoa. It's huge." "That's what she said." Magna added with a cheeky grin. They moved to the next area. "And this is the main bath." Magna presented the steaming room. "Wow. It's so big too." Asta exclaimed again, brimming with enthusiasm. Magna, not missing a beat, responded, "That's also what she said." Magna pointed down a hallway with spikes and chains. "That way leads to the girls' rooms. And if a guy tries to go down there, he's met with trap magic." "Oft?" "What?" Asta asked, his face frozen in horror. Stephen merely shrugged, adding dryly, "I don't even have anything to say to that. And over here is the wild animal room." Magna continued, showing them a heavily barred room with wild beasts. Asta's eyes widened. "Why would you even need that?" Stephen, however, looked inside thoughtfully. "They seem nice." Both Magna and Asta exchanged a look as if Stephen had lost his mind. As they continued the tour, they ran into a girl with bright silver hair and an air of nobility. "There you are. Asta, Stephen, meet your other teammate, a newcomer just like you two," Magna said, gesturing toward her. "I'm Asta from Mage. Let's get along," Asta said cheerfully, extending his hand. The silver-haired girl slapped his hand away. "Don't address me so casually, commoner. I am Noelle Silva." Before she could finish, Stephen, unimpressed, began walking away. "What? Why are you walking away? Don't you know it's rude to leave during an introduction, especially when it's royalty talking?" Noelle called after him. Stephen turned his head slightly, his expression apathetic. "It's also rude to treat people the way you're treating them. So, unless you plan to fix your attitude, I couldn't care less about learning your name." Noelle's eyes widened in shock, while Asta rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Sorry about that. Stephen's the type who believes you should treat others the way you want to be treated. Since you were rude, well, he's going to be rude back." Noelle's face twisted in indignation. "Who does he think he is?" "I'm royalty." She huffed, summoning a large ball of water in her hand. "Let's see how he deals with this." She launched the water spell at Stephen's back. Without turning, Stephen kept walking. The water ball veered off course, splashing harmlessly against a wall. Noelle clicked her tongue in frustration. Stephen stood in front of what was supposed to be his room. It was small, filled with cobwebs, and looked more like a cell than living quarters. "This will be your room from now on. Enjoy," Lux said, patting Stephen's back before skipping away cheerfully. Stephen cracked his fingers and muttered to himself, "This is going to need some serious remodeling." He opened his grimoire, flipping through its pages. "You ready?" Stephen asked Nero, the small bird perched on his shoulder. Nero chirped in response as Stephen summoned his magic, enveloping the room. A short while later, Stephen stood proudly in front of a completely transformed space. A large bed occupied the center wall, surrounded by shelves filled with books on magic and medicine. To one side stood a wardrobe and cabinet, while on the other, empty shelves awaited artifacts he planned to collect in the future. His cloak of levitation rested on a nearby hanger. Stephen admired his work. "You know, Nero, we could make a lot of money if we went into construction," he teased, glancing at the bird, who chirped in agreement. With the room to his satisfaction, Stephen sat down on his newly crafted bed and noted that night had fallen. He decided to head into his grimoire's magical library, his body floating peacefully in meditation as he studied. An hour later, Stephen returned to his body, while Nero settled on one of the pillows, falling asleep. Meanwhile, Stephen, ever the scholar, entered astral projection, continuing his studies in medicine, as one way or another he was going to want that doctor title to his name, even if it was the last thing he ever did. As he read, his focus was interrupted by a series of explosions outside. Confused, he glanced out the window and spotted Noelle standing near a tree, attempting to hit a target with her magic but missing spectacularly. Curious, Stephen quietly opened the window and observed, raising an eyebrow at her efforts. It's really early in the morning. Shouldn't she be getting her beauty sleep since she's nobility or whatnot? Steven saw her train until sweat covered her face and was panting heavily. Maybe there's more to her than meets the eyes, Steven thought, impressed with dedication, as he continued to study her, trying to find out why she kept failing. He then tilted his head in confusion. Why is she expecting to fail every time? Chapter 16, Strange Mentality. You're going about it the wrong way. Wah! Steven's voice startled Noelle so much that she yelled and turned toward him, pointing her wand and firing a ball of water. The spell missed entirely, flying off to the side and hitting a tree. You. How long have you been watching me? Noelle demanded. A good half an hour. Steven shrugged. Stalking royalty is a crime, you know. Noelle exclaimed, glaring at him. Huh? So, do you want help or not? Steven asked. Of course I don't need your help. Especially not from a commoner. Noelle huffed. Okay, Steven said, leaning back into his room and closing the window. What? Noelle was taken aback. She stared at the closed window, biting her lip before glancing around at the destruction she had caused. She walked up to his window and saw him sitting on his bed, reading his grimoire. She knocked on the window, and with a flick of his wrist, it opened. Yeah? Steven asked, not bothering to get up or even look away from his book. Weren't you supposed to convince me that I need your help and beg until I reluctantly agreed? She asked, crossing her arms. Steven looked up at her as if she had lost her mind. And why would I do that? Humphrey, because I'm royalty, obviously, Noelle said arrogantly. Steven rolled his eyes. I have too much self-respect to play along with your delusions. Delusions? She screeched. Steven looked at her in confusion. Yeah. What else would you call it when someone thinks they deserve the world at their feet just because of their status? I don't expect the world at my feet. Huh? You expected me to drop everything, fall to my knees, and prostrate myself just because of our different statuses. If you expect that from me, even though we're squad mates, what do you expect from those who aren't? Steven raised an eyebrow. I don't want any of that. All I want is respect. Noelle snapped. In this world, respect isn't given freely, you have to earn it. You lost mine earlier, got it back, and then lost it again, Steven replied. Noelle looked down at her feet, his words hitting hard. Why would I need the respect of a commoner anyway? Steven flicked his wrist, and the window closed again. Noelle stopped and bit her lip, staring down at the ground in frustration. After a moment, she groaned, walked back to the window, and knocked once more. The window opened again. Yeah? What did you mean earlier when you said I was going about it the wrong way? Why should I answer that? What insight could a commoner possibly offer a grand noble of your esteemed status? Steven teased. Are you going to help me or not? Noelle asked, irritated. You need help? I would have never guessed. Steven replied absent-mindedly, flipping a page in his book. Are you making fun of my training? Noelle demanded. Steven looked up at her with a serious expression, surprising her. I would never make fun of someone's hard work. Noelle blushed slightly as Steven returned to his grimoire. I was making fun of your inability to ask for help. How was I supposed to know you needed it if you never asked? Ugh. Noelle grunted in annoyance, pacing around and looking at the destruction she had caused. Her shoulders slumped, and she lowered her head in embarrassment and shame. I need your help. Steven smiled, leaning forward in his window, folding his arms as he looked at her. See? That wasn't so hard. Needing help isn't something to be ashamed of, it means you want to learn and improve. Noelle blushed again at his smiling expression. I'm only asking because you offered. Don't get any ideas. Steven rolled his eyes and jumped out of the window. Whatever helps you sleep at night. So, what was I doing wrong? How do I get my spell to hit the target? What's wrong with me? Noelle asked, eager to move things along. Your problem is all in here. Steven said, pointing to her forehead. It's in my head? Noelle tilted her head in confusion. Steven nodded. Every time you cast a spell, you have this expression on your face like you're expecting to fail. Huh? You see, magic is about bringing what's in our heads into reality. Spells respond strongly to our intent and emotions. Noelle nodded, listening intently to his explanation. I don't know what's going on with you, and I'm not going to ask. That's your business. But from where I'm standing, it looks like you see yourself as a failure, Steven said bluntly. Noelle's eyes widened as she looked at Steven, fear creeping into her expression. Since you think of yourself as a failure, your magic is reacting in kind with your thoughts. Your magic fails because you believe you're going to fail. Once you manage to fix your mentality, you should be able to solve your magic problem. Noelle looked at her wand a bit apprehensively. It's responding to my feelings. She took a deep breath and pointed forward toward her target while mentally repeating to herself, I'm not a failure, I'm not going to fail. I'm not a failure, I'm not going to fail. As she fired her water cannon, it shot forward in a straight line before veering off in the opposite direction at the last minute. Noelle looked disappointed and dropped her gaze in shame. Maybe I am a failure. Nice work, Steven said with a smile, subconsciously patting her head, feeling a desire to comfort her as he noticed her expression. What do you mean, nice work? I totally failed, didn't you see? Noelle asked, a bit saddened by her attempt. Then you and I see things differently. Where you saw failure, I saw progress. Before, when you fired a spell, it would immediately go flying all over the place and hit whatever stood in its path. But this time, it went in a straight line for a while, if you didn't notice. Noelle's eyes widened, but this time for a different reason. You're right. She muttered, realizing the improvement. So you see, you can do it. But there are still doubts holding you back toward the end, keeping you from hitting your target. Noelle nodded. How do I fix it? That's the hard part about a mental block, it's not something someone else can just fix for you. Eventually, you'll have to confront what's bothering you. But for now, all you can do is learn to live with it. Embrace the fact that you're a failure. Huh? Noelle looked at Steven like he was crazy. Steven smirked and held up a finger. If you're a failure, that means things can't possibly get any worse. The only direction you can go is up, and you'll start improving so that you're not a failure anymore. That's easier said than done. Noelle grumbled. Steven nodded in agreement. Here, I'll help you with the first step. Face forward toward your target, Steven ordered. I'm taking orders from a commoner. Noelle mumbled, but she complied. She was then taken aback as Steven held up her chin. What are you doing? She exclaimed, turning red with embarrassment. Stop talking, Steven said, his expression serious. Well, Steven then took her hand holding the wand while keeping her chin up, making her blush even more. Now, I want you to forget about everything. Huh? Noelle asked, turning to him in confusion. Face forward, don't look at me, Steven instructed, guiding her gaze back to the target. Noelle continued to blush. I can't believe I'm letting this commoner touch me. Now, see your target, that should be your only focus. Don't think about anything else. Everything else is irrelevant beside your target. Whether it's me, you, your life, your family, your status, it's all irrelevant. Forget everything and let your instincts take over. Steven whispered. His words were like a devil's whisper. Noelle stared at her target, wand pointing toward it. She closed her eyes and followed Steven's advice. Let your instincts take over, he repeated. Let your mana flow like it's supposed to. Steven watched as a ball of water began swirling at the tip of her wand. Then let it all go, your insecurities, your fears, your anger, your sadness, even your joy and happiness. Let it all go into this shot. Noelle's body was pushed back slightly as she released the spell. She heard the sound of something being hit and slowly opened her eyes. The tree in front of her was gone, and all that remained was an impact where her target once stood. Her eyes widened as she turned to Steven in shock. I did it. She muttered in disbelief. She was so stunned by her success that she didn't notice how close she and Steven were at that moment. Steven backed away slightly. That you did. Congratulations, he said, raising his hands for a high five. Ha ha, I actually did it. Noelle cheered, subconsciously jumping and high-fiving both of Steven's hands. Noelle then realized what she was doing and blushed heavily before clearing her throat. Standing tall with her hands on her hips, she said, I mean, of course I did it. I'm royalty, after all. It's to be expected. She flicked one of her ponytails back. Steven just rolled his eyes and sighed in exasperation. Chapter 17, Strange Magical Mishap. Feeling assertive pride, Noelle puffed out her chest. She now wanted to try it all by herself. Stand back, she proudly declared, spreading her arms wide. What are you doing? Steven asked cautiously, narrowing his eyes. Noelle pointed her wand in front of her. I'm going to do it by myself now. Steven was going to warn her about the dangers of overconfidence but decided to let her fail on her own so she could learn from her mistakes. She grabbed her wrist and shouted, Ha! As a surge of mana rose from her body, the ball of water grew larger, and she started to feel apprehensive as fear took over. This is too much. I won't be able to control it. She turned toward Steven for help and saw him face-palming. Before she could say anything, her magic spell backfired, engulfing her in a torrent of water, lifting her off the ground and sending out blasts that destroyed everything they hit. Hearing the commotion and explosions, the black bulls rushed out to see what was happening. What's going on? Yami asked, watching the scene unfold, smoking a cigarette while Steven rapidly weaved a spell, forming different symbols and rolling them around quickly. She was practicing a spell, got overconfident, and it backfired, Steven explained as a ball of energy formed in his palm. He sent it flying toward the giant water ball, which was now creating massive whirlpools on its surface. Hoary hosts of Hagoth. As the spell struck the water, it transformed into beautiful butterflies, causing Noelle to fall. Catch her, Steven ordered. From his open window, his cloak of levitation flew out, tackling Noelle and wrapping itself around her as she coughed. The cloak then brought her down, dropping her into Steven's arms before elegantly flipping back onto his shoulders, clipping itself in place. Are you alright? Steven asked, raising an eyebrow. Noelle finally stopped coughing and blushed heavily as she realized she was being carried like a princess. She blushed even more upon realizing how close they were. She quickly jumped out of his arms and looked down in shame, thinking, they're going to make fun of me. I'm a noble who can't even use her magic properly. That was amazing. Asta exclaimed in awe. Once you master that spell, you'll be unstoppable. Huh? Noelle gasped, looking up in surprise. But I totally butchered that spell. How is it amazing? She muttered. Magna clicked her tongue. You magic royal failure. If controlling your magic is a problem, you should have said so. Magna then pointed to his black robe confidently. We're the Black Bulls. A whole group of failures and weirdos. Your little control problem's nothing. Asta gave Noelle a big thumbs up. And since Steven's training you, you'll be a master in no time. The rest of the Black Bulls chimed in with their support. Steven then conjured an eldritch magic circle with his finger and tapped Noelle on the forehead, enveloping her in his magic. It's warm. She muttered, realizing it was drying her off. Just don't get overconfident next time, and take it slow, Steven said with a smirk. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Noelle said earnestly. After Noelle's little episode, they found themselves in the dining hall, eating breakfast. So, what does a magic knight really do? Asta asked, his mouth full of food. You moron. It's only the manliest job in the world. We guard stuff. And people. Plus, we do missions for the kingdom. Magna exclaimed proudly. As this exchange went on, Steven was levitating some food into his mouth with eldritch magic while reading his grimoire at the same time. Vanessa leaned on the table, her cheeks flushed as she drank from a bottle. So, what's your deal? Why are you reading at a time like this? She asked with a hazy look. My magic relies on the fact that knowledge is power. The more I study and learn, the stronger I become, Steven explained. I see, so you're the studious type, huh? Scholars are cute too, she said flirtatiously. I never did get everyone's name here. What are they? Asta asked, looking around. Magna began introducing everyone. See the guy staring and getting a nosebleed at that picture? That's Go Shadley. The guy who fought Steven yesterday is Luck Volshia. The drunk exhibitionist over there is Vanessa Inotka. I'm not an exhibitionist. It's a freedom of choice. Vanessa exclaimed drunkenly. That's the difference? Steven asked in confusion. The difference is that I don't get sexual gratification from this, Vanessa said proudly. Huh? Magna muttered before continuing. The big guy with smoke coming out of his mouth is Gray. Gray grabbed his grimoire and transformed into Steven, causing Steven to scoff in amusement. He snapped his fingers, using the image of icon to turn into Gray. Touché, the fake Steven said before transforming back, and Steven followed suit. Charmy then appeared, accompanied by large sheep wearing chef hats, bringing in more food. That's Charmy Papitson. And you've already met Gordon and Fenrir at the exam, Magna said as he finished the introductions. Steven set up a small place for Nero and gave her some food. So, who's the fat little bird? You seem to care for her, Magna asked, intrigued by Steven's actions. Nero took off flying and began pecking at Magna as he tried to escape from her. Get off me, you fat little bird! He shouted. That's Nero, and she doesn't like being called fat. She's pleasantly plump, Steven said teasingly. Nero turned and glared at Steven before flying away from Magna. She's kinda cute, Noelle said with a small smirk, running her finger along Nero's cheek. After they finished breakfast, Magna took Asta, Noelle, and Steven outside. He stood in front of them with his arms crossed and a large grin on his face. As your senior, I'm going to give you newbies your first mission, Magna declared proudly. You're going to the village of Starsea to hunt boars. They all stared at Magna, wondering if they had heard him correctly. That sounds like such a boring mission, Asta complained. I'm with Asta on this does sound boring. And not really a job for all four of us. Steven sighed. Noelle crossed her arms. I'm nobility. Why should I bother with a filthy boar? It doesn't matter what you think. Here, seniority rules. And as your senior, I say we're all going boar hunting. But why? Asta asked, confused. Magna smirked and said, "The captain and I lost a bet the other day while trying to earn some quick bucks. We promised the old man we bet against that we'd do a favor for him, whatever he asked." "That doesn't sound like our problem," Asta protested. "He's right," Noelle shouted in agreement. "Anyway, since this is our first mission, I'm actually pretty psyched," Asta said, marching ahead excitedly. "Can't believe I'm going to a grimy village to get some grimy boar for some grimy old man," Noelle grumbled as she followed Asta. "You got a problem with that?" Magna asked. Noelle blushed slightly and muttered, "I was just wondering if it's okay for me to come along since I can't control my magic." Seeing her expression, Steven patted her head again. "Don't worry about that. I'll keep an eye on you and make sure nothing bad happens. Besides, they say experience is the best teacher. You'll learn to control your magic and spells while gaining confidence as you go on missions. Don't touch royalty so casually," Noelle muttered, blushing as she moved away from Steven's hand. Chapter 18, Strange First Mission, 1. What Steven said. "Your squad members will have your back, so mess up as many times as you need," Magna said, giving Noelle a thumbs up. Magna then looked towards Steven. "Hey, you know spatial magic. Do you think you could teleport us to Starsea village? I'd need a clear picture of the place to teleport there. Since I haven't been, I can't." "Sorry." Steven shrugged. Magna's shoulders slumped. "I should have known. Finral is the same. I guess we'll just have to take our brooms. Except I can't use a broom." "I don't have magic," Asta said, raising his hands. "Neither can I, since I can't control mine," Noelle said, also raising her hand. Magna facepalmed and looked towards Steven. "What about you?" "I don't use a broom. I use my cloak. And it gets jealous when I use something else to fly with." "I guess that's all right," Magna said, shaking his head. "What do you mean it gets jealous?" Noelle asked, giving Steven a weird look, then glancing at his cloak. Is that thing sentient?" The cloak flew off Steven's shoulders, waved at Noelle, and returned to him. "You weren't controlling it?" Noelle asked in surprise. "Nope. Enough about Steven's magical cloak. I'll show you guys something even cooler," Magna said confidently. "I mean no offense, but I seriously doubt that," Steven said with a serious expression. Magna confidently walked toward a shed, opening it extravagantly before pulling out a punk-style broomstick with a Clover design on the front and handle. "Da-da," Magna said, doing jazz hands toward it. "So cool!" Asta exclaimed. Noelle stood with a serious expression, while Steven's cloak flew off his shoulders and slapped Magna roughly across the back. "What the hell was that for?" Magna glared at the floating cloak, which appeared to huff and cross its arms. "It's mad at you for comparing it to something so ugly, obviously," Noelle scoffed. "And honestly, I don't blame it. I'd be offended too if I were compared to that." The cloak flew toward Noelle and nodded in agreement. "Oi! Don't disrespect Crazy Cyclone like that. Seeing as Asta finds her cool, it's just a difference in taste between male and female." "No, it's not. I find it weird," Steven said as the cloak returned to his shoulders. "Then you don't know anything about taste. She's one of a kind. Anyway, those who can't fly, get on her," Magna said, hopping onto his broom. Asta happily climbed on, holding on to Magna's shoulders. "Yay! Ah!" Asta cheered, pointing forward. "Yeah, I'm not getting on that thing. I have an image to uphold," Noelle scoffed. "Ah!" she yelped as she was suddenly picked up. She instinctively grabbed onto the nearest thing, wrapping her arms around Steven's neck. "What are you doing?" Noelle demanded, turning into a blushing mess. "It's either that thing," Steven started. "That thing has a name, you know," Magna declared, "or I carry you." "You choose," Steven continued. Noelle looked between Crazy Cyclone and Steven's face, blushing. She shrank closer into his embrace. This isn't so bad. There's nothing wrong with being carried," she muttered, embarrassed. Steven looked at her in amusement as he began to levitate off the ground. "Alrighty then, let's go," Magna shouted, blasting off, leaving a trail of flames and smoke. Steven flew not far behind, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Noelle had to turn towards Steven's chest to protect her eyes from the strong air. "This is so embarrassing," she thought, a small blush coloring her ears. "I'm royalty. I shouldn't be going through this embarrassment." However, Noelle couldn't help but close her eyes fully, basking in Steven's warmth and scent. He's warm. Just like his magic. And he doesn't smell bad at all. He actually smells really nice. At least for a commoner. Nero, perched on Steven's shoulder, gave Noelle a look before glancing at Steven with narrowed eyes. Steven, seeing her expression, rolled his eyes in exasperation. They soon found themselves at a crossroads, one path leading to the village they were supposed to visit. "What is this?" Magna muttered, his expression growing serious. Stephen floated down, a similar seriousness on his face, and set Noelle down. Though she would never admit it, Noelle was reluctant to let go. "The entire village is covered in mist," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the thick fog obscuring the village ahead. "Asta, cut it down," Stephen ordered. "The mist is magical." Asta nodded, suspicion creeping into his expression. He summoned his grimoire and dashed toward the village entrance. "He's fast," Noelle muttered, impressed by Asta's physical prowess. Asta swung his sword forward, cutting through the mist with rapid strikes until, with a powerful final swing, it dispersed completely. What lay before them was shocking, huge icicles suspended in the sky, all aimed downward at the terrified villagers huddled together in the village center. "Commence execution," a cold voice echoed through the air. Before anyone could react, Magna charged forward, launching multiple fireballs at the icicles, causing them to explode in fiery bursts. Fire magic, explosive scatter shots. As the flames cleared, only Magna remained in the center, sweat dripping from his brow as snowflakes gently fell around him. "It's the Magic Knights. They've come to save us," the villagers cried out in relief. "What the hell is going on here?" Magna shouted, his anger rising. "Grandpa. Your prayers have been answered." A little boy sobbed, drawing their attention. They turned to see the boy crying over an old man lying on the ground, blood pouring from a wound in his stomach. He was unresponsive. Noelle and Asta's eyes widened in horror, while Magna rushed to the old man's side. "Old man," he cried, recognizing him as the one he'd made a bet with alongside Yami. Stephen stepped forward, crouching beside Magna and placing a hand on his shoulder. "Leave him to me. I'll treat the wound." "You know healing magic?" Magna asked, his expression intense. "I've been training," Stephen replied simply. He rolled up his sleeves and, with quick, precise hand movements, conjured an orange sewing needle and thread using his eldritch magic. As Stephen worked, Magna stood up, fury building. He glared at the man responsible for the attack, a white-haired figure with slanted eyes, casually sitting on a wooden box and checking his watch. Behind him, several men in white hoods stood silently, awaiting orders. "Was this you?" Magna demanded, his voice thick with rage. The man ignored him, still focused on his watch. "How dare you throw me off schedule? In 3 seconds, all of you will die." He raised his hand as his grimoire appeared, and a massive glacier of ice materialized before him, launching toward the group. Before Magna could react, Asta surged forward, cutting the glacier into pieces with rapid swings of his sword. A dark line appeared across Asta's face as his eyes glowed red, glaring at the man with fury. "Why would you do something so terrible? Who the hell are you guys?" Asta shouted, his voice filled with anger. The hooded figures behind the man murmured among themselves. "We didn't hear about the Magic Knights being dispatched. Are they on an official mission? How did they break through the mist barrier?" The man with the watch glanced at it once more, his expression calm. "The Black Bulls. Crude heretics who don't fit with the rest of the Magic Knights. 5 minutes. The worthless villagers knew nothing. We'll finish them off quickly. Then hunt what we seek." Chapter 19, Strange First Mission, 2. This village is in the Forsaken Realm, the last of the realms between the Common Realm and the Noble Realm. The Forsaken Realm is where all the commoners and inferior breeds inhabit the land. The only magic they can use is pitiful, everyday use magic. They're like animals, unable to use tools. These dumb beasts could rob me of my time. I was simply trying to clear them away earlier. You have enough magic to join the Magic Knights, don't you? You're only trying to save them because it's your mission. Don't they look like pathetic animals to you, even now? The man with the watch said, looking at them apathetically. Those people are the ones I need to protect. Asta declared, gripping his sword tightly. Very well, then. The man glanced at his watch. Die together with these beasts. At his words, he extended his hands, surrounding the entire area with sharp icicles, while one of the hooded men extended his hands and released a powerful mist, the same one that had been obscuring the village earlier. "Noelle, watch my back, would you?" Stephen said, ignoring everything around him as he focused on the old man's wounds. When Noelle stopped herself and looked at Stephen. She saw him commanding the sewing needle with a finger, carefully stitching the old man's wounds with concentration. A little girl then walked up and grabbed Noelle's hand, tears in her eyes. "Please help us, Magic Knight." Noelle's eyes widened slightly. "They're all depending on me. I can't let them down." Her grimoire responded to her emotions. It glowed brightly as an empty page began to fill with words. She crouched down and touched the ground, and mana began forming a dome around them. "As royalty and a member of the Black Bulls, I won't let you down. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Lair, A dome of water with swirling whirlpools formed protectively over them as icicles rained down. The ground beneath Asta splintered slightly as he cut and deflected the spells back at their enemies with the flat side of his blade. Magna kept rapidly throwing fireballs, creating explosions in the sky. As Steven sewed the last stitch on the old man, he slowly closed his fist. A sizzling sound was heard, and smoke rose from the wound, causing the old man to grunt in pain from the burning sensation. "Grandpa!" His grandson shouted in worry. "That should stop the bleeding," Steven muttered, but he still lost a lot of blood. Noel turned back, saw the burn mark in the shape of stitches on the old man, and then looked towards Steven as he began floating upward. "I'll have to finish this soon," Steven said as tau mandalas formed by his fists. He made a small swiping gesture to the side, and the water dome opened a small door for him to exit. As he floated out, the dome closed itself behind him. "He so casually interfered with my spell. Without even damaging its integrity," Noel thought in surprise. Some of the icicles changed direction midair, aiming towards Steven, but he enlarged his tau mandala to block the attack. It then shrank back to fit his fist once more. Steven began performing rapid hand signs. "Asta, Magna, can I leave the hooded man to you while I deal with the leader? Noel will protect the civilians." "Leave it to us," Magna said with a large grin, forming fireballs in both hands. "It'll be over and done with," Asta said, holding his swords on his shoulders. Steven floated in the middle of them, then thrust his hand to the side. The flames of Faultine. A blue flame enveloped Steven's hand just as a massive icicle glacier erupted from the ground, hurtling toward him. Both Magna and Asta took that as their signal and charged in opposite directions toward their opponents. Steven's cloak wrapped around him, swiftly moving him out of harm's way before unwrapping. With a wave of his hand, Steven sent forth a blaze of blue fire toward his main opponent. The man waved his hand, summoning a wall of icicle spikes that quickly melted under the intense heat of Steven's spell, leaving him scrambling in horror. He made a desperate swiping motion, turning the ground beneath him into ice and sliding out of the way. Steven poured more mana into his spell, intensifying it. As he landed beside his opponent, he made an upward motion, creating a ring of blue fire around them, isolating them from the ongoing battle. His opponent scoffed. "Do you think isolating us was a smart move? Now your friends can't help you. You're stuck in here with me." He spread his arms, summoning more icicles that shot towards Steven. With a casual wave of his hand, Steven's flames melted the ice into water, causing his opponent to click his tongue in frustration. Steven smirked, noticing his opponent step back as he advanced. More ice spells came flying toward him, but Steven effortlessly flicked them away, his flames reducing each one to nothing. Steven was walking slowly inside the ring of fire that surrounded them. His cloak pillowed behind him with every step he took and waves he made with his hand. His black, obsidian eyes turned blue, matching the color of the spell he used. Now face to face with his opponent, Heath Grice, Steven stood tall. Heath, unable to retreat any further, felt the smothering heat radiating from the flames, their power overwhelming him. "Who did you say was stuck in here with whom?" Steven teased. "You're the one stuck in here with me," Heath declared, conjuring an ice sword and thrusting it toward Steven with a grin. But as the sword neared, it simply melted, turning into water that dripped to the ground. Heath looked down in shock and saw Steven's hand raised before him. Each time the sword approached, it disintegrated. Heath looked back at Steven in surprise, who stared at him with an unimpressed expression. "I dislike you. You see magic as nothing more than a tool to wield, a weapon to reap lives and make others suffer. Magic is supposed to improve lives, not make them worse. I will not stand here and be lectured by a child." Heath spat coldly, swinging a fist towards Steven. Steven leaned back, easily dodging the punch. "I wasn't lecturing you. I was telling you why I'm going to burn you now. And it's simply because I don't like you," Steven said with a smile as he grabbed Heath's face. "Ah. It burns. It burns. Ah." Heath screamed in agony as Steven's flame seared into his skin. After a moment, Steven unsummoned his flames and backhanded Heath, rendering him unconscious. A large burn in the shape of Steven's palm was imprinted on Heath's face, now disfigured, with steam and smoke rising from his flesh. Parts of his skin had melted off, leaving a gruesome scar as he lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 20, Strange First Mission, 3, Asta rushed toward the hooded men with a burst of speed. One of the hooded men tried to counter Asta by hurling his mist magic at him. But Asta simply cut right through it with his sword before slashing at the man's body, wounding him greatly and moving on to his next target. Any and all magic thrown at Asta either ended up being reflected back at the attackers with the flat side of his sword or cut down, rendering them ineffective. Meanwhile, Magna was rapidly throwing fireballs that exploded on impact. The hooded men, who also wielded ice magic, sent a volley of icicles toward him. However, they were too much for Magna, who was running low on magic and couldn't keep up. Damn it! Magna inwardly exclaimed, shutting his eyes. But when he didn't feel any pain, he opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a small water dome. He grinned and gave a thumbs up to Noelle. Good work, Miss Royalty. Noelle scoffed, though inwardly, she was cheering. I did it. I really did it. I controlled my magic. Asta, meanwhile, was like a hurricane, taking down everything in his path. Suddenly, they all heard screaming from inside the ring of fire created by Steven. Inside, they saw Steven holding Heath up by the face before dropping him. He unsummoned the fire from his hands and backhanded Heath with a closed fist, knocking him unconscious. With a snap of Steven's fingers, the ring of fire disappeared. I guess we should start rounding everyone up. They all agreed. Noelle then asked, so, can I let go of my spell? Steven nodded, causing Noelle to let out a sigh of relief. However, as she released her spell, all the water she was holding over her head dropped on top of her and the nearby villagers. PHT. Steven covered his mouth, trying to stifle his laughter, seeing Noelle drenched from head to toe with a straight expression as she moved her hair from her face. It's not funny, Noelle said, glaring at Steven. Steven smirked and pinched his fingers together. It's a little funny. I'll take care of binding everyone, Magna said with a grin as his grimoire floated beside him. Fire binding magic, flame bondage formation, he said. However, before his magic could take effect, water sprouted from the back of one of the hooded mages on the ground. Water magic, torrential transport, the mage, huffing from the pain of his wound, was being carried away by a fast stream of water. Shit. Magna cursed. He's getting away. Steven calmly extended his arm, conjuring a whip from his hand. The whip shot out and wrapped itself around the escapee's leg. With a strong yank, he pulled the mage back from his spell. Steven shook his head and clicked his tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. No one said you could leave yet. Damn it. The hooded mage grunted. With a flick of his wrist, Steven shot a small energy bolt from his eldritch magic toward the man's head, slamming it against the floor and knocking him unconscious. Now you can tie them up. Magna smiled widely as his grimoire glowed, and a fireball appeared in his hand. Once Magna finished tying everyone up, the villagers surrounded them, tears in their eyes as they expressed their gratitude. Just then, Nero appeared, flying through the air with a rock in her beak. She landed on Steven's shoulder and showed him the rock before spitting it into his hand. Why the sudden interest in rock collecting? Do you want it for your nest or something? Steven asked teasingly. One of the villagers, noticing the stone in Steven's hand, smiled at him. If you want that rock, you can have it. It was the village chief's protective charm. You're our savior, after all. Steven looked at Nero and saw her nodding her head. Smiling, he turned to the villagers. Then I shall graciously take it. Thank you. Noelle looked at Steven as he smiled kindly at the villagers. Realizing she had been staring too long, she quickly shook her head and walked over to grab Nero from his shoulder. You're just too adorable. Noelle said, holding on to Nero. Nero, with her usual deadpan expression, didn't bother flying away and let Noelle hold her. Yo. Steven, the scumbag is waking up. Magna said as he noticed Heath slowly opening his eyes. Steven crouched down slightly toward Heath and teased, Congratulations, you've gained a face only a mother could love. Magna pointed at Heath with an angered expression. I'm gonna rest up a bit more and recover my magic. When I'm done, I'm handing you in. You're going to pay for what you tried to do to these people. Meanwhile, Heath realized his magic had been sealed. Steven glanced at Magna. Actually, there's no need to wait. I can open a portal back to the base. Oh, that's right. I forgot you could do that. Magna said, happily turning back to Heath, his expression hardening once more. The magic knights are going to make you talk, who you are, what you wanted, everything. Heath looked at them with an apathetic expression and coldly said, No, you won't. Suddenly, a glow appeared in Heath's stomach, causing all of their eyes to widen. They were too stunned to react as Heath coughed up blood. Ice magic, ice burial, a blast of ice engulfed them all before it cracked and shattered into multiple pieces, leaving them horrified. A magic item. He self-destructed, Magna muttered in anger. Asta gritted his teeth. Those idiots. Life. What do you think life is? Damn it. Steven muttered before closing his eyes. Back away, he ordered, stepping in front of them. Asta, have your sword ready, Steven instructed, crossing his arms as a green magic circle began to form on each forearm. What are you going to do? Noelle asked slowly. Just watch. Steven replied, closing his eyes and pinching his fingers together. He held one hand close to his chest and raised the other above him, spinning it counterclockwise. A green magic circle began forming at the same time, adorned with symbols and runes in place of numbers, with a clock hand in the center. Stephen moved his raised hand toward the shattered icicles and thrust the other hand forward, causing a green magic symbol to appear at his fingertips. Reverse, rewind, undo, Stephen muttered, rotating his hands counterclockwise. Time magic, time reversal. Under the magic circle, the shattered ice began to slowly piece itself back together, undoing the damage as the clock hands in the magic circle moved backward. The ice withdrew itself back into Heath's stomach until the glow dimmed and disappeared. Stephen clenched his fist, stopping the clock's movement. Now, Asta, hit him hard in the stomach. As Stephen ended the spell, Asta rushed forward with his sword and slammed its flat side into Heath's stomach. Heath's eyes widened, his cheeks puffed, and he vomited up an ice-like crystal. Without hesitation, Asta plunged his sword into it, shattering it. Meanwhile, Magna and Noelle stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Stephen. Magna began slowly. I mean this in the kindest way possible. Who the hell are you? Chapter 21, Strange Backholly. Stephen looked toward them and held up a peace sign. You called my name, didn't you? That wasn't. You know what, if you don't want to share, I'm not going to force you. You do you, man. But still, you can use time magic? That's unbelievable, Magic said, shaking his head as he glanced at the unconscious Heath, who had vomit at the side of his mouth. Noelle stepped closer to Stephen, her expression serious. Are you related to the Wizard King? Huh? Stephen asked, looking at Noelle in confusion. Why the hell would I be related to the Wizard King? Because only the Wizard King has the power to use time magic, Noelle said, still serious. Stephen rolled his eyes. I can assure you, I'm not related to the Wizard King. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a patient to get to. Shaking his head, Stephen walked toward the injured old man. He looked at the villagers surrounding the old man, their faces filled with worry. He's lost a lot of blood, so make sure he eats plenty of food. It'll help his body produce more blood quickly. In his condition, I'd recommend at least 2 weeks of bed rest. Mr. Magic Knight, are you also a doctor by chance? The old man's grandson asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Stephen smiled and winked. I'm training to be. Do you think I can also be a magic knight like you, even though I'm a peasant? The boy suddenly asked, shutting his eyes as if afraid of Stephen's answer. Stephen ruffled his hair. Without a shadow of a doubt. If you work hard, you can do it. Stephen then winked at the kid. You see, I grew up in Mage village, so I'm also a commoner. The villager's eyes widened in shock, having witnessed his incredible magic skills. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked up at Stephen. After Magna and the others ensured everything in the village was taken care of, Magna called out to Stephen. Yo. We're ready to go. He said, giving a thumbs up. Stephen quickly equipped his sling ring and made one swift circle with his hand, opening a portal back to the base. Magna kicked Heath in the back. Get moving, you punk. Heath grumbled and growled at the treatment as he walked through the portal. Noelle scoffed. You're the one dressed like and actually acting like a punk, you spiky-haired delinquent. Magna just huffed, ignoring her, and followed Heath through the portal. Noelle and Asta followed suit. As Stephen crossed over, he gave the villagers a 2-fingered salute before the portal closed and they were back at the base. It looks like you guys had a blast out there. Talk about a first mission. Yami said, laughing happily. Why is he so happy that we were attacked? Noelle wondered, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. Yes, sir. Both Asta and Magna shouted, banging their fists on their chests. Vanessa, yawning, patted Stephen's back. Good work, you guys. She then rested her arm on Stephen's shoulder. The Magic Investigation Department is really pleased and impressed that you guys were able to prevent them from committing suicide and gave them people to interrogate. Yami happily held up 2 stars. The Wizard King was so impressed with your actions that he gave us 2 golden stars. One for saving the villagers and the other for capturing the ones responsible. Woo! Magna celebrated, pumping his fist in the air. A star? Yes. What's a star? Asta asked, tilting his head in confusion. The 9 magic squads compete to see who can collect the most stars. It's mostly about honor, Vanessa explained. Yami placed both stars on the wall next to the other star on the wall, however all the other stars were all black. Great! Yami exclaimed with his hands on his hips. That makes us a solid -29 stars. Talk about progress, am I right, guys? Oh, and here's your wage for this month, Yami said, handing them a bag of coins. Whoa, IT's money. So much. Asta yelled excitedly, stars in his eyes as he held the coins. This is barely anything. Noelle muttered, counting her pay. Steven tossed his bag into the air, caught it, and set it aside. You don't seem excited or bothered by the money. Why is that? Vanessa asked, curious about Steven's nonchalant attitude. Steven shrugged. Monetary value isn't that enticing when I can make anything I need with my magic. Oh my god, that means you truly don't know the wonders of shopping. We have to fix that ASAP. Vanessa exclaimed, looking at Asta, Noelle, and Steven. Since it's your first payday, I'll do the honors of taking you guys shopping. No need. Steven started, shaking his head and turning to leave. But Vanessa hooked her arm around his neck, putting him in a headlock and pressing his face against her side. Too bad, sweetheart. I wasn't asking. We're going to Castletown. Steven's cheeks reddened slightly as he was pressed against the side of her breast. She smells nice. Steven sighed as he walked next to Vanessa, who was dressed nicely with a witch hat. Beside them were Noelle and Asta. They stood in front of a large town bustling with people and surrounded by buildings, completely different from the view Mage Village had to offer. Whoa! Asta exclaimed, looking around at the lively town. Kika, the place they were currently at, was a castle town located in the upper center of the common realm. Asta was all excited, running around to check out the stands and the different goods they offered. Steven! Look! Yummy looking fruit we've never seen before. Asta said excitedly before moving on to the next shop. Steven, look! Magic items. I'm sure you'll love this. Steven smiled, amused as he watched Asta enjoy himself, though the townsfolk gave them strange and wary looks upon realizing they were members of the Black Bulls. Once we pick up the essentials and everything else we need, I'll take you guys somewhere really fun. Vanessa winked after buying a couple of wine bottles. That doesn't look like anything essential to me, Steven said, rolling his eyes. Vanessa posed, holding her bottles beside her face and pursing her lips. These are essential for me. I can't function without them. I'm honestly starting to get concerned about your alcoholic tendencies, Steven replied, his expression full of worry. I'm not an alcoholic, sweetie, I just like having a good time, Vanessa winked. That sounds exactly like something a raging alcoholic would say. Vanessa chose to ignore the comment and skipped along happily. Once everyone finished buying what they needed, Vanessa led them to an empty alley. Seeing how deserted the alley was, Steven turned to Vanessa. I want a trustworthy adult by my side. What's that supposed to mean? I'm a trustworthy adult. Vanessa exclaimed with a pout. You took us to a back alley and called it a really fun place. Steven replied with a deadpan expression. Asta and Noelle looked between Steven and Vanessa, unsure what to say. Hee, you're funny, Vanessa laughed as she pressed a few tiles on the wall, revealing a hidden passage. What I wanted to show you guys is the black market. Asta and Noelle peeked inside before heading in, followed by Vanessa. However, as Steven was about to enter, Vanessa stuck her arm out, placing it on his chest to stop him. She leaned in close, standing mere centimeters from his face, giving him a sultry look. And if I really wanted to take you somewhere fun, she whispered sensually, her hand moving towards his face, it wouldn't be a back alley, it would be straight to the bedroom with you, she said, running her fingers along his jawline. Vanessa winked at him before twirling around, whipping her hair back as she walked ahead, her hips swaying enticingly with every step. Steven stood by the entrance, his eyes wide as he covered his mouth with the back of his hand, his face slowly turning red. Chapter 22, Strange Encounter in the Black Market. Vanessa took a peek back at Steven and saw him becoming a blushing mess. So cute, she thought to herself before skipping happily ahead. Steven was pulled forward by his cloak and slapped across the face with its collar. Sorry. I'll get my act together, but how can she be so shameless? Steven muttered as he walked ahead, causing the stone door to reconfigure itself back into a stone wall. As he joined up with Vanessa and the others, she continued explaining, as I was saying, this is the black market. It's a teensy bit dangerous, but they have really effective things here. As they walked past some of the shops, some of the vendors called out to Vanessa by name, greeting her and offering their goods. Well, you sure are well known around here. Steven remarked, noticing Vanessa's popularity. I'm kind of a regular here, so people know me, Vanessa smiled, then looked towards Noelle's surprised expression. Surprised? Royals and nobles won't come near a place like this due to their prejudice. You can't control your magic very well, right? You can only conjure magic that stays in one place. Yeah, what about it? Noelle asked a bit nervously. Well, there should be magic items here that can repress your power. They should be able to help you if you're interested, Vanessa said, pointing to some shops selling different types of magic items. Steven was looking around as well, trying to see if anything caught his attention, but nothing so far. Asta then noticed a rowdy section of the black market. And what's that place? Ah, that's the casino, but I would advise against going there since you are all still too young. Amateurs who go there always end up in ruins, Vanessa said, shaking her head. Asta narrowed his eyes toward the casino and saw a familiar face. Is that Magna? I honestly can't say I'm surprised. Steven said with an awkward smile. While Vanessa was showing Noelle a magic item to try, a guy appeared before them, leaning against the wall. This isn't the place for lovely ladies such as yourselves, he said, trying to appear charming. Vanish, insect, Noelle said without an ounce of hesitation. When Asta and Steven came back from observing Magna, Asta and the guy pointed at each other. It's you. Har. It's Sek. Meanwhile, Steven chose to ignore him completely. Who's he? Noelle asked, noticing the interaction between Sek and Asta. That was Asta's opponent during the exams, Steven said, looking at the items Vanessa was showing Noelle. Thief. An old lady shouted, drawing all of their attention. My winnings stopped. The old lady exclaimed, extending her arms toward a thief who conjured a cloud of wind underneath his feet and blasted away. Har. Leave it to me. Sek exclaimed as he conjured a bike with his bronze magic. He looked at Noelle and Vanessa and winked at them. I'll handle this, young ladies. Just wait for me. Lame. Vanessa exclaimed. What a creep. Noelle said, sounding a bit offended. Sek then blasted ahead, trying to catch the thief. Asta, be ready. Steven said, passing his arm by his waist. A sling ring appeared on his fingers. Asta took out his sword. Always. Steven conjured a portal in front of the thief and opened another behind him. As the thief appeared, Asta slashed away the thief's magic and hit him with the flat side of his blade. The thief went flying, smashing against the stone wall and knocking himself unconscious, dropping the bag of money. Asta picked it up while Steven made a flicking motion with his hand, sending a whip forth that tied itself around the thief. Granny, you won all this just from gambling. You're super amazing. Asta exclaimed, handing her the bag. Just make sure you don't let anyone else take it away. Ho, ho, ho. Thank you, Magic Knights. The granny said with a smile. Steven looked at the granny slightly as the others waved goodbye to her. Steven, you coming? Noelle asked. You guys go ahead. I'll make sure this granny gets out of here without any more accidents. Alright, but be sure to catch up quickly, Vanessa said. As Asta and the others let the granny go, she looked towards Steven and smiled. How did you find out? Illusions don't really work on me. I'm more perceptive than others, Steven shrugged. Foo-fa-foo, so I was right. You're pretty interesting, aren't you? I take it you stayed behind because you had a question you wanted to ask me? The granny asked with a smile. Steven nodded his head. How do I get my doctrine? Eh? The granny was taken aback by the question. That's seriously what you want to know? Steven nodded with a serious expression. Nero then flew back from Noelle's possession, landing on Steven's shoulder and looking at him in confusion. Your question doesn't revolve around magic or how to become the next Wizard King? Well, for starters, I don't really care about the position of Wizard King. Although discussing the concept of magic sounds like something I would really enjoy doing with you, I'm more curious about how I can become a doctor in this kingdom. It's never really been made clear to me. Hearing the seriousness in Steven's tone, the granny placed a hand on her chin. Do you have the necessary knowledge and skills to become a doctor? She asked curiously. Isn't that what the test is for? To see if I have the necessary knowledge and skills? Steven responded. I'm mostly curious about where I can take such a test. The granny nodded. You do have a point. From the intel I gathered, he was able to heal that old man in the village when he was on the verge of death, so possessing the necessary skills and abilities isn't far-fetched. She thought to herself. If you don't mind me asking, can you perhaps tell me why you want to become a doctor? She inquired. I can't tell her, it's mostly for the title. Steven mused, amused by the thought. He paused, closing his eyes and thinking deeply. He knew there was another reason, one beyond just the title. You see, I love magic. I believe magic is one of the most beautiful things I've ever witnessed. I think it's beautiful because it helps people, it makes their lives easier. So, I believe if I become a doctor, I can combine the two. I'll be able to save even more people than I could by simply being a magic knight. I see. The granny muttered with a smile. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a token, handing it to Steven. Here. Came to the capital in 2 days, and I'll endorse you in your journey to becoming a doctor, if you're serious about it. Just give me 2 days to get everything sorted, she said warmly. Steven accepted the token and bowed. Thank you for the opportunity and your faith. Ho ho ho, I just can't help but support such a bright young wizard in his journey. Sorcerer, Steven corrected. I'm a sorcerer, not a wizard. What's the difference? It sounds better. Oh. The granny laughed in amusement. Then I can't help but support such a bright young sorcerer. After everything was settled, Stephen bowed once more and floated upwards before shooting off to rejoin the others. The illusions around the granny began to fade, revealing a grown man with blonde hair and a star on his forehead. He smiled as he watched Stephen fly off. This kingdom is filled with amazing youths. As Stephen caught up to Vanessa and the others, Nero pecked his cheek gently, looking at him with curiosity. Ah, you're curious about who that was? Stephen smirked. That, my little feathered friend, was the Wizard King. Nero's eyes nearly bulged out of her bird face, staring at Stephen in disbelief. Chapter 23, Strange Accident in the Library. Stephen casually caught up with the others, his cape widening to slow his descent before walking alongside them. So, did you make sure that Granny made it out okay? Vanessa asked teasingly. Stephen smiled. Yup, I escorted her out properly. Vanessa nodded, while she and Noelle made a few more purchases. When they were finished, Vanessa turned to find Stephen leaning against a wall, reading with a serious expression. She pouted, her shoulders slumping. Is shopping with us such a bore that you'd rather read? Stephen looked up, slightly apologetic. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. He smiled charmingly. Actually, I'm thankful you dragged me along. Vanessa blinked. Eh? Really? Stephen closed his grimoire with a nod. Yes, it gave me an opportunity I wouldn't have had if I stayed behind, so thank you. Vanessa smirked, dipping down a little. You're very welcome. Noelle, with a straight face, chimed in, can you just open a portal so we can get back to the base? Stephen glanced around. Did everyone get everything they needed? Asta threw a thumbs up. I'm all set. Vanessa and Noelle showed him their bags, nodding in agreement. Stephen conjured a portal with his sling ring, leading them back to the Black Bull base. As the portal closed behind them, Stephen walked ahead. I won't be available for the rest of the day. Huh? Noelle asked. Why? Vanessa added curiously. I've got something important to study, Stephen replied as he opened another portal to his room. Before they could ask anything else, the portal shut behind him, leaving them both confused. Inside his room, Stephen flopped onto his bed, Nero perched on his shoulder. Now then, he muttered, sitting cross-legged as his grimoire floated up from his lap. Turning to Nero, he asked, Are you ready? Nero nodded, focusing on the grimoire. A brief flash of light emanated from it as they both closed their eyes. Stephen found himself back in the library with Seeker by his side. He glanced at her, a smile tugging at his lips. Want to know something funny? Seeker tilted her head curiously, urging him to continue. Even though I have a doctor's exam in 2 days, I don't have a single healing spell in my arsenal. Seeker stared at him incredulously. Are you serious right now? What about that spell you used on the old man to stop his bleeding? Stephen rubbed the back of his head with a chuckle. Yeah, that wasn't a healing spell. It was just something I improvised. And you're seriously going to take that test in 2 days? Seeker's worry was apparent. You're going to epically fail. And with the Wizard King endorsing you, disappointing him would look terrible. Stephen, however, looked at her proudly. Seeker, I'm about to show you the human superpower of procrastination. As Seeker looked at Stephen, she felt her eye twitch with growing exasperation. Please tell me you're joking. Stephen shook his head, completely serious. Nope, I'm for real. Leaving everything until the last minute is a calculated method to efficiently pressure myself into learning quickly. It's called being strategic. Really? I thought it was called being an idiot. Could have fooled me, Seeker replied, her expression flat. You'll see. Stephen smirked proudly before turning to the bookshelves. Bring me all the best books on medical knowledge and healing magic. Books came flying from around the corner, surrounding both of them in a cloud of fluttering pages. As Stephen eyed the collection, one item stood out. It wasn't a book but an ancient scroll. Narrowing his eyes, he called it toward him, catching it in his hands. He unrolled the scroll, reading the title aloud, The Scroll of Milsolemn. Stephen nodded in understanding before turning to Seeker with his signature grin. You're about to witness the power of procrastination at its peak. Ready? Seeker rolled her eyes and waved her hand, urging him to go ahead. Around Stephen's arm, green magical circles began to glow, and after performing a series of rapid hand signs, he muttered, Accelerare and Festina Progredi. Time magic, fast forward. In an instant, Stephen became a blur, skimming through the books at an impossibly fast rate. Seeker stood there, mouth agape, as the books lined up one after the other, flying into Stephen's hands. He breezed through each one at lightning speed, barely touching them before moving on to the next. When his fingers finally landed on the scroll of Milsolemn, a massive explosion of energy erupted. Stephen was violently thrown backward, crashing into a bookshelf, causing it to shatter and sending a rain of books cascading down on him. Seeker gasped, covering her mouth in shock. All she could see was the twitching edge of Stephen's cape and one hand poking out of the pile of fallen books. "Stephen!" she exclaimed, rushing over. She frantically moved the books aside, unburying him, only to find Stephen groaning in pain, hunched on all fours, clutching his back. As he struggled to stand, Seeker saw his lips trembling, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Are you crying?" Seeker asked with worry, utterly confused by the sight. Stephen's voice strained as he tried to deny it. "No," he whimpered, before breaking down completely. "Yes. It hurts so much." Seeker sighed, gently rubbing Stephen's back to soothe him as he cried. There, she said softly. Stephen sniffled, slowly pulling himself up while leaning against the damaged bookshelf. "I was going too fast," he admitted, limping as Seeker guided him forward like an old man. "I messed up the spell," he explained with a wince. "The healing energy clashed with the temporal energy, causing the explosion that sent me flying. Turns out, reading at super speed is fine, but trying to cast magic at that speed? Not so much. It should have been obvious. Especially for spells that require hand signs and incantations." He groaned as Seeker helped him sit in a chair. Seeker sighed, hand on her hip, watching him groan in pain. "Honestly, Stephen, what am I going to do with you?" "A hug would be fantastic right about now," Stephen said, extending his arms with a hopeful smile. Seeker rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a small laugh. She obliged, giving him a quick hug and patting his back. "All this feels nice," Stephen muttered, grinning. "We should do this more often." Seeker smiled, moving away after a moment. "That's enough. I hope it helped." Stephen threw her a thumbs up, still groaning slightly as he shifted into a cross-legged position. "All right. I'm going to try one of the healing spells I saw on that scroll. Let's see." It went something like this. He closed his eyes, making devil horns with both hands, and began positioning them methodically. He took a deep breath, bringing his hands back into a meditative pose, and slowly exhaled, releasing a beautiful, light green energy from his body. As he floated gently upward, Stephen muttered, "Healing magic, Gorgirl self-healing spell." The green aura swirled majestically around him, illuminating the room with a soft, ethereal glow. Even Seeker was mesmerized by the beauty of the magic. Stephen's back straightened as the pain melted away, his body fully healed. With a deep breath, he floated back down into the chair, the energy gradually fading into the air. Opening his eyes, Stephen flashed a smug grin at Seeker. "And that's what I call the power of procrastination." Chapter 24, Strange Training Method. Seeker was quietly engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing up at Stephen as he diligently practiced his healing spells. He had been at it for 24 hours straight, but now, much to their mutual regret, it was time to leave the library. When they returned to their real bodies, both slowly opened their eyes. Stephen sighed, closing his grimoire and stowing it back into the mirror dimension. He began reviewing the vast amount of medical knowledge he had studied, covering everything from acupuncture and the mind-body-spirit connection to self-healing and the energy flowing through one's meridians. He also recalled the surgical techniques and Western medical practices he'd absorbed. Stephen then cast his image of icon spell, conjuring detailed illusions of the human body. The realism of the illusions disturbed Nero, who watched cautiously. Standing up, Stephen snapped his fingers. A large eldritch magic circle appeared on the floor, altering the room's reality and trapping him in a self-made illusion. With another snap, his attire changed, his cloak transformed into a white doctor's coat, and glasses appeared on his face. Nero, now wearing a small pink nurse's hat and shirt, looked unamused by the transformation. Her deadpan expression almost made Stephen laugh, but he could see the curiosity in her eyes. "I'm crafting different medical scenarios using illusions to test my knowledge and see how I would solve them," Stephen explained. Nero tilted her head, and Stephen, understanding her unspoken question, continued. "You're wondering how I can properly test myself if I'm controlling the illusions, right? How would I know if I'm doing something wrong or right when I could just assume everything I do is correct?" Nero nodded. "Well, I didn't just craft this illusion based on my thoughts. I used all the knowledge I've acquired as the foundation. It works purely on facts, not on my personal assumptions. This way, I can differentiate between what I know and what I truly understand. Knowing something is one thing, but understanding it is what really matters. Does that make sense?" Stephen tilted his head slightly. Nero swayed a little in response, and Stephen chuckled. "A little bit, right?" He turned his attention to the medical bed, where the body of a motionless man lay. "First, we need to identify the problem," he said, crossing his hands to form diagonal L's with his index and middle fingers, symbolizing the closed eyes of Agamotto. He spread his arms, forming the symbol of an open eye, and a soft wave of arcane energy passed through the man's body like a scanner. Stephen frowned, placing a hand on his hip as he processed the information. Nero tilted her head in confusion, curious about what he found. The eye is telling me that this is an illusion, Stephen said, brows furrowed. Nero shot him a look that said, really? Stephen picked up the amulet on his chest and held it like a microphone. Yeah, no kidding, it's an illusion, I created it, he exclaimed, half talking to the amulet. With a sigh, Stephen repeated the spell, this time with less intensity. Despite the illusion, he managed to see inside the man's body and discern the problem. A magic circle appeared over Stephen's palm as he put his hands on his body before lifting his hand higher, revealing images of the man's skeleton, organs, veins, nerves, and muscle fibers, breaking down the body layer by layer using his power over illusions. Focusing on the skeleton, Stephen made a gesture for it to stay in place while swiping the rest of the layers away. It looks like this man suffered a spinal cord injury near his neck, Stephen said, zooming in on the damaged area. This type of injury would either be fatal or leave someone paralyzed from the neck down. Stephen placed his hands on the man's chest. Fortunately for him, it's something I can treat, he said, closing his eyes. Nero watched intently as the shattered bone fragments glowed with an orange hue, slowly moving back into place, reassembling the fractured neck bone. Though the bone was now whole, cracks still remained. Stephen muttered softly, while forming an upside-down devil horn over his chest. Healing magic, Terranati healing spell. A beautiful green hue enveloped Stephen's hand as it rested on the man's chest. The light then spread from his hand to the man's entire body, the energy dancing in a majestic display. Nero watched as the cracks in the man's bones began to seal and close before her eyes. Once the healing was complete, the man's eyes snapped open, and he sat up abruptly. Without a word, he stood and walked away. Stephen removed his glasses, staring dramatically into the distance with a smoldering look. And that is an operation complete. Nero blinked, unsure of what to say. Although Stephen's magic always impressed her, his overly dramatic behavior never failed to make her sigh. With a clap of his hands, Stephen commanded, "Next patient." Instantly, a woman in a patient's gown appeared, lying down on the bed. Nero gave him a slight look, prompting Stephen to shift his tone, becoming more serious. "I know it might seem like I'm playing around, but I take this very seriously. I'd appreciate it if you weren't so judgmental of the female patients I conjure. As a doctor, I will always remain professional. There's no such thing as male or female, only a doctor and their patient." Hearing the weight in his voice and seeing the intensity in his expression, Nero chirped a small apology, bowing her head sincerely. Stephen smiled warmly and rubbed her cheek with his fingers. Apology accepted. "Now, let's see what we've got here. Let's find out what her deal is." Repeating the same motion as before, Stephen conjured the image of the woman's uterus. An abnormal amount of cramping and bleeding. Could be a hormone imbalance. But let's not rule out other causes. Uterine cancer is also a possibility. The rest of the day flew by as Stephen immersed himself in testing his expertise through countless medical scenarios, pushing his knowledge and honing his skills. With every patient conjured, his proficiency in healing spells grew, until finally, he reached a new level of mastery. Now, he could perform his spell with just a simple hand sign. As his proficiency increased, Stephen heard a knock on the door. Confused, he opened it to find Charmy standing there with several plates of food. "It's dinner time. I figured since you're busy training, I'd bring you food to replenish your magic. It'll boost your productivity with a full stomach. I even brought some for Nero," Charmy said with a bright smile. Stephen, touched by the gesture, made the plates float beside him and took Charmy's hands. "You are the best damn member of the squad, Charmy. If you ever need my help with anything, don't hesitate to ask." Charmy giggled, waving him off. "Oh, shucks, all I'm doing is giving you food. You don't understand how much that really matters." "Oh, stop with the sweet talk. Now go on, enjoy your meal," Charmy said, shaking her head in amusement as she skipped away, her large chef sheep following behind her. Stephen chuckled, finding Charmy amusing, and happily sat down to enjoy dinner with Nero, savoring their well-deserved break together. Chapter 25, Strange Cloven Capital. 2 days later. Stephen was eating breakfast with the entire squad, getting to know them better and spending more time with them. "Hey Finral, have you been to the capital?" Stephen asked. "I have, why?" Finral replied. "I need to get there today, and I haven't been before, so I was kinda hoping you could open a portal for me." Finral winked, throwing up a thumbs up. "I got you, don't worry. Why would you need to go to the royal capital? What could a commoner possibly need there?" Noelle asked, looking at Stephen in confusion. Stephen ignored Noelle's favorite word and said, "If you must know, Miss Noble, I have an appointment with the Wizard King." "What?" the majority of them shouted, with Asta being the loudest. "When did you meet the Wizard King, and why didn't you tell me?" Asta yelled in disbelief. Vanessa, who was slouched over the table drinking from a bottle of wine, tilted her head slightly, and not just to take a drink. You've been in your little room for the past day doing who knows what. I'm with Asta on this. When did you meet the Wizard King? Do you guys remember the old lady in the black market? Steven asked. Yeah? Vanessa replied, wondering what that had to do with anything. Steven just made an expression that said, well, there you go. Shut up. Noelle exclaimed in shock, standing up and slamming the table. That was the Wizard King? Asta shouted, the Wizard King is an old granny. PFFT, no Asta, the old lady was just a disguise, Vanessa laughed. Now that would explain why you stayed behind. You were talking with the Wizard King. Gordon, who was next to Vanessa, mumbled something incoherently. Steven turned toward Gordon and smiled slightly. I asked him how I can become a doctor, and he gave me this, Steven said, pulling out a token and showing everyone, and told me to meet him in 2 days. Which is today. Vanessa took the token and began examining it, while Noelle looked at Steven oddly. You seriously want to become a doctor? Yeah? Steven said slowly, giving Noelle a wary look, wondering what else she might say. Good luck, Noelle hummed, nodding sincerely toward him. Steven looked at her strangely with a suspicious gaze. Noticing his look, Noelle glared at him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Who are you, and what have you done to Noelle, you imposter? Steven asked, still looking at her suspiciously. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I thought you'd say something more like this. Steven snapped his fingers, using his illusion spell to make himself look like Noelle. You? A commoner? Become a doctor? Get real, a commoner like you could never hope to become a doctor, fake Noelle said sassily. That sounds exactly like Noelle. Asta exclaimed. Well, I don't sound like that. And I would never say something so mean. Noelle said, offended. Vanessa laughed as she handed the token back to Steven. That's authentic all right. That token is something only the Wizard King can make. Eh? So you really are trying to become a doctor? Magna asked, throwing up 2 thumbs. Good luck, man. If you succeed, the Black Bulls will finally have a healer on our team. Thank you, Steven nodded in appreciation. After he finished eating, Finral looked toward him. You ready? Steven snapped his fingers, and a wave of arcane energy flashed through his body, changing what he was wearing. He now donned a 3-piece suit with black gloves, emblazoned with the Black Bull's insignia. His hair was combed back, and a red cloth was tucked into his breast pocket. Steven fixed his tie as Nero flew to his shoulder. Now I am. Vanessa began catcalling him, putting her fingers to her mouth and whistling. Whoa. Looking good, Mr. Steven. Slightly embarrassed, Steven stepped through the portal that Finral opened, and they both disappeared as the portal closed behind them. Once they were gone, Magna jumped onto the table and exclaimed, now that Steven's gone, let's set up a celebratory party for when he returns as a doctor. He thrust his hands in the air and shouted, now WHO's with me? Yee! Let's throw a Black Bulls-style party. They all cheered enthusiastically. As Steven and Finral stepped through the portal, they arrived in an alleyway before heading out to the main road. You know, you didn't have to follow me. I can just make a portal back, Steven said, raising an eyebrow. I know. Finral replied. I am here for a different reason. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared next to a woman walking alone. Hello, beautiful. Only a city like the capital can hold such a divine woman as yourself. Steven smirked, shaking his head before making his way toward the large castle in the distance. He admired the capital's scenery, his hands in his pockets. Some gave him curious looks due to his attire, while others assumed he was a foreign noble exploring the Clover Kingdom's capital. When Steven reached the castle, he presented the token to the guards at the entrance. They inspected it, looked him up and down, and returned the token. I'll guide you to the Wizard King's office, one of the guards said, while the other remained behind to keep watch. As the guard guided Steven, he noticed that the castle appeared even larger up close, with a beautiful design and the image of a clover on the gateway. Inside, the castle was just as impressive, with many rooms and winding corridors. The decor featured a gray color scheme with red accents. After climbing several flights of stairs, they reached a door. The guard knocked, saying, Mr. Wizard King, sir, you have a visitor. He has a token. A tired voice responded, come on in. The guard motioned for Steven to enter before leaving. Inside, Steven found the Wizard King surrounded by towering stacks of papers. A man with a blue bowl cut stood nearby, holding more papers, placing them on the desk. The Wizard King looked relieved to see Steven. He stood up, walking over to place a hand on Steven's shoulder. Steven, you have no idea how glad I am to see you. Steven chuckled, glancing at the papers. I have a faint idea. The Wizard King cleared his throat and stepped back slightly. I guess we didn't properly introduce ourselves last time. My name is Julius Novachrono, and I'm the Wizard King of Clover Kingdom. Stephen bowed respectfully. I am Stephen, a member of the Black Bulls. It's a pleasure to formally meet the Wizard King. The man with the bowl cut raised an eyebrow at Stephen. Are you sure you're a member of the Black Bulls? You're way too polite. Julius gestured toward him. Stephen, this is my assistant, Marx Francois. Marx, this is Stephen, the one I told you about. Stephen nodded. Pleasure. Marx nodded back. Likewise. Julius grinned mischievously. Now, let's get out of here. And where do you think you're going? Marx asked, crossing his arms and raising a brow. I'm taking Stephen to meet Owen, Julius replied. I can handle that. You have work to do, which, need I remind you, only piled up because of your constant sneaking out. You need to deal with the mess you created. Julius smirked, looking proud. No can do, Marx. I told Stephen I would personally endorse him. It would look bad if I didn't keep my word and follow through until he becomes a doctor. Marx opened his mouth to argue, but Julius continued, Come on, Marx, I've been working hard these past 2 days. Don't you think I deserve a little break? Stephen chimed in with a smile. Too much work can lead to stress, which can cause multiple health complications. It wouldn't be good for the Wizard King to fall ill due to overwork. Julius shot Stephen a grateful look, mouthing, Thank you. Stephen winked in return. Julius clapped his hands together. See, he's practically a doctor already, so you can trust his diagnosis. Marx sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine. But only until his testing is complete. Once that's done, you're to return here and finish your work without complaint. Yes. Julius exclaimed, pumping his fist in victory. He then smiled at Stephen. Come on, let's go meet Owen. He's one of my personal healers and the one who will be overseeing your tests. Chapter 26, Strange Medical Test, 1. Stephen, Julius, and Marx walked out of the castle and past the guards. As they strolled through the capital, some civilians noticed the Wizard King and began pointing in their direction. Many waved happily and called out Julius's name with large smiles, while he waved back warmly. He seems to be well liked, Stephen muttered, observing the interactions. Marx nodded. Though he may not look it, Julius is a very popular Wizard King. They adore him, and he feels the same about them. It's one of the main reasons he was chosen to be the Wizard King. Come on, Marx, what's that supposed to mean? Julius asked, pouting slightly. You know exactly what it means, sir, Marx replied with a straight face. Soon, they arrived in front of a tall building decorated with crosses. This is where your main test will take place, Julius said, turning to Stephen. But first, I want you to meet someone. They entered the building and walked into an empty room where a man with gray hair and glasses sat by a table with a tea set. Upon seeing Julius, the man immediately stood and bowed. Wizard King Julius. Come on, Owen, we're friends, aren't we? Anyway, remember what we discussed the other day? Ah, I see. So this is the kid you wanted to endorse. Owen extended his hand toward Stephen. The name's Owen. Stephen nodded and shook his hand. Stephen. Follow me, Owen said, leading them through the tower. This test will be monitored by me, the Wizard King himself, and another honored guest who became interested when the Wizard King mentioned you. Stephen looked at Julius, concerned. Is it appropriate for you to oversee this? Since you recommended me, won't it seem biased? Julius smiled, but Owen answered. That's nothing for you to worry about. Everyone in this kingdom knows Wizard King Julius is a fair and honest man. He will judge you without bias. If you say so. Your test will be in 2 parts, Owen explained. The first is written, testing your theoretical knowledge. The second is more hands-on, but you only get to do it if you pass the first part. They stopped by a door, and Owen knocked. A woman's voice came from the other side. Come in. Inside, Stephen saw an older woman with long silver wavy hair and ample assets, sitting at a desk surrounded by stacks of books. Stephen, this is Aurelia Silva, a noble from the Silva household and an expert in silver thread healing magic. Miss Silva, this is Stephen, the one the Wizard King endorses, Owen introduced. After exchanging pleasantries, Aurelia examined Stephen critically. So you're the one the Wizard King endorsed, huh? Interesting, she said, lifting a stack of books and pulling out a booklet. Sit in front, she instructed, motioning to a chair across from her. Stephen sat down as she slid the booklet, a feather, and ink toward him. These questions and scenarios will test your knowledge and understanding. People seem to think that just because they have healing magic, they can skip the fundamentals. I hope that's not the case with you. No, ma'am, Stephen replied confidently, opening the booklet. As he scanned the questions, he paused. Excuse me, But some of these questions don't make sense, and a few scenarios are illogical. Oh? Care to show me which ones? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Because from what I saw, you just flipped through the pages. Photographic memory, Stephen said, flipping to one of the questions. He pointed at it and read aloud, if a patient experiences severe dehydration, why wouldn't healing magic that restores bodily fluids simply replenish them instantly? Wouldn't it be wiser to first assess the cause of the dehydration before applying magic? Aurelia tilted her head, intrigued. Why do you find that questionable? Because it overlooks the underlying issues. Healing magic can address symptoms, but without treating the root cause, like blood loss or illness, the problem won't be resolved. Aurelia smiled, impressed. Good, there were questions laid in that booklet there to confuse people and to truly test their knowledge. If they would have failed to catch it, it would have meant you weren't worthy. Let's move on to rapid-fire scenarios then. Ready? Absolutely, Stephen replied, his focus sharpening. First scenario, a patient has a deep cut on their arm and is bleeding profusely. What do? Apply direct pressure to stop the bleeding first, assess the wound, and then use healing magic to promote clotting if necessary. Next, the same patient shows signs of shock. What's your immediate response? I'd stabilize their blood pressure and heart rate by administering fluids, either through magic or regular means, before addressing the wound further. Third scenario, a child presents with a high fever and rash. What's your approach? I'd check for symptoms of infection or illness, ensure the child is hydrated, and use healing magic to reduce the fever while monitoring for any serious underlying conditions. Last one, an elderly patient complains of severe joint pain. How do you handle it? I'd evaluate their medical history for conditions like arthritis, then consider a combination of healing magic for pain relief and recommend physical therapy or exercises to improve mobility. Aurelia nodded, impressed with his responses. Now, a complex one, a patient comes to you with a rapidly deteriorating condition. Their mana circuits are in complete disarray, collapsing, malfunctioning, and leaking raw magical energy into their body, causing organ damage. Their physical body is also suffering from severe necrosis, as if their cells are decaying, but no known disease or magic can explain it. Standard healing spells only make it worse, as they seem to accelerate the destruction of the mana circuits. How do you even begin to treat them? Stephen didn't flinch. He took a breath, his mind already working through the scenario. First, I'd immediately isolate the patient from any external magic sources. If their mana circuits are collapsing and leaking raw energy, we need to stop any outside interference that might exacerbate the situation. Aurelia nodded, intrigued. Go on. Next, I'd stabilize their physical body. I'd begin with aggressive non-magical treatment, antibiotics or natural remedies to slow down the necrosis, paired with physical intervention like surgery if needed, to remove the decaying tissue and prevent it from spreading. But what about the mana circuits? Aurelia asked, her eyes narrowing. They're at the core of the problem. Stephen continued without hesitation. I'd take an unorthodox approach. Since healing magic worsens the situation, I'd attempt to deactivate or sever the patient's mana circuits temporarily, essentially rendering them unable to process magic at all. This would prevent further leakage of raw magical energy into their body. Aurelia raised an eyebrow. Severing a patient's mana circuits could render them permanently unable to use magic. Stephen nodded. It's risky, but the alternative is death. Once their body has stabilized and the necrosis is under control, I'd focus on gradually reconstructing their mana circuits, possibly by introducing small doses of natural mana from the environment, allowing the body to adapt without overloading the circuits again. And what if that fails? Aurelia asked, testing him further. If natural mana doesn't work, I'd consider using artificial mana control devices, magical prosthetics that could act as temporary conduits for the patient's mana until their own circuits can be rebuilt. It would buy us time to find a permanent solution. But everything would depend on constant monitoring and adjusting the treatment to the patient's response. Aurelia leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. You know, that's a scenario I hadn't even solved. It's one I've been stuck on for ages, and you just came up with a viable solution and treatment plan for it. You're knowledgeable. It's too advanced for someone your age. Who are you truly? The name's Stephen, a member of the Black Bulls, a citizen of the Clover Kingdom, and a commoner from Mage Village, Stephen answered with a smirk. Aurelia smiled and shook her head. That doesn't answer the question. But I guess I'll take it. I have two last questions before ending the test. Stephen nodded, ready for whatever scientific question she had next. First question, how's Noelle? Is she alright? I know she's a member of your squad, so I hope she's doing well. And last question, how would you like to be engaged to my daughter? Let me tell you, my Mimosa is a very kind and beautiful lady, she asked, looking intently at Stephen. Huh? Chapter 27, Strange Medical Test, 2, excuse me? Stephen was completely taken aback by the sudden question. His eyes widened slightly, unsure how to respond to such an unexpected proposal. Aurelia's smile deepened as she leaned forward, resting her chin on the back of her hand, her gaze fixed on Stephen. So? Stephen fumbled for words, clearly rattled. Noelle is doing fine, I suppose? She's a hard worker, always pushing herself to get stronger. He gave a hesitant nod, still unsure of where this conversation was headed. Aurelia nodded with a knowing look. As I expected. That little girl can be too hard on herself sometimes. It's nice to hear she's doing well. Yeah. Stephen responded awkwardly, feeling the weight of the silence between them. He glanced towards the Wizard King and the others, silently pleading for help, but they only gave him an encouraging thumbs up in return. Before he could figure out what to say next, Aurelia's smile turned mischievous, her eyes glinting with a playful edge. Now, about my daughter, she began. There's no doubt in my mind she'll become an exceptional healing mage, and I believe you two would get along splendidly. Stephen blinked, taken aback by the bold statement. Aren't I a commoner? Why are you offering your daughter's hand in marriage? To me? His confusion was clear as he tilted his head. Aurelia waved away his concern, dismissing it as if it were a trivial matter. Don't worry about such little details. Once you pass this exam, you'll be granted a noble title. Besides, you're both talented, exceptionally strong and smart. And although you may try to hide it, we can sense the vast amount of mana within you. You have far more than any commoner should, even more than most nobles. That's why I want to secure this opportunity for my daughter while I can. Stephen felt his face flush slightly but quickly composed himself, bowing politely. I am deeply flattered by your proposal and the confidence you place in me. But I must decline. First, I don't even know your daughter, and second, she doesn't know anything about this arrangement. It would be unfair to her if such an important decision were made without her knowledge or input. This is a decision she deserves to have a say in. Stephen carefully chose his words, wanting to remain respectful despite his refusal. However, it had the opposite effect of what he intended. Aurelia's eyes sparkled as she clasped his hands tightly in her own, stars practically twinkling in her gaze. You're already thinking about what's best for my daughter and respecting her wishes. I couldn't ask for a better son-in-law. Please, reconsider. Stephen turned desperately to the Wizard King, his eyes pleading for rescue. Help me, please. His expression screamed. But the Wizard King casually put his hands behind his back, whistling while looking away, as if he hadn't noticed the tension. You traitor. Stephen inwardly fumed. I helped you out, didn't I? Just when Stephen thought there was no escape, Owen, the healer, stepped in. Lady Aurelia, I believe it would be best to allow Stephen to continue with the rest of his test. After all, that's why he's here. Owen's weary smile was Stephen's lifeline. Owen, your lifesaver. Stephen thought with relief. Owen, however, added with a nod, you can revisit your proposal once the testing is complete, if you still wish. Stephen's heart sank. I was wrong. Why would you throw me back to the wolves like that? Meanwhile, Nero, who had been watching quietly, narrowed her eyes at Aurelia's proposal. Why is this bothering me so much? She mused, though he couldn't pinpoint the reason. Aurelia smiled and nodded, seemingly satisfied. You're right, of course. Let's move on to the second test, then. As you can see, with my approval, he's passed the first test. His medical knowledge is more than sufficient, truly impressive. He has my seal of approval. Stephen handed her a booklet, which caused a flicker of confusion to cross Aurelia's face. She opened it, finding that all the questions had been answered. What? When did you? How? Stephen smirked and waved his hand in front of himself, creating a dazzling rainbow illusion. Magic, he said with a playful tone. The Wizard King's eyes lit up with excitement. What kind of magic is that? What even is your magic? I've seen you use fire, space, time, and healing. Your magic must be incredible. Stephen chuckled lightly, keeping his explanation simple. My magic allows me to use various attributes. What you saw just now was an illusion spell. That's amazing. The Wizard King exclaimed, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. Stephen turned to Aurelia, continuing, I changed the trick questions into real ones and answered them. Now, you have proof that I passed the first stage of the exam. Aurelia nodded in approval as she placed the booklet atop a stack of papers. Impressive. Now, shall we proceed? With mutual agreement, the group motioned for Stephen to follow as they led him to his next testing site. They descended a long, winding staircase that opened into the main hall of the healing tower. Owen gestured to a row of doors lining the hall. Behind these doors are patients currently recuperating. They have all given their consent to participate in your test. The second stage will evaluate multiple factors, your ability to diagnose a patient, the range and potency of your healing spells, and how you interact with the patients themselves. His expression grew more serious as he looked at Steven. We can begin whenever you're ready. Steven squared his shoulders and met Owen's gaze with newfound determination. I'm ready. Then you can begin by heading towards the door, Owen said, motioning to a nearby wooden door with a soft gesture. Steven took a deep breath and nodded, pushing the door open. Inside, he found a small, dimly lit room where a little boy sat on a bed, clutching his stomach. His mother was seated beside him, her face creased with worry. Before seeing the Wizard King enter, the Wizard King discreetly transformed his appearance, ensuring they wouldn't recognize him. The mother stood up immediately and bowed to Steven and the others. Thank you so much for looking after my boy, she said, her voice thick with concern. He's been complaining about a terrible stomachache, but we haven't been able to figure out what's wrong. Steven offered her a reassuring nod, his voice calm and confident. Don't worry. You can leave his care to me. He approached the boy, kneeling to his level, and offered a warm smile. Hey there, little man. Ready to find out what's going on so we can get you back home feeling better? The boy nodded slowly, still hunched over in discomfort. My tummy really hurts. He groaned, his face scrunched in pain. Steven nodded, his expression softening. He raised his hand, forming an intricate symbol with his fingers. The air around him shimmered for a moment as he invoked a diagnostic spell, the arcane energy flowing out in a gentle wave that enveloped the boy. The magical scan was subtle, yet thorough, tracing over the boy's body to pinpoint the source of the pain. The room grew quiet as everyone watched, a few eyebrows raised at the unusual technique Steven was using. Suddenly, Steven froze, his expression shifting to one of awkwardness. He hesitated for a second, unsure of how to phrase what he had just discovered. The boy's mother noticed the change in his demeanor and stepped forward, her worry intensifying. Is something wrong? She asked, her voice trembling as she looked anxiously between Steven and her son. Steven straightened up, turning to face her while trying to maintain a professional expression, though the situation made it difficult. Ma'am, I've discovered the reason your son's stomach is hurting. Her eyes widened. What is it? She asked, bracing herself for the worst. Steven cleared his throat and, with as much composure as he could muster, said, Your son has swallowed a rock. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the air, and then both the mother and the boy, along with everyone else in the room, blinked in disbelief. Eh? They all exclaimed in unison, their voices overlapping in sheer confusion. Chapter 28, Strange. Dr. Stephen Strange gag spit. The little boy's mouth opened wide, and a small rock shot out, bouncing along the ground with a wet trail behind it. The boy gasped, taking deep breaths as Stephen lightly patted his back. His mother stood nearby, looking embarrassed as her eyes landed on the rock, the awkward silence hanging in the air. Stephen broke the tension with a chuckle. Feeling better? He asked, clearly amused. The boy nodded vigorously. Much better. Thank you, Sir Magic Knight. Stephen ruffled the boy's hair with a warm smile. Next time, just be careful about what you decide to eat. The boy gave another nod and stood up, his mother pulling him gently by the hand. After exchanging farewells, the two turned to leave. The mother, still holding her son's hand, looked down at him curiously and asked, George, what in the world made you eat a rock? I saw a bird do it, so I thought it was safe to eat, George replied innocently. As they left, Stephen glanced at the group around him, shaking his head with a small smile. Well, that was eventful. Who's next? Stephen entered the next room, where a man lay on the bed, his body covered in severe burn wounds. Stephen's expression became serious as he stepped closer, studying the damage. I take it this is the result of fire magic? He asked, already suspecting the answer. Without waiting for confirmation, Stephen brought his fingers to his eyes, forming the opening eye hand sign. A flash of arcane energy rippled through the air as he examined the man for any hidden injuries. Then, placing his hand on the patient's chest, Stephen lifted his hand upwards, using his illusion magic to break the man's body down layer by layer, visually displaying the damage for all to see. Julius, still in disguise, leaned in with intrigue. And what is this? He asked, captivated by the detailed illusion. Owen, Marks, and Aurelia were equally fascinated as they observed Stephen's technique. I'm using an illusion spell to physically display what I see within the body, Stephen explained calmly. It helps me detect hidden injuries and gives me a clearer picture of the damage. Owen nodded, clearly impressed. Incredible. That's the entire human body broken down before us. As you can see, Stephen continued, gesturing toward the illusion, besides the external burns, his muscles and nerves have suffered extensive damage. With a devil horn hand sign, Stephen's fingers began to glow with a soft green light. Arcane magic, Terranaughty healing spell, the man's body was enveloped in a gentle, green glow, wisps of light dancing around his wounds. To everyone's amazement, the burns began to heal, starting with the nerves, then the muscles, and finally, the skin. The burned skin flaked off, revealing fresh, unblemished skin beneath. What a powerful spell! Marks muttered, feeling the strength of Steven's magic as he watched the transformation. The man stirred, slowly waking up with a content sigh. He examined his hands, now free of burns, before turning to Steven with immense gratitude. "Thank you." Steven nodded with a reassuring smile. "Just make sure to stay hydrated. Your body lost a lot of moisture from the burns." "Doctor's orders," the man said with a smile of his own. Steven chuckled at that, snapping his fingers to dispel the remaining illusions. "Operation successful," he declared, pulling at his gloves with a smirk. The others exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads as they moved to follow Steven to the next patient. Steven moved on to the next patient, a young woman clutching her stomach, her face pale and twisted in pain. Her family surrounded her bed, their anxious expressions revealing the worry etched on their faces. As Steven approached, the young woman's father spoke up, his voice trembling with concern. "She's been in unbearable pain for days. We've tried everything, but nothing seems to help." Steven immediately performed his hand sign, causing the effects he had caused whenever he used it. He got a clear picture of what was causing her distress. The aura around his hand shifted, glowing brighter as he furrowed his brow in concentration. "There's a blockage. Something lodged in her intestine. It's likely causing an infection." The family exchanged panicked glances, but Steven's voice remained calm and reassuring. "Don't worry. I'll handle this." With precise control, Steven activated a specialized healing spell. A swirling green energy formed at his fingertips, pulsating gently. He directed the energy toward the young woman, and slowly, the blockage dissolved under his magic. The infection was purged from her body, and the woman's breathing became steadier as the pain subsided. "There," Steven said softly, retracting his hand as the glow dimmed. "The worst is over. You'll feel better within a few hours." The young woman opened her eyes slowly, blinking in surprise. A look of disbelief crossed her face as she realized the pain was gone. I can't feel it anymore," she whispered, tears of relief brimming in her eyes. Steven continued moving from room to room, clearing them of patients with ease, showcasing just how powerful his magic truly was. He even discovered hidden injuries in some patients that could have led to serious complications later on. Most of the patients had deep injuries, many due to magic being used against them, like poison magic and other forms of magic. Each time, Steven approached with a calm confidence, using his skills to heal and provide comfort. Once he finished with his last patient, Owen placed a hand on Steven's shoulder. "Follow us." Curious, Steven trailed after Owen and the others as they climbed the spiraling staircase leading to the top of the tower. When they reached the summit, they found a single large door. As they entered, Steven's eyes widened at the sight inside, shelves brimming with books and scrolls, a large desk in the center cluttered with various items. Owen began sifting through the scrolls while Julius turned to Steven, a broad smile on his face. "You've passed both tests with flying colors. You've proven to us all that you not only possess the knowledge but the skill and expertise of a healer. Of a doctor." Owen emerged from the stacks with a scroll in hand, which he handed to Julius. Julius opened it, and the scroll floated in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, a quill dipped in ink soared from the desk, hovering next to him. Aurelia took the quill and began writing her name, followed by Owen's and then Julius's. As Julius finished signing, he said, "By the power vested in me as the Wizard King, and with the 2 healing mages as witnesses, I declare that you, Steven, are to be acknowledged as a healer and doctor of the Clover Kingdom." Julius then turned the scroll around, presenting it to Steven. "One of the privileges of being recognized as a doctor of the Clover Kingdom is the honor of receiving a family name. You can either choose an appropriate one yourself or have one chosen for you. So, which will it be?" Steven looked down at Nero perched on his shoulder and smirked. "I will be choosing one for myself." Julius nodded, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "Then please sign it here." With a smile on his face, Steven took the quill and signed his name on the paper. Julius turned the paper around, reading the name before looking up at Steven with a raised brow. "Strange?" Steven smirked back at him, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Dr. Steven Strange." Chapter 29, Strange Surprise. Everyone stared at Steven with a mixture of confusion and amusement. Aurelia tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowed. "Out of all the last names you could have chosen, you picked Strange?" she asked, her voice filled with bewilderment. "Why, may I ask?" The others in the room exchanged curious glances, equally perplexed by Steven's unusual choice. His decision certainly stood out as bizarre, and they were all eager to hear his reasoning. "It suits me," Steven said with a nod, his tone confident. "And it sounds nice." A moment of silence passed before Julius chuckled softly. Stephen Strange. You know, I can actually see the appeal. I like it. He nodded approvingly as he rolled the scroll in front of him. As soon as the scroll was fully closed, a red ribbon appeared from nowhere, wrapping around it tightly. With a faint shimmer, the scroll split into two. Julius handed one to Stephen. Here you go, your official healer's certification. If anyone doubts your credibility, just show them this. We'll keep the other half for safekeeping, Julius explained as he tucked the second copy into the inner pocket of his robe. Stephen examined the scroll briefly before sliding it into his own pocket. Thanks, he said with a polite nod. Now, about my daughter. Aurelia's lips curled into a smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Stephen quickly glanced at his wrist, even though he wasn't wearing a watch. Oh, would you look at the time? I can't believe how late it's gotten. If you'll excuse me, I have some prior commitments, he said, his voice laced with urgency, taking a small step toward the exit. Actually, wait a moment before you go. Julius's voice stopped him mid-step. Stephen turned, eyebrow raised. Julius reached into the opposite side of his robe and produced a small envelope, holding it out for Stephen. Please deliver this to your captain. It's imperative that he receives it. Stephen took the envelope, examining it for a second before nodding. Sure, I'll hand it to him, he said, slipping it into his own pocket for safekeeping. Aurelia, however, wasn't about to let him escape so easily. She narrowed her eyes playfully. You know, Stephen, I'm getting you engaged to my daughter. Stephen stopped in his tracks, letting out a heavy sigh. He turned back to face her, clearly annoyed. Look, I tried to be polite, but it seems you're not getting the hint. So forgive me for being blunt, but why are you so obsessed with me marrying your daughter? Leave me alone. I don't want anything to do with this, he said, his voice growing firm. The room went silent, everyone taken aback by Stephen's candid response. Aurelia, however, remained unfazed, a smile still lingering on her lips. I understand why you're frustrated, Aurelia began, her tone surprisingly calm. But I'm just trying to secure a bright future for my daughter. And I believe that future is with you. You're incredibly smart, talented, strong, handsome, and there's an air of mystery about you. It adds a certain spice to any relationship. As her mother, it's my duty to look out for her. Stephen shook his head in exasperation, pulling out his sling ring. I can respect that you want the best for her, but you need to respect my choices as well. And my choice is that I don't want to be part of an arranged marriage. With a swift motion, he opened a portal and stepped through it, his final words hanging in the air as the portal closed behind him, leaving an awkward silence in the room. Aurelia stood there, still smiling to herself, seemingly unfazed by his departure. He's the perfect son-in-law, she thought. He wasn't intimidated by my status or my persistence. He just keeps getting better. Julius was gathering his things when Aurelia turned to him, her smile now a bit more serious. Julius, I need a favor. Julius sighed deeply, already anticipating what she was about to ask. You know, if you go through with this, he's going to hate you, right? He warned, his tone grave. Aurelia's smile turned awkward as she scratched her cheek. Yeah. I'm prepared for that. He can hate me all he wants. Her expression then shifted, becoming resolute. But I've already lost my sister. I won't lose my daughter too. They can resent me, but if Mimosa is safe in the end, all the anger will be worth it. Julius met her serious gaze with one of his own. And you really believe Stephen will be able to keep your daughter safe? You saw it yourself, Julius, Aurelia replied, her voice filled with conviction. That boy is exceptionally powerful. He cast spells of unimaginable strength without even opening his grimoire. And let's not forget, he possesses the mysterious six-leaf clover grimoire. Julius closed his eyes, contemplating her words before giving a small nod. Very well. If this is what you truly believe, then it shall be done. Aurelia beamed, her mood instantly lifting. Thank you, Julius. She almost skipped out of the room, descending the stairs with a lightness in her step. As she reached the bottom, she pulled out a small communication magic tool from her pocket. The image of a young woman with beautiful orange hair appeared on the screen. Mother? Is something the matter? The girl asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Aurelia smiled brightly. Mimosa, my dear. You're officially engaged to a wonderful boy I found for you. You're going to love him, trust me. She announced proudly. Eh? Mimosa exclaimed, her face turning red with shock. Meanwhile, Stephen stepped out of the portal, arriving at the front of the Black Bull's base. As the portal closed behind him, Nero tapped his cheek curiously, tilting her head. Stephen chuckled, noticing her inquisitive gaze. You're wondering why I kept my last name a secret if I was going to reveal it anyway, aren't you? He asked with a smile. Nero nodded, her eyes wide with curiosity. Well, Steven began, "If anyone's looking to exterminate me for possessing the name Strange, they'll find, after a bit of research, that I wasn't born with it. It was given to me by the Wizard King. That way, they won't get suspicious. And if anyone from my past is searching for me, hearing the name Strange might actually draw them out. They could have the information I need." As he finished explaining, Steven reached the front door of the base. Just as he opened it, fireworks made of Magna's fireball magic exploded in the sky. "Congratulations, Steven!" the Black Bull shouted in unison. Banners hung from the ceiling, and a large cake with Steven's face, made by Charmy, sat proudly in the center of the room. Steven, upon seeing them, stood wide-eyed with shock, before he looked down at the ground in sadness. "I disappointed you guys," he said with a voice filled with heartbreak. Everyone stood frozen as they looked at each other, wondering what to do. "I'm just messing with you guys," Steven said, pulling out the certificate and throwing a peace sign with his tongue out. "Steven!" they exclaimed in astonishment as they couldn't believe he got them with that. Steven snapped his fingers. "Strange, it's Steven Strange to you guys," he smirked. Chapter 30, Strange Hangover. Steven slowly blinked his eyes open, the dull ache in his head making it hard to focus. He groaned, sitting up sluggishly, pressing a hand to his temple as the pounding intensified. It felt like his brain was being split apart. "What the hell?" he muttered, confused. "Why does my head hurt so much?" He tried to recall the previous night, but his mind was a hazy void, offering no answers. The pain made it impossible to think clearly. With another groan, he shifted to the edge of the bed, massaging his temples, hoping to ease the headache. But then, something unexpected happened. Steven froze as he felt movement behind him. Two slender, but strong arms wrapped themselves around his torso, their touch sending a jolt of shock through him. The hands started gently massaging his abs, the touch both intimate and unsettling. His heart raced as he slowly turned his head. Vanessa was leaning against him, her chin resting comfortably on his shoulder. She planted a soft kiss on his cheek, her voice sultry as she whispered, "You were amazing last night, Steven." Steven's mind short-circuited. When his body jolted up from the bed, nearly tripping over himself as he turned to face Vanessa. His face turned a deep shade of red as he pointed a trembling finger at her, words spilling out in a panicked stutter. What the hell are you doing in my bed?" Vanessa pulled the sheets up around her, a playful, almost teasing smile gracing her lips. "So, you don't remember?" she asked coyly, tilting her head. "That's a shame. We had such a blast last night." She winked. "It's a night I don't think I'll ever forget." Steven's face paled. "Oh, sweet baby Jesus," he muttered, looking down to see himself clad in nothing but his underwear. His thoughts spiraled out of control. "What the hell did I do?" Vanessa, still lounging comfortably on the bed, shifted onto her side, propping her head up with her hand, an amused look playing on her face. "What's the last thing you remember?" she asked, her voice smooth and teasing. Steven ran both hands through his hair, tugging at the ends in frustration. His mind raced, trying to piece together the events leading up to this moment, but nothing was clear. He squeezed his eyes shut, desperately searching his memory. Vanessa, meanwhile, found herself momentarily distracted. Her gaze drifted over Steven's frame, and she blinked rapidly, realizing just how toned and muscular he was. "Wow. Talk about a body," she thought, her lower lip caught between her teeth as she unconsciously bit down. "All right," Steven began slowly, rubbing his face as if it would jog his memory. "I remember entering the base, there was a surprise, and I played a little prank." Flashback, Magna threw his arm around Steven's shoulders, his loud voice booming with excitement. "So you did it, huh? The Black Bulls officially have a healer in their ranks." "The man of the hour," Magna exclaimed, throwing up a devil horn sign in celebration. Steven smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck as the rest of the team crowded around to congratulate him. He felt embarrassed but grateful for the warm welcome. "Looks like the Algrants here finally found a calling," Yami teased, raising a massive wooden cup filled with ale to his lips. He grinned around the rim as he took a hearty gulp. Steven rolled his eyes playfully and pulled out an envelope from his pocket, handing it to Yami. "The Wizard King wanted me to give this to you." Yami raised an eyebrow, setting his drink aside. He tore open the envelope, glanced at the note inside, and nodded before tossing it aside and going back to his ale. Asta, always full of energy, roughly patted Steven on the back, his face alight with joy. "Father Orsi and Sister Lily are going to be so proud when they hear about this. And the kids, too. They'll be over the moon." Steven winced at the force of Asta's slaps. "Stop hitting me. Your pats feel like punches," he protested, grabbing Asta by the collar and shaking him. "I'm sorry. I'm just so happy for you," Asta yelped, flailing his arms in exaggerated surrender. Vanessa appeared out of nowhere, draping her arm over Steven's shoulder. Her cheeks were flushed, and she held a bottle of wine in one hand, clearly a few drinks in. "Relax, Stevie," she slurred playfully, a mischievous smile on her lips. "Don't call me that," Steven replied flatly, letting go of Asta, who sighed in relief and scampered away. Vanessa waved the bottle in front of Steven's face, her grin widening. "Come on, have a drink, it's a party, after all." "I'm fine," Steven said, holding up his hand to decline. "Nope. I'm not taking no for an answer," Vanessa insisted, her voice teasing as she pushed the bottle closer. "Just one sip. It's a celebration." Steven sighed, shaking his head. "I don't drink, Vanessa. Alcohol and I don't mix well." "One sip, Stevie," she pouted, her lips forming a perfect, exaggerated pout. "Please." Steven groaned inwardly. Why are women in this world so damn persistent? He could feel himself giving into her puppy dog eyes. His shoulders slumped. "Fine. One sip." Vanessa's face lit up. "Yes. Here you go." She handed him the bottle, her smile victorious. Steven eyed the bottle with suspicion but relented. "One sip, and then you leave me alone, all right?" He lifted the bottle to his lips and took a quick, small sip. The effect was almost instantaneous. His entire body went limp, his head drooping as if a switch had been flipped. Crash. The bottle slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor, spilling wine everywhere. "Eh?" Vanessa blinked, her eyes widening in confusion as she watched him. "Hick." Steven looked up, his cheeks flushed pink, his eyes half-lidded and glassy. He. "I feel funny." Vanessa's shock quickly turned to laughter. "No way. You're a lightweight." "Ha ha ha. Oh, this is too good." Steven threw his hands in the air, swaying unsteadily. "Whoa. Let's party." Vanessa, unable to stop herself, raised her arms in the air as well, laughing uncontrollably. "Whoa. Yeah. Let's celebrate." Across the room, Yami nearly spit out his drink, laughing so hard he slammed his fist on the table. "Gramps can't handle his liquor." "Ha ha ha." Flashback ends. Steven clutched his head in sheer disbelief, his voice trembling as he muttered, "But that's all I remember." Vanessa smirked, her expression both amused and proud. "Oh, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Let me help you fill in the blanks. After that, you grabbed another bottle from my stash and downed the whole thing like it was water. Then you started telling Noelle that you'd met her aunt and that she was super annoying. Charmy tried calming you down with some food, but instead, you started bawling your eyes out, calling her an angel sent from the heavens while clinging on to her like your life depended on it." Steven's eyes widened in sheer horror. His hands flew to the sides of his head as if trying to contain the nightmare. "Oh no. What have I done?" Vanessa laughed, clearly enjoying his torment. "Oh, that's not even the worst of it. Captain Yami was curious to see what more alcohol would do to you, and that's when things really took off. You started complaining that it was getting too hot, so naturally, you began to strip. And not just casually either, you turned it into a whole performance." Steven collapsed onto his knees, already feeling the weight of humiliation crushing him. Vanessa continued, savoring the memory. "You climbed up on the table, you were doing a full-on slow striptease for us. You even threw your tie at Noelle, and if it weren't for Luck and Magna holding her back, she would have beaten the life out of you right then and there." Steven buried his face in his hands, sinking further into despair. His voice broke into a wail. "Ah. Kill me now. Please, just end my existence." He remained on all fours, shaking his head as if trying to wake up from a nightmare. The vivid images of his embarrassing antics paraded through his mind, leaving him overwhelmed with the urge to disappear from the world entirely. Vanessa, meanwhile, simply leaned back, her eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, if it's any consolation, you are quite the entertainer. We haven't had that much fun in ages." Chapter 31, Strange Morning, end of Volume 1. Steven paced back and forth, running his hands through his hair in frustration. His mind raced as he muttered, "I'll need to disappear for a few years. Stay off the grid. Until everyone forgets about all of this, forgets about me." Vanessa lay sprawled across the bed, watching him with an amused smirk. Clearly, she found his panicked state entertaining. She propped her chin on her hand, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Wait." Steven suddenly froze, turning toward her, his face twisted in confusion. "That still doesn't explain why we're in bed together. Did we? You know?" His face flushed crimson as he struggled to get the words out. He covered the lower half of his face with the back of his hand, looking anywhere but at her. Embarrassment was written all over his face. Vanessa bit her lip, stifling a laugh as her smirk widened. "He's so adorable when he's embarrassed," she thought, thoroughly enjoying this moment. The urge to tease him further was irresistible. She tilted her head slightly, her tone feigning innocence. "Did we what?" You know. Steven muttered, his voice barely audible. Did we do it? Vanessa blinked, keeping up her act. Do what exactly? Steven's frustration bubbled over. He let out a deep sigh, trying to collect himself. Just answer the question. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, if you're asking whether we had sexual intercourse, Vanessa said, dragging out the words teasingly, we didn't. Unfortunately for you. She rolled onto her back, laughing softly as she hugged a pillow, thoroughly entertained. When she finally settled, she lay on her stomach, facing him, her legs swinging playfully in the air as she rested her chin in her hands. Steven's expression was a stone wall of exasperation. No emotion, no humor, nothing but pure weariness. Vanessa grinned, unable to resist. Oh, are you disappointed? Steven gave her a look of utter disbelief and disappointment, shaking his head in resignation. What is wrong with you? Her smirk faltered as she winced, feeling a surprising sting from his disappointment, not about the lack of intimacy, but the fact that she was intentionally pushing his buttons. She huffed in mock pain. Ouch, that hurt more than it should have. Rolling onto her back, she sighed dramatically. But to be fair, you're the reason we ended up like this. Steven rubbed his temples, his patience fraying. What did I do this time? Vanessa's eyes sparkled with amusement as she recalled the previous night. Oh, after stuffing yourself with cake and downing way too much alcohol, you could barely walk without tripping over your own feet. You got so tired that I had to practically drag you to your room. When we got there, well, we were both too drunk to function. We collapsed on the bed, and before I could even think about leaving, you wrapped your arms around me and passed out. Then I fell asleep too. You were clinging to me. It was kinda cute. Steven sighed heavily, feeling an emotional numbness settle over him. I'm not even surprised anymore. Thank you for dragging me back here. I guess. Vanessa winked at him, rolling her eyes playfully. Don't mention it. I had a blast last night. By the way, I've been meaning to say. Your room? Wow. I don't remember it being this spacious. The silk sheets are luxurious. Where'd you get all this? Runes and a transmutation spell. Vanessa raised her brows, impressed. That's impressive. So, how about you work your magic on my room next? Think you could redesign it? Steven shrugged, his fatigue creeping in. Sure, if you can come up with a plan. But first, could you please leave so I can get dressed? Vanessa stood up, wrapping the sheets around herself, an impish grin spreading across her face. Fine, fine. Though it's such a shame you won't put on another little show for me. Just leave, Steven muttered, rolling his eyes, and leave my sheets too. She pouted playfully, clutching the fabric tighter. But I'm in my underwear. When has that ever stopped you? Don't you walk around in your underwear all the time? Vanessa sighed dramatically. Okay, fine. You got me. It's just. These sheets are so comfy. Steven waved her off. Take them. I can always make more. Vanessa winked again, blowing him a teasing kiss as she headed for the door. Before she could leave, Steven reached out, caught the imaginary kiss from the air, and slammed it to the ground, squashing it with his foot while locking eyes with her. Vanessa gasped theatrically, placing a hand over her heart as if mortally offended. She opened the door only to find Noelle standing there, fist raised, ready to knock. Vanessa grinned mischievously. Stevie, you got company. She called out before sauntering past Noelle, dragging the sheets behind her. Noelle's eyes followed Vanessa in shock, her mouth hanging open. She slowly turned back to face Steven, who was awkwardly standing there, half naked and clearly flustered. It's not what it looks like, Steven began hastily, his face turning red. I swear. Noelle's expression turned ice cold, disgust practically dripping from her voice. I don't care, you disgusting exhibitionist. The captain sent me to get you for a meeting. How am I an exhibitionist? This is my room. Noelle scoffed, turning on her heel and slamming the door behind her. I wasn't talking about this moment. Steven stood there in stunned silence, scratching his head in confusion. He turned to Nero, who was perched on the windowsill, watching him with judgmental eyes. Oh, come on, Steven groaned. Not you too. You know this wasn't my fault. Nero huffed indignantly and turned her head away, clearly sharing Noelle's sentiment. Steven groaned as he headed to the showers, trying to clear his head from the mess of the morning. Ugh, he muttered under his breath, stepping into the warm stream of water. The events of the night before were already exhausting, and he had barely started the day. After a quick wash, Steven dried off and donned his Black Bulls uniform, a sleek one-piece with the squad's iconic insignia emblazoned on his chest. With a sharp whistle, the cloak of levitation floated gracefully over to him, settling on his shoulders as Nero perched beside him. As he made his way to the main hall, he was greeted by Magna's booming voice. If it isn't the party man. Magna shouted, throwing up rock and roll signs with both hands. Steven groaned louder, rubbing his temples. Please don't start calling me that. Luck laughed, his usual manic energy radiating off of him. Ha ha ha. I didn't know you had such a wild side, Steven. Steven looked around at his fellow squad mates, then bowed slightly. I want to sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my behavior last night may have caused. You better be sorry. Noel snapped, glaring at him with barely concealed frustration. Yami, lounging in his usual carefree manner, chimed in with his trademark teasing. Looks like Grandpa has trouble getting up in the morning. Steven shot him an exasperated look. You are never going to let that joke die, are you? And for the record, I was taking a shower, trying to appear more presentable. Yami grinned wickedly, leaning forward with a puff of smoke. I bet you'll croak before that joke ever does, old man. But his tone shifted, becoming more serious as his gaze fell on Steven, Noel, and Asta. Alright, listen up. On official Magic Knight's business, we've received word from the Wizard King himself. A dungeon has been discovered near the border between the Clover and Diamond Kingdoms. He's specifically requested that the three of you check it out before the Diamond Mages get their hands on anything. Steven's eyes widened slightly. A dungeon? He thought. Like the ones with treasure and ancient artifacts? Yami continued, puffing on his cigarette. I'll be sending Luck with you for supervision. Yes. Luck shouted, practically vibrating with excitement, a wide grin plastered on his face. His bloodlust was already apparent, no doubt he was hoping for a good fight. Yami's voice took on a more commanding tone. As this is a direct order from the Wizard King, you are to treat this mission seriously. Do I make myself clear? His eyes narrowed, emphasizing the weight of the task. The Golden Dawn will be there as well, so don't let those pompous bastards show us up. Prove to them what the Black Bulls are made of. Yes, sir. Steven, Noel, Asta, and Luck shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the hall, filled with determination. Chapter 32, Strange Dungeon Exploration, 1. Asta's eyes practically sparkled with excitement as he stared at the entrance of the dungeon. His voice echoed with awe. Whoa. So this is a dungeon. But just as quickly, his expression shifted to confusion. Blinking, he turned to the others, tilting his head curiously. Wait. What's a dungeon, exactly? Noel, exasperated, shot him a look like he was the biggest fool in the world. If you didn't know what a dungeon was, why are you so excited? Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, Asta grinned sheepishly. Well. It just sounded cool. Steven chuckled at Asta's honesty, his laughter echoed by Luck, who didn't miss a beat before explaining as they stepped into the dungeon's eerie mouth. Dungeons are basically ancient tombs, filled with relics from civilizations long gone. Sometimes they hide powerful magic techniques or rare magical items, Luck explained, his lips curling into a familiar battle-hungry smirk. But they're also packed with dangerous magic traps designed to keep anyone from taking the treasures inside. That's so cool! Asta exclaimed, his earlier excitement reigniting. However, as they ventured deeper into the dungeon, the tunnel around them began to darken, shadows creeping over the walls like living creatures. Steven held out his hand, conjuring a glowing orb of eldritch magic that lit up their surroundings like a tiny sun. The magical light revealed shimmering mana crystals embedded in the dungeon walls, their soft glow illuminating the path ahead. The mana here is incredible. Steven muttered, his eyes scanning the walls, taking in the sheer magical density. Luck nodded in agreement, his sharp eyes glinting in the dim light. Yeah, the air's practically humming with it. The space inside is distorted, bigger on the inside, all because of the mana. Noel, her gaze sweeping across the dungeon, nodded as well. I've never seen anything like it. The mana here. It's overwhelming. Asta, as usual, was oblivious. Eh? Is the mana really that great here? Noel whipped around in shock. Wait. You seriously don't feel all the mana around us? Not at all, Asta admitted, scratching his head, his voice tinged with wariness. Noel narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me you don't even know what mana is. Of course I know what mana is. Asta shouted, before collapsing to the ground in dramatic fashion. His fists pounded the floor as he cried out, it's what you nobles have tons of. And what I have none of. The source of all magic. I mean, I like my sword and all, but I wouldn't mind casting a spell one day. In his frustration, Asta slammed his fist down, unfortunately, right on one of the magic traps. A glowing circle appeared beneath his hand. Eh? Asta quickly sprang back, drawing his sword just in time. A large spike trap shot out from the floor where he had been standing, but Asta's sword cleaved it in two with a swift, practiced motion. He landed lightly, his sword still in hand, and let out a relieved sigh. Phew, that was close. Steven rolled his eyes, floating above the ground to avoid any further traps. Didn't Luck just tell us this place is full of traps? Like this one. Luck gleefully shouted, diving headfirst into another trap. He laughed maniacally as he bounced from one trap to the next, dodging them with ease, his face lit up with pure joy. Steven sighed, conjuring a protective shield around Noelle and himself, while Asta slashed through every magical effect the traps threw at them. Thanks, Noelle murmured, glancing at Steven as they moved forward, unharmed by the traps. Steven raised an eyebrow but nodded. Meanwhile, Luck finally paused, hands on his hips, grinning like a child in a candy store. That anti-magic sword of yours is incredible, Asta. I can see why the Wizard King wanted you along. If you keep swinging that thing, we'll clear this dungeon in no time. Yes, sir. Asta saluted enthusiastically, a grin stretching across his face. As they ventured deeper, Steven's eyes narrowed as he studied the passageways branching off into the walls. Luck's grin widened as he, too, focused on the same paths. Hey, Steven, mind if I take point? Luck asked, his voice brimming with excitement as he activated his magic. Lightning creation magic, holy lightning boots, electricity crackled around Luck's legs, static lifting his hair. Steven smirked, floating effortlessly. Go for it. Have fun. Luck's eyes sparkled as he grinned and turned into a blur of motion, racing ahead at incredible speed. Leave the rest of the dungeon to you guys. He called back with a laugh. He's so fast. Noelle gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. He's so cool. Asta added, his admiration clear. Steven's gaze lingered on the pathways, sensing something. His smirk vanished, replaced by focused determination. He floated behind Noelle, conjuring another shield just in time to block a swarm of thick, writhing vines from attacking them. Noelle and Asta whipped around, startled by the sudden attack. The vines thrashed against Steven's shield, but Asta rushed forward, determination shining in his eyes. I've got it! I've got it! With swift, precise movements, Asta sliced through the vines with his sword, cutting them down effortlessly. As Asta handled the vines, Steven's hands moved swiftly, conjuring a giant ethereal saw that spun through the air, slicing toward the massive flower-like monster responsible for the attack. Wind creation magic, wind blade shower. At the same moment, a beautiful storm of green, wind-forged blades rained down on the plant. The saw cut the monster plant in half while the blade stabbed into the monster at the same time. Steven chuckled as he floated down. You just couldn't resist, could you? Noelle, surprised by the spell's precision, turned toward the source of the wind blades. Her eyes widened as she saw Yuno, standing tall at one of the passageways, his golden squad mates flanking him. Must you always make such a dramatic entrance, Yuno? Steven asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Yuno. Asta shouted, hoisting his sword onto his shoulder with his trademark grin. Yuno, with his wind-swept hair and calm demeanor, smirked down at them. I couldn't let you guys have all the fun. Thought I'd join in. Chapter 33, Strange Dungeon Exploration, 2, Yuno, why did you intervene? Our mission is simply to capture the dungeon. In other words, we must reach the center of the treasure hall as quickly as possible. We don't have time to bother with them, said Klaus Lunetz, a member of the Golden Dawn with light silver blue hair and glasses, placing a hand on his hip. Hey, Yuno, what's up with the rude four eyes? Asta asked, tilting his head in confusion. Senior member, Yuno answered plainly. Four eyes? And you're the rude one. I am a noble, don't speak as if we're equals. Klaus retorted, offended by Asta's nickname. Hey, Noelle. Mimosa, another member of the Golden Dawn, greeted with a happy smile. I haven't seen you since the royal family dinner last year. It's good to see you. You know her? Asta asked curiously. Yeah. Kind of, Noelle responded awkwardly. I heard the Black Bulls are a barbaric group. Are you alright? Mimosa asked, happily skipping along beside Noelle. What about you, Mimosa? Someone as Steven snapped his fingers, pointing at Mimosa. So you're Mimosa. Noelle and Mimosa both looked at Steven in confusion. Do you know her as well, Steven? Asta asked, tilting her head. Ah. So you're Steven. Mimosa exclaimed in surprise. And how would you know members of the rowdy Black Bulls, Mimosa? Klaus asked. Mimosa rubbed the back of her head, blushing slightly. Well. Steven's supposedly my fiancé. What? Klaus, Asta, and Noelle screeched. Even Yuno wore a shocked expression as he looked between Steven and Mimosa. Steven sighed before Noelle grabbed him, shaking him back and forth with a crazed look. How the hell are you engaged to my cousin? I won't allow it, I won't allow it. Annoyed, Steven pushed her hands away from his collar. I don't know what idea that woman put in her head, but I never agreed to this. Eh? But our engagement was approved by the Wizard King, Mimosa said, tilting her head in confusion. It was what? They all shouted, including Steven and Yuno. What do you mean it was approved by the Wizard King? Steven asked, his eyes narrowing as his expression grew serious. Mimosa wore an awkward expression. She called me yesterday to inform me about it. She said she asked the Wizard King for a favor to make it official. Steven gave her a straight look. Your mother's annoying. Mimosa scratched the back of her head slightly. My mother can be a bit overbearing, but she means well. I'm sorry for any inconvenience she may have caused you, Mimosa said, bowing slightly. Steven let out another sigh. You don't have anything to apologize for. I'm sure this is as much of an inconvenience for you as it is for me. I'm sorry you got dragged into this. Enough of this. Klaus interrupted. You can discuss your marriage another time. Right now, we're on an important mission, and all we're doing is wasting time. Mimosa. Klaus ordered. All right, Mimosa said, stepping back as her grimoire floated in front of her. Plant creation magic, magic flower guidepost. A large flower sprouted from the ground, and as it opened, a hologram of light appeared above it, displaying the layout of the dungeon. All right, I've got it. I memorized the layout of the dungeon, Mimosa nodded. Yuno. Klaus ordered once more. On it. Yuno replied in his usual tone. Wind creation magic, celestial wind Arkansas, a large boat made entirely of wind manifested, and Mimosa, Yuno, and Klaus sported it. Asta pointed at Yuno with a grin. How about a race? Let's see who gets to the treasure hall first. Don't stay too far behind, Yuno smirked. Before they left, Mimosa gave Steven a small wave with a smile. It was nice meeting you, Steven, she said before flying ahead through one of the many passageways. I still can't believe you're engaged to my cousin, Noelle said in disgust, looking at Steven. I didn't want to be engaged. This was done without my knowledge too, Steven said, clearly annoyed. All right, so which way do we go? Asta asked, glancing at the surrounding passageways. Don't worry, I remember the map Mimosa created, Steven said, creating an illusion of the hologram Mimosa had shown earlier. You're amazing, Steven. Now I might really beat Yuno. Asta said excitedly. Mimosa stood by the windark with a slight blush on her cheeks, looking down. Mother was right. He is handsome. She glanced at Yuno, recalling the earlier interaction between Steven and Yuno. Say, Yuno, do you know Steven well? Mimosa asked, curious about her supposed fiancé. Yuno smiled as he looked ahead. Steven, Asta, and I grew up in the same orphanage in Hage Village. Steven sees and treats us like brothers. Your mother got you engaged to a commoner from a village in the Forsaken Realm? What was she thinking? There are better options out there, Klaus scoffed. Both Yuno and Mimosa shot Klaus a glare, but it was Mimosa who spoke. Watch it, Klaus. Although our engagement was recent and done without our consent, that's still my fiancé you're talking about. Yuno smiled slightly but remained silent. Right. I apologize. I didn't mean anything by it. But if your mother was going to engage you to someone, shouldn't it have been someone like Yuno? He's the one with the four-leaf clover. What's so special about Steven that your mother felt he was the better option? Because Steven's stronger than I am, Yuno said, looking ahead. You can't be serious, Klaus said, his brows furrowing in shock. Even Mimosa seemed surprised. Steven is the reason I'm strong in the first place. Ever since we were little, Steven has always been training and getting stronger. Asta and I wanted to do the same, so he began to guide us. He helped me with my magic and trained Asta physically. But that was before you gained your grimoire, right? Surely after you received the four-leaf clover you're stronger than him, Klaus retorted, but Yuno shook his head. Our grimoires have nothing to do with this. If it didn't, then I would be still loose, since even though I have a four-leaf clover, he has a six. I thought that was just a rumor? Klaus asked in shock. Yuno shook his head. Even with a four-leaf clover I wasn't stronger than Steven, at least not yet anyways. Before the start of the Magic Night exams both Asta and I challenged Steven to a fight. We were beaten thoroughly. Mimosa was now even more surprised. If he can beat someone with a four-clover grimoire, just how strong is he? As Steven, Asta, and Noelle were speeding through one of the dungeon corridors, Steven stopped and looked off to the side. Luck is in trouble. Asta immediately didn't care about the challenge with Yuno as he said, lead the way. Chapter 34, Strange Dungeon Exploration, 3, Everyone, get ready. I'll open a portal to Luck, Steven said, his voice calm but filled with urgency. Noelle furrowed her brow, giving Steven a puzzled look. I thought you needed to have seen the place to teleport to it? Mimosa's map gave me a rough idea of the layout, Steven replied confidently, sliding on his sling ring. It's not perfect, but I can open a portal directly to Luck. With a swift, practiced motion, Steven circled his hand in the air, and a shimmering golden portal sparked into existence. The air around them hummed with magical energy. Without hesitation, Asta charged through the portal, his sword already raised. Don't worry, Luck. We're here to save you," he bellowed, his voice echoing as he disappeared into the portal. On the other side, Asta emerged in a dense, foreboding fog, the air thick with an oppressive, purplish miasma. His sword swung through the mist as he frantically searched for his friend. "Luck. Where are you?" Noelle and Steven followed close behind, passing through the portal just as it closed behind them with a soft hum. The moment they stepped into the fog, Steven's cloak sprang into action, pulling its collar over his face to shield him from the noxious fumes. It didn't stop there, it extended its ends toward Noelle, wrapping gently around her lower face to protect her as well. Asta's eyes scanned the area, his grip tightening on his sword as frustration built within him. "Where is he?" he growled, his senses heightened. Suddenly, a black line formed over his right eye, his iris shifting to a deep red. It began to swirl rapidly, creating a powerful gust of wind that pushed the thick fog aside. As the mist cleared, they saw him, Luck, kneeling on the ground, his eyes half-lidded and body trembling. He was on the verge of collapse. In front of him stood a tall man with long black hair and a sharp goatee, exuding an air of smugness. "Another impetuous one," the man mused, a cruel smile on his lips. "And who might you be to him?" "His friends," Asta declared fiercely, stepping forward, sword at the ready. Noelle and Steven flanked him, all three standing as a shield between Luck and the man. Luck's body trembled as the last traces of purplish fog clung to him, swirling like a curse he couldn't shake. His breathing was ragged, and his eyes glinted with a crazed light. "That guy. He's my prey," Luck growled, his voice hoarse but laced with an unsettling glee. "I'll win. I have to win. Mother won't accept me if I don't." His thoughts raced, each one more desperate than the last. Lightning sparked around his limbs, wrapping him in a jagged armor of electricity. "If I don't win, I'll be all alone." The man, Lotus Humalt, a mage from the Diamond Kingdom, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, observing the scene with detached amusement. "Friends coming to the rescue, is it? Quite the predicament I've found myself in," he remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Luck's body moved like a bolt of lightning, dashing toward Lotus with terrifying speed, his limbs crackling with energy. His mind was consumed by a singular, obsessive thought: I have to win. For Mother. But Lotus was quick, releasing another wave of smoke from his body, weaving through the fog like a ghost to dodge Luck's frenzied assault. Asta gritted his teeth, watching his friend spiral deeper into madness. "Fine. Do what you want. But I'll save you whether you like it or not." With a roar, he lunged at Lotus, cutting through the thick smoke with a single powerful slash of his sword. Steven turned to Noelle. "Cover me," he said calmly, his voice steady as he raised his hands. The air in front of him shimmered and cracked like fractured glass, and from the shattered space, his grimoire emerged, floating before him. With a flick of his wrist, the grimoire's pages began flipping rapidly, glowing with a soft, mystical light. His eyes scanned the ancient text, memorizing the spell in an instant. As Steven prepared his incantation, Asta shouted again, his voice strained with emotion. "I don't care what you think. You're my friend, Luck. I won't abandon you." Lux continued to grin as that's all he had known to do. However, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, a genuine smile spread across his face. "I'm sorry, Mother. I'm not alone anymore." His body trembled, but this time it wasn't from battle lust, it was from joy. "Fighting together does sound more fun," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the crackling of his magic. Lotus, sensing the change, narrowed his eyes. "Well, this isn't good," he muttered, his smug demeanor fading as he raised his hands. His grimoire glowed ominously. "If that's how you want to play, I'll have to take things seriously." Smoke creation magic, prison of the fallen king. Thick smoke surged from Lotus, forming an impenetrable barrier around the group. Asta, Luck, and Steven found themselves enclosed in a suffocating dome of swirling smoke, the pressure mounting with each passing second. Steven's spell was finally ready. Orange magic circles materialized around his wrists and arms, glowing with intense power. With a graceful movement, he traced a circle in his palm, his voice clear and commanding. "I call upon the winds of Watum." Arcane magic, winds of Watum. A fierce whirlwind exploded into existence, swirling with an orange hue. The tornado swept across the battlefield, sucking in the thick smoke and dispersing it into the sky. The once oppressive fog was now contained within Steven's powerful spell, leaving the battlefield clear once more. Lotus staggered back, stunned by the sudden turn of events. He stammered, but his shock didn't last long. He quickly prepared his next move, his mind racing. But Luck was already ahead of him, charging his next attack with blinding speed. Lightning creation magic, thunderbolt of destruction, balls of crackling electricity formed in Luck's hands, and with a rapid series of thrusts, he unleashed them at Lotus. The lightning bolts struck him square inches the chest, sending him flying across the dungeon and crashing into the stone wall with a sickening thud. Lotus coughed up blood as the force of the impact cracked the wall behind him. His body slumped, but his grimoire glowed once more in defiance. Smoke creation magic, hustling lazy car, smoke pillowed beneath Lotus, forming into the shape of a makeshift car, whisking him away from danger. But Asta was already in pursuit. "Noelle! Boost me!" he shouted, his eyes locked on the retreating mage. Without hesitation, Noelle raised her wand. She closed her eyes and held her wand, a magic tool that was supposed to help her suppress her magic. "Go!" she shouted, unleashing a powerful geyser of water that struck Asta's back, propelling him forward at lightning speed. Asta adjusted his grip on his sword, catching up to Lotus in seconds. With a powerful swing, he dispelled Lotus's smoke magic, sending the mage crashing back into the wall. As Asta drove his sword into the ground, halting his momentum, Lotus staggered to his feet, blood streaming from his nose, mouth, and the gaps where a few teeth used to be. His grimoire, glowing faintly, flickered as he tried to cast another spell, but before he could utter a word, a small, concentrated whirlwind formed beneath him. With a forceful whoosh, the wind sent Lotus hurtling into the ceiling, his body slamming against it with a sickening thud before gravity yanked him back down to the ground. He barely had time to groan before the whirlwind lifted him again, smashing him against the dungeon wall like a ragdoll. The group turned, wide-eyed, towards Steven. His hands were still outstretched, guiding the winds with casual, precise motions. "What?" Steven asked innocently, shrugging. He was still conscious. Lotus, groaning in pain, attempted to rise again. His limbs trembled as he struggled to find his balance, only for the whirlwind to slam him once more, this time bouncing him between the ceiling, floor, and walls in rapid succession. Asta, Noelle, and Luck all stared at Steven, expressions ranging from shock to disbelief. "He was reaching," Steven explained, his voice trailing off awkwardly. Lotus, now lying face down on the ground, slowly raised a trembling hand, a single finger pointing skyward in a feeble attempt to cast. Without missing a beat, the wind whipped him up once again, smashing him into all four walls in quick succession, leaving cracks in the stone. When he tried to lift his hand again, it flopped uselessly to the ground. He didn't even make it halfway up before it collapsed, utterly defeated. The room fell silent except for Lotus's pitiful groans. Everyone stared at Steven, mouths agape. Steven shifted uncomfortably under their gaze, offering a sheepish smile. "I can fix him," he said, half joking, half apologetic. Asta blinked a few times, unsure whether to laugh or be concerned, while Noelle shook her head, muttering under her breath, "You overdid it." Luck, however, let out a wild chuckle. "That was perfect?" He grinned, the excitement still crackling in his veins. Chapter 35, Strange Dungeon Exploration, 4. Steven looked down at the now healed, yet unconscious mage bound in magical restraints. He turned to the group, his tone calm yet determined. "Shall we head toward the treasure hall?" "Is that even a question?" Noelle scoffed, crossing her arms and giving him a look of impatience. Steven rolled his eyes, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Just making sure we're all on the same page." Without a word, Luck hoisted the limp form of Lotus over his shoulder and flashed a wide grin, giving Steven a thumbs up. "We're all set to go." With a nod, Steven flicked his wrist, summoning his sling ring and conjuring a swirling portal in front of them. The portal shimmered with energy, casting an otherworldly glow over the group. Without hesitation, Asta launched himself through the portal headfirst, eager as always. What he didn't realize, though, was that Steven had opened the portal high in the air. Luck and the others, equally oblivious, followed suit, rushing in after him. "Ah!" Noelle and Asta screamed in unison as they plummeted through the air, the ground rapidly approaching. Noelle flailed wildly, panicking as the wind whipped around her. Meanwhile, Luck cackled with glee, relishing the free fall. Asta, with quicker reflexes, stabilized his descent midair, angling himself toward the action below. The scene before them was dire. Klaus stood ensnared by towering crystals, their jagged edges glinting menacingly under the faint light. He struggled against their hold, his face contorted with frustration. Mimosa lay injured, surrounded by crystalline formations, her breath labored from a vicious sneak attack. Steadfast behind Klaus, was conjuring two powerful spells simultaneously, the air crackling with magical energy. Wind creation magic, swift white hawk plus wind blade shower, a massive eagle formed behind him, its wings spread wide with feathers sharp as blades. Wind howled around him, his eyes focused, determined as he faced their enemy. Mars, the mage from the Diamond Kingdom, stood before them. His cold eyes gleamed beneath the crystal embedded in his forehead, a black fur cloak draped over his shoulder, embroidered with the insignia of his kingdom. His posture was calm, confident. Steven acted quickly. Grabbing his cloak as he fell, He flung it toward Noel. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms and activated one of his spells. Arcane magic, Dark Wings. In an instant, Steven's body dissolved into a flock of shadowy black birds, the swarm weaving through the air before converging around Luck, slowing his descent. Ha ha ha. This is fun. Luck shouted gleefully, seemingly unfazed by the danger below. Meanwhile, Asta descended with force, slashing through the thick crystal, trapping Klaus with a single swing of his massive sword. The crystal shattered into gleaming fragments, and Asta plunged his sword into the floor, creating a deep crevice as he skidded to a stop. He grinned, hoisting his sword over his shoulder as he looked over at Yuno. Looks like you're having a bit of trouble, Yuno. Yuno glanced at Asta but said nothing, his focus locked on Mars. Noelle, now gently floating down thanks to Steven's cloak, sighed in relief. Once her feet touched the ground, she patted the cloak of levitation gently. Thanks. You really are a lifesaver. The cloak gave a small bow in response, earning a giggle from Noelle before it flew back to Steven, reattaching itself to his shoulders as he reformed. Klaus, who had been freed, was less than pleased. Saved by members of the Black Bulls. What is wrong with me? He groaned, rubbing his temples in frustration. Steven approached the wounded Mimosa, who lay on the ground, her breath coming in pained gasps. She gave him a weak, embarrassed smile. I'm sorry you had to see me like this. I'm the healer, and I was the first one to go down. Steven knelt beside her, his voice gentle yet firm. Healers are often the first targets in battle, so don't worry about it, take this as a lesson so you can grow stronger in the future. With a soft gesture, Steven made a series of intricate hand signs. A soothing green light surrounded Mimosa, bathing her in healing magic. As her wounds closed, she let out a sigh of relief. This feels amazing. Meanwhile, Mars had not been idle. His eyes narrowed as he saw the new arrivals. With a swift motion, he summoned a torrent of minerals from his grimoire, sending the deadly wave barreling toward them. Asta and Yuno were more than ready. Asta swung his sword, shattering the oncoming crystals, while Yuno's wind magic sliced through the rest with precision. Luck, ever the thrill-seeker, dashed across the ground with lightning speed, leaping into the air and aiming a powerful kick at Mars' head. Mineral creation magic, Levitine, Mars' grimoire glowed as a massive sword materialized in his hand, easily 3 times his size. He used the flat of the blade to block Luck's kick, though the force still pushed him back several feet. Mars glared coldly at Luck, swinging his colossal sword in a deadly arc, aiming to cleave him in two. Uh-oh, Luck grinned, narrowly dodging as an eldritch portal opened behind him. An arcane whip shot out, yanking him back just in time. Luck skidded across the ground, his boots sparking with electricity. Looking up in confusion, he saw Steven finishing Mimosa's healing, the portal still flickering behind him. Mimosa floated gently to her feet, her cheeks flushed as she smiled gratefully. Thank you, she whispered, bowing slightly. Steven simply nodded, his gaze shifting to the battlefield where Asta and Yuno were now fully engaged. Asta's powerful steps cracked the ground beneath him as he charged, while Yuno soared forward on his swift white hawk, launching feather-like blades toward Mars. Noelle, protect Mimosa, Steven instructed as he flew off to join the fight. Stop ordering me around. Noelle huffed, though she did as he asked, positioning herself near Mimosa with her wand at the ready. Mimosa gave Noelle an apologetic look. I didn't want you to see me like this. Noelle smirked, a playful glint in her eyes. It's all right. I always knew you were a bit slow. Mimosa's face flushed with embarrassment, but she smiled, grateful for the teasing banter amidst the chaos of battle. Chapter 36, Strange Dungeon Exploration, 5. As Steven soared through the atmosphere toward Mars, a radiant glow emanated from the grimoire clutched in Mars' hand, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie light. Mineral creation magic, Telos doll swarm. The air around Mars crackled with power as dozens of crystalline effigies, shaped in his likeness, materialized from the ground. Their bodies shimmered with minerals and sharp-edged crystals, reflecting the ambient light like. They moved with unsettling synchronicity, charging toward Steven and his allies with violent intent. Suddenly, a thunderous crack split the air. All eyes, including Mars, turned toward the source of the sound. Hovering above, Steven was suspended in midair, his hands engulfed in arcs of blazing magical energy. The glow intensified, radiating ancient, arcane power. Arcane magic, Bolt of Balthak. With a sweeping gesture, Steven thrust his glowing hands forward. Bolts of raw, mystical energy, resembling streaks of electrical fury, erupted from his fingertips and rocketed toward the Telos dolls. The ground below trembled under their force as the magical bolts tore through the air, relentlessly hunting their targets. Each doll attempted to evade, but the bolts of Balthak curved in pursuit, following the crystal figures like hounds on a trail. With every impact, the lightning-infused magic smashed through the mineral constructs, shattering them into countless fragments. The remnants sparkled briefly before fading into the dust. Seeing an opening, Yuno and Klaus seized the opportunity. Klaus conjured massive, spinning drills from the earth, their surfaces gleaming with sharp steel. Without needing to use a spell from his grimoire, he sent them spiraling toward Mars. At the same moment, Yuno raised his hand, summoning immense lances of wind, their forms swirling with deadly precision. Klaus pushed his glasses up, his voice dripping with confidence. "This will teach you not to underestimate the power of the Golden Dawn." His declaration rang through the dungeon, filled with pride. The combined attacks tore through the air, the force of their magic creating shockwaves that reverberated through the dungeon's cavernous ceiling. As the spells impacted Mars' position, a massive explosion of smoke and debris rose into the air, obscuring the battlefield from view. For a tense moment, silence reigned. Then, with a single, powerful sweep of his enormous mineral-crafted sword, the smoke was dispersed, revealing Mars standing unscathed. He was encased in formidable armor, fashioned entirely from minerals, its intricate design gleaming under the fading light of the grimoire. Klaus stared, disbelief etched across his face. How did that not do anything? Mars' cold gaze swept over them. "Magic of your caliber is useless against me." "Then try this on for size." Asta's voice roared, echoing through the dungeon. In a flash of movement, he appeared before Mars, swinging his massive buster's sword with all his might. Mars raised his own sword to block, but Asta's anti-magic blade cleaved straight through it, sending the shattered pieces flying in all directions. Mars' eyes widened in shock as his defense crumbled. He acted swiftly, conjuring a wave of minerals from beneath the ground, encasing Asta's feet in a solid trap. Before Mars could capitalize on a moment, luck streaked across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. In a blur, he delivered a vicious kick to Mars' unprotected face, the force of the blow sending him skidding across the dungeon floor. Mars quickly regained his footing, his expression darkening as annoyance flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Asta, with a grunt of effort, shattered the minerals binding his feet with a single swing of his sword. Klaus, still stunned, turned to Asta, frustration boiling over. "How is it that you, a commoner, can destroy his magic while we can't?" "That's impossible." Mars' fury manifested in an overwhelming surge of magic. He conjured a tidal wave of minerals, towering like a wall of earth, and sent it crashing toward them with terrifying force. The wave was so dense and immense that it seemed impossible to cut through. Asta leaped forward, swinging his sword, but even his blade couldn't entirely slice through the massive wave. The raw power of Mars' magic pressed down on them like a crushing weight. Suddenly, a glowing, eldritch whip lashed out, pulling the others away from the impending destruction. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's lair. Noelle conjures a water dome protecting those around her with her magic. As the wave of crystals passed, dozens of Nutelos dolls emerged from the remnants, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. They encircled the group, tightening their ranks as they prepared to strike. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." Steven's voice boomed as he smacked his wrists together, an eerie, resonant crack echoing in the air. The sound of glass shattering followed, and the world around them seemed to ripple and distort as if reality itself had been fractured. Klaus's eyes narrowed in confusion. "What did you just do?" "I simply transported us all to the mirror dimension," Steven replied calmly, as the very environment around them began to shift. The floor, walls, and ceiling twisted, moving independently of one another like pieces of a surreal puzzle. The floor morphed into a kaleidoscope of shifting patterns, shimmering like fractured glass caught in a perpetual spin. Steven hovered menacingly in the air, his cloak billowing behind him. With a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his hands, and the section of the floor Mars stood on heaved upward like a colossal pillar, smashing against the ceiling, which had suddenly become one of the walls. In the mirror dimension, the concepts of up, down, left, and right ceased to exist. Everything was at the mercy of the caster's will. Mars gritted his teeth as the ground beneath him shifted, trying to keep his balance. The ceiling, which had moments ago been overhead, slid to the side and became the wall as Steven casually glided across it. While the others found themselves standing upside down on what had once been the floor, now the ceiling, Steven moved effortlessly, his feet touching the wall as if gravity didn't exit with a flick of his wrist. 3 glowing eldritch magic circles manifested around Steven's forearms as he sprinted along the wall toward Mars, who struggled beneath a massive pillar of stone crushing down on him. The magic circles pulsed with power as Steven closed in. Mars roared in frustration, conjuring another massive sword from the minerals in his grimoire. With a single swing, he cleaved the stone pillar into pieces, the debris scattering in every direction. He immediately swung his blade toward Steven, but Steven ducked beneath the strike with supernatural grace and delivered a crushing punch to Mars' abdomen. The impact was tremendous. A spiderweb of cracks splintered across Mars' mineral armor, and the force sent him flying back. Everyone else watched in disbelief as Mars, who had effortlessly shrugged off their attacks earlier, was now reeling from a single blow. As Mars was hurled through the air, Steven made a sharp pulling motion with his hand. The wall shifted with a violent lurch, colliding with Mars' back and driving him forward like a ragdoll towards Steven. With fluid precision, Steven stood ready, his fist cocked back. The moment Mars came within reach, Steven launched another devastating punch. His fist connected with Mars' chest, shattering more of the crystalline armor in an explosion of shards and sending Mars hurtling back once more. The force of the punch was so great that the wall behind Mars buckled and crumbled, collapsing from the sheer impact. Steven's wrist glowed with arcane energy as he made another pulling gesture. The debris from the collapsed wall came together, formed by an invisible force, and surged forward, carrying Mars back toward him with his arms spread out. When Mars was within striking distance again, Steven delivered yet another punishing blow to his stomach. This time, the armor protecting Mars' body crumbled entirely, and blood erupted from his mouth as the sheer force of Steven's strike drove him deeper into the twisting environment. The walls, floors, and ceilings shifted once again, as if the mirror dimension itself responded to Steven's will. Mars was sent crashing into the ever-shifting structure, his body ragdolling through the labyrinth of shifting architecture. Mars groaned, blood staining his lips, his once impenetrable armor shattered and scattered like debris around him. The raw power of Steven's attacks had left him broken, yet not defeated. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the scene in disbelief. Klaus, his voice barely a whisper, muttered, There's just no way. That power belongs to a commoner. Noel, clearly fed up with his narrow-mindedness, groaned in irritation and shot him a sharp glare. Will you shut up already? I've barely known Steven, but even I know he's incredible. His power is simply incomprehensible. Mimosa, wide-eyed and awestruck, stood beside them, her gaze locked on Steven as he hovered effortlessly above the battlefield. He was taking on a mage they had all struggled with, yet here he was, dominating Mars as though it were effortless. How is this even possible? She whispered under her breath, her admiration growing with every second. Suddenly, Mars let out a primal roar, his voice echoing through the warped space of the mirror dimension. Og! A tremendous surge of mana exploded from him, forcing Steven to slide back slightly. The ground trembled as Mars' magic flared with newfound intensity, the air around him vibrating with energy. The minerals littered across the battlefield began to stir, gathering around Mars as he grew larger with each passing moment. His grimoire spun beside him, glowing fiercely as pages flipped, powered by his growing rage and desperation. Mineral creation magic, Titan's heavy armor, the transformation was immediate and terrifying. Mars' body swelled to the size of a giant, his form now covered in thick plates of mineral armor that glimmered menacingly under the distorted light of the mirror dimension. His head, small compared to his massive, hulking body, remained exposed, a glaring contrast to the colossal figure he now commanded. Towering Steven, Mars' rage was palpable as he fixed his cold gaze on his. His voice boomed, shaking the very air. Just what are you? His tone was laced with frustration and fury. Steven remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Slowly, he levitated upward, rising to Mars' eye level. The magic circles surrounding his wrists flared brighter, swirling with arcane energy as they hummed in sync with his immense magical power. My name, Steven's voice was calm yet carried an edge of authority, is Dr. Steven Strange. He paused, letting the name sink in. His piercing gaze met Mars' furious eyes without wavering. And I am a master of the mystic arts. Remember it well. Chapter 37, Strange Dungeon Exploration, 6. As Steven finished talking, he soared through the air, fist pulled back, aiming straight for Mars. However, he quickly noticed that Mars had also drawn back his own fist, prepared for impact. Just as their fists were about to collide in an explosion of force, Steven shifted his tactics. In a split second, he dodged to the side, slipping past Mars' outstretched hand. With a swift motion, Steven clasped Mars' arm with both hands and rocketed upward, dragging the enormous figure with him. Asta, get ready. Steven yelled as he spun wildly through the air, using the momentum to hurl the colossal Mars towards Asta with the force of a small tornado. You know. Boost me. Asta shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Almost immediately, a powerful whirlwind swirled beneath him, created by Yuno's magic. The gust of wind howled as it flung Asta upward, shooting him toward the rapidly descending Mars. Yuno clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. Asta's body cut through the air like an arrow, the speed causing his cheeks to flap as he tightened his grip around his massive sword. His muscles tensed with determination. As he closed in on Mars, time seemed to slow for a brief moment. With a ferocious twist of his body, Asta swung his buster's sword in a wide arc, the blade carving through the air like lightning. The impact was immense. The sword slammed into Mars' torso, shattering much of his towering crystal armor. A cascade of fragmented minerals rained down as Mars was sent flying backward, his body twisting violently from the force. Blood sprayed from his mouth, painting the sky, and a massive gash appeared across his torso. Mars crashed into the dungeon wall with earth-shattering force, creating a gigantic crater. Cracks snaked out from the impact zone, and chunks of rubble exploded in all directions as the walls of the ancient structure began to crumble under the pressure. The ground trembled, and dust clouded the air. Stephen hovered nearby, calmly rotating the entire battlefield, shifting it with ease to keep everyone in position. Mars lay on the ground, blood dripping from his wounds as Yuno's wind gently slowed Asta's descent. Stephen floated effortlessly beside the group, his expression relaxed, though his sharp eyes stayed on Mars, who was now on his knees, blood oozing from his mouth. Another pain breath escaped Mars as he glared at the group before him, his voice a wet, gurgling rasp. Another monster. I'm not a monster, Asta responded, his tone dead serious. He planted his sword in the ground and stared straight at Mars. I'm just a human. Without magic. The minerals encasing Mars' body continued to fall away, like a shedding snake, the broken armor crashing to the ground in pieces. Mars' chest heaved, struggling for breath, but even as his armor failed him, the hatred in his eyes burned brightly. But even so, Asta's voice rang out, unwavering. I'm going to become the Wizard King. Klaus stood off to the side, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Asta. No magic. And yet he possesses this strength? It's unbelievable. Mars let out a low growl, lifting his arms once again as crystals began to grow from his forearms. I was created to destroy people like you, he said, his voice dripping with malice. I only break things. I break everything. Stephen watched with an amused yet perplexed expression, unsure of what to make of the strange interaction between Asta and Mars. He folded his arms and simply observed. You break everything, huh? Asta countered, his voice rising with passion. Well, the Wizard King protects everything. So, there's no way you're winning this fight. A distant memory flashed in Mars' mind, the faint image of a little girl. His teeth ground together in anger. You're in my way. He roared. Get lost, you piece of gravel. With a renewed surge of strength, Mars rose to his feet and charged at Asta, his crystal-covered arms raised for a devastating blow. Before Mars could reach him, Yuno moved in a blur, crafting a massive hand from wind without even needing his grimoire. The magical construct slammed into Mars' exposed face with enough force to send him hurtling backward. His body flew through the air, his nose broken and twisted, blood streaming as he crumpled unconscious against the far wall. His remaining armor disintegrated into dust. You stole my win. Asta yelled indignantly, pointing a finger at Yuno. I even had a cool line to finish it with. Yuno shot him an unamused glance, his face as expressionless as ever. You were taking too long, so I sped things up. Yeah, Asta, I have to agree with Yuno on this one. What was that? Stephen chuckled, floating beside them with a grin. Asta fell to the ground in dramatic despair, on fours. My victory monologue. He cried. I was going to say I'd be the gravel that shattered diamonds. It was supposed to be so cool. Stephen burst into laughter, shaking his head. Seriously? Why would you agree with him and call yourself gravel? Seeing Stephen and Yuno mock Asta's theatrical antics brought a lightness to the group. Mimosa, standing nearby, smiled softly as she muttered under her breath, they really are like brothers. Later, after securing Mars in thick metal restraints crafted by Klaus, Stephen and the others exited the mirror dimension, with an unconscious Mars beside them. Can I at least have this one? Asta asked, his eyes wide with hopeful expectation. Stephen sighed and rolled his eyes. Fine. Go ahead. Yes. Asta leaped into the center of the dungeon entrance, sword raised high. He thrust it towards the sky, shouting at the top of his lungs, who's going to the treasure hall? We are. The Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom. Luck clapped enthusiastically, while Klaus and Mimosa gave Asta supportive claps as well, since they felt bad for him due to his previous outburst. So, how do we get inside? Noelle asked, arms crossed as she assessed the massive doors leading to the treasure. Stephen smirked at Asta. Looks like there's another use for you aside from shouting our victory. Now you're just being mean. Asta pouted. The door is mostly made of magic. You'll need to cut through it, Stephen explained, ignoring Asta's complaints. With a mighty swing, Asta slashed a large X across the center of the door, creating an opening big enough for them to enter. As they stepped inside, their breath was taken away by what lay before them, mountains of gold coins, enchanted artifacts, and treasures beyond imagination. Oh! It is a mountain of treasure. Asta screamed, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. Everyone rushed forward, eager to explore the trove of wealth before them, but Klaus tried to rein them in. Stop. Don't touch anything. These could be National Treasure class magic items. Meanwhile, Nero pecked at Asta, dragging him by the hair to follow her, and Yuno was drawn to a strange parchment on display. Stephen, however, felt a strange pull from his cloak. "What is it, buddy?" Stephen asked, confused as the cloak of levitation yanked him. Curiosity piqued, he allowed the cloak to carry him to the far back end of the dungeon away from everyone. When they reached a brick wall at the back of the room, Stephen raised an eyebrow. "Is there a secret door behind here or something?" he joked as he began pressing the bricks. To his surprise, one of them clicked, and the wall began to move. "Well, I'll be," Stephen muttered, stepping cautiously into the newly revealed chamber. What lay before him stopped him dead in his tracks. A massive ruby crystal sat on a pedestal, glowing faintly. But that wasn't what left him speechless. Inside the crystal, suspended in a deep magical slumber, was a woman. She appeared to be around Stephen's age, her arms crossed above her head alongside her legs which were also crossed, a crown-like object resting on her head, which covered the side of her face. Her serene expression and delicate features gave her an almost ethereal beauty. Stephen's breath caught in his throat. "The Scarlet Witch!" he inwardly exclaimed, his hand trembling as he pressed it against the cool surface of the crystal. Chapter 38, Strange Dungeon Exploration, 7. Stephen's heart raced with excitement as he gazed at the glowing red ruby in his hand. "I'm kinda geeking out. It's the Scarlet Witch," he thought, the fanboy in him momentarily taking over. He stepped off to the side and began punching and kicking the air, completely starstruck by what he had just uncovered. He stopped mid-punch, suddenly aware of a familiar gaze. He turned his head slowly, only to find the cloak of levitation hovering nearby, floating quietly but unmistakably facing him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Stephen straightened his posture, trying to save face. "You didn't see anything," he muttered defensively, though a part of him knew it was no use. The cloak might not have eyes, but its judgmental presence was undeniable. He could feel it. With a long sigh, he ran a hand through his hair, shaking his head. "How did you know this was even here?" The cloak's fabric shifted as if to shrug, then pointed at him repeatedly with its tattered end. "Me? You're saying this is related to me?" Stephen frowned, his curiosity piqued as he stared at the ruby, tilting his head in confusion. The cloak nodded, its movements deliberate. "Wait," Stephen blinked, realization hitting him. "Is it related to my family? Some cliché secret, mystical, hidden clan thing?" he asked, half joking, though his mind raced at the implications. Again, the cloak bobbed in confirmation. Stephen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, processing this revelation. "I see. But this only raises more questions than answers," he mumbled to himself, before casting his gaze back at the ruby. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "First things first. I'm bringing you home with me," he announced confidently, but then paused, his eyes widening with realization. "Wait, no, that came out wrong. I didn't mean it like that." He awkwardly retracted his statement, scratching the back of his neck. Regaining his composure, Stephen had his hand on the ruby, closing his eyes. "I'll find a way to free you. It might blow up in my face, but there must be a reason I found you." The ruby began to levitate from his pedestal. The air around it shimmered as the environment itself shifted, warping the space into a glass-like form. Stephen used his magic to transfer the ruby into the mirror dimension, allowing it to follow him just like his grimoire always did. "Let's go," Stephen said with a glance at the cloak. Without hesitation, the cloak swooped toward him, draping itself over his shoulders. Together, they flew out through a hidden doorway, which seamlessly sealed behind them, leaving no trace of its existence. Stephen floated down into a massive treasure chamber, where he spotted Yuno poring over an ancient scroll. Yuno's grimoire glowed as the scroll's words vanished, being absorbed into its pages. Before Stephen could say anything, Asta's voice echoed throughout the chamber. Guys. Look what I found." Asta burst from an opening in the wall, proudly wielding a sword that was much slimmer than his usual weapon but still impressively large. A line ran down its center, ending in a cross near the blade's tip. "How many hidden compartments are in this flipping dungeon?" Stephen muttered in disbelief, shaking his head as he floated down toward Asta. "Cool sword," Stephen said, his voice laced with genuine curiosity. Hee, thanks." Asta grinned, immediately demonstrating its power with rapid, blur-like swings. The thinner blade allowed him to handle it with one hand, a feat that clearly delighted him. Stephen's brow furrowed as he studied the weapon. "Mind if I take a closer look?" "Sure," Asta said, handing over the sword without hesitation. The moment Stephen touched the hilt, a sharp jolt coursed through his body as he felt his magic being drained. The line along the blade glowed a fiery orange, siphoning his energy. "Ugh! This thing's draining my magic." "Here, take it back," Stephen said, hastily returning the sword to Asta. As he let go, Stephen noticed something strange, his magic remained visibly locked within the sword. His eyes widened in surprise. Asta. Your luck is insane. Asta chuckled smugly, rubbing his cheek against the blade. He. Steven scoffed, crossing his arms. I'm getting a little jealous over here. Now I'm starting to want a sword for myself. Who knows, maybe there's a sword meant for me in this place after all. Asta shot him a cocky grin. Now you know how I feel when everyone else can use magic. Before Steven could respond, his cloak of levitation suddenly lifted off his shoulders and shot into the air, making a beeline for a nearby pile of treasure upon hearing Steven's words. Everyone looked on in confusion as the cloak dove into the pile, scattering coins and relics. It darted through the room, rummaging through various mounds of treasure, creating a clattering noise that echoed through the chamber. What are you doing? Klaus exclaimed, eyeing Steven warily. I said some of these items are National Treasure class magic tools. It's not me. Steven said, exasperated. I'm not doing that. Klaus pointed accusingly. Isn't that your cloak? He's right, Noel interjected. It's not Steven. His cloak acts on its own, it's, like, sentient or something. Just then, the cloak emerged triumphantly from a pile of glittering coins, holding a long, black bastard sword in its fabric folds. Coins rained down as the cloak delivered the weapon to Steven's hands, once again draping over his shoulders. Steven's eyes widened as he examined the long blade. The sword's hilt was intricately carved into the shape of a dragon's head. He ran his fingers along the cool metal, feeling a connection to it. Dragon Fang. He whispered, almost reverently, instinctively knowing the name. He and Asta locked eyes, a playful tension rising between them. In an instant, they both jumped back, raising their swords high. On guard. They shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the chamber. Sparks flew as their swords clashed, each strike a dazzling blur of steel and energy. Noelle groaned, rolling her eyes at their antics. Ugh, boys. Mimosa giggled softly, covering her mouth. I think they're cute, she said with a smile. Don't you think so? As Asta and Steven pressed their swords together in a test of strength, Asta grinned mischievously. You just couldn't let me have my small victory with my new sword, could you? Steven smirked. Nope. I can't let you catch up. I'm still ahead. Suddenly, Steven's smirk faded, his senses sharpening. He snapped his head toward the door, and Luck, standing nearby, did the same, their eyes narrowing. Everyone, step back. Steven shouted just as the door to the treasure hall exploded outward, rubble flying everywhere. From the debris, crystalline structures surged from the ground, trapping most of them where they stood. As the dust settled, Mars appeared, his hulking form covered in gleaming crystal armor, flames dancing around the exposed parts of his body. Flame recovery magic, Phoenix robe. Steven stared at the armored figure, grimacing. Well. Shit. Chapter 39, Strange Dungeon Exploration, End. As the flames surrounding Mars began to heal his wounds, Noelle stepped forward with determination in her eyes. She raised her wand confidently, her voice steady. I'll put out the flames, she declared. Before she could act, Steven shouted, Noelle, step back. His warning was sharp, but too late. Both he and Asta were too far to intervene in time. Mars's eyes flashed coldly as he slashed his hand through the air, sending a powerful wave of force that struck Noelle hard. She was flung backward like a rag doll, crashing into the stone wall. A jagged wound opened across her torso, staining her silver clothing with a deep crimson. Noelle, Asta, Mimosa, and Steven screamed in unison, their voices echoing in the chamber. Asta and Steven's eyes locked onto Mars, fury igniting in their veins. You! They both growled. In an instant, Steven's mana flared to life, and an overwhelming pressure filled the room. An orange, blazing aura engulfed him, swirling like flames as his face was cast in shadows. The only visible feature in the darkness was the piercing glow of his eyes. His hair whipped wildly in the wind, and his cloak billowed violently, flaring behind him as if alive. Without a word, both Asta and Steven gripped their swords tightly. With a burst of strength, they shattered the crystal that had entrapped them. The sound of breaking stone filled the air as Asta readjusted his grip, swinging his sword in a wide arc. The weapon hummed with stolen mana, absorbing Steven's earlier magic and unleashing it in a blazing crescent of orange energy. The crescent of magic slashed through the air with a roar, and as it collided with Mars, an explosion of energy sent him flying backward, his feet skidding across the dungeon floor as he struggled to stay upright. Steven darted forward, moving with blinding speed. Mars steadied himself, his expression hardening. I'll admit you're strong, Mars sneered. But strength won't matter in a contest of speed. Mineral creation magic, harp. Mars summoned dozens of shining daggers, which materialized in the air around him. They began to spin, transforming into a whirlwind of deadly blades as they hurtled toward Steven and Asta with terrifying speed. Steven charged headlong into the onslaught. His cloak seemed to be guiding him through the barrage. He moved with the grace of a dancer, twisting, ducking, and spinning as the daggers zipped past him. But not all of them missed, several blades nicked him, drawing thin lines of blood. Despite the pain, Stephen's resolve never faltered. His sword flashed in the dim light, shattering the incoming daggers as he closed the distance to Mars. Asta followed closely behind, turning into a blur of movement. His sword swung with all the strength he could muster, smashing through the spinning blades with sheer force. Yet, the closer they got to Mars, the more intense the barrage became, making it harder for them to evade the attacks. Meanwhile, Mimosa knelt beside Noelle, her eyes brimming with tears. She glanced at the deep wound marring Noelle's torso, her hands trembling. "My healing cradle spell won't be enough," Mimosa whispered, panic creeping into her voice. She gritted her teeth, gathering her mana with determination. Plant recovery magic, Princess Healing Flower Robe. Flowers bloomed around Mimosa, forming an ethereal robe with wings of petals that unfurled behind her. Her hands glowed with a gentle green light as she channeled her magic into Noelle's body, desperately trying to heal her friend. Memories flooded Mimosa's mind, memories of Noelle pushing herself, training relentlessly to grow stronger, determined to prove herself. As Mimosa worked, Yuno was still trapped in the large crystal formation nearby. His jaw clenched in frustration as he watched Asta and Stephen fighting Mars. Damn it! Why am I always the one who needs saving? The one left behind while they charge ahead. I refuse to be left behind anymore. How can I call myself his rival if I can't even stand by his side? Yuno's grimoire began to glow brightly, its pages flipping rapidly in response to his resolve. The wind around him began to pick up, swirling with increasing intensity. His eyes widened as the grimoire stopped on a page he hadn't seen before, similar to the mysterious scroll he had opened earlier. A gust of wind gathered at Yuno's side, forming into a shape, small and delicate at first. A little green fairy appeared, yawning as if waking from a long slumber. She blinked her eyes slowly before lazily waving her hand. With a sudden, powerful gust, the crystal trapping Yuno shattered into pieces. Yuno stared in disbelief at the tiny fairy, who simply smirked before turning her attention to Mars. Mars, now wielding two enormous crystalline swords, was caught off guard as the fairy pursed her lips and blew gently. A violent gust of wind erupted from her, obliterating everything in its path. Mars's swords shattered into dust, his armor crumbled away, and the flames that had been healing him were snuffed out. The force hurled him across the dungeon like a rag doll, slamming him into the wall with such intensity that the stone cracked. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious. Stephen and Asta stopped mid-charge, turning slowly toward Yuno, whose lips curled into a small, victorious smirk. "Well, that was kinda anticlimactic," Stephen muttered, shaking his head as he walked toward Mars's limp body. As the crystal formations trapping the others began to dissolve, Asta watched in shock as Stephen raised his sword above Mars. "Stephen, what are you doing?" he shouted, worry evident in his voice. Stephen rolled his eyes and brought the sword down swiftly. Asta charged forward, only to stop in confusion. The blade had only made a shallow cut on Mars's cheek. "What? This sword absorbs magic when in contact with blood. We wouldn't want him recovering again, so I'm draining most of his mana, leaving him powerless." "What did you think I was going to do?" Asta blinked in confusion. "Eh? I thought you were gonna execute him or something." He scratched his head awkwardly, sheathing his sword into his grimoire, where it became a new page. Stephen's words were abruptly cut short. As the cracks spidered across the walls of the treasure hall, spreading in all directions, "I'm not that dark," the ominous rumbling intensified, rocks beginning to rain from the ceiling. "Everyone, take cover. The dungeon is collapsing." Klaus yelled, his voice barely audible over the deafening noise. Alongside Luck, he quickly unleashed their magic, blasting apart the larger boulders, but they couldn't keep up with the sheer volume of falling debris. Mimosa, seeing a shadow loom above her and Noelle, looked up in horror. A massive chunk of stone was plummeting straight for them. Without hesitation, she threw herself over Noelle's injured form, her heart pounding as she braced for the impact. But it never came. A burst of glowing orange magic illuminated the space around her. She blinked in disbelief and turned to see Stephen standing beside them, his hands raised. A shimmering shield of eldritch magic had formed above them, holding the rock at bay. "Are you two okay?" he asked, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. Noelle weakly raised a thumb. "It still hurts. But I'm doing much better thanks to Mimosa," she murmured. Mimosa, visibly relieved, nodded. "Let me help you up." Gently, she draped Noelle's arm over her shoulder, helping her stand as rocks continued to crash around them. "Everyone, gather around," Stephen called, urgency creeping into his voice. "I'll open a portal and get us out of here." Just as the glowing portal began to swirl into existence, Asta dashed from the treasure hall without warning. "Where is that idiot going?" Noelle shouted, her voice strained with both pain and frustration. Moments later, Asta reappeared, dragging the unconscious smoke mage and a barely conscious Mars over his shoulders. "Open the portal now!" he yelled as the floor beneath him shook violently, chunks of debris hurtling down like an avalanche. Steven's portal flared to life, and without hesitation, everyone leaped through, Asta diving in last, just as the dungeon collapsed entirely behind them. A few stray rocks tumbled through the portal before Steven swiftly sealed it shut, leaving the roaring destruction behind. "What the hell were you thinking?" Klaus demanded, staring at Asta like he was out of his mind. "Our mission was to conquer the dungeon, not eliminate our enemies," Asta replied, panting as he lowered Mars and the mage onto the ground. "I couldn't just leave them there to die." Klaus looked taken aback. "Well, look, and Steven exchanged small, approving smiles. Asta's unrelenting sense of justice was infectious, even if it bordered on recklessness. Steven turned toward Noelle, who was now standing with the help of Mimosa. He stepped closer and, before anyone could react, enveloped Noelle in a tight hug. "I'm just so glad you're all right," he murmured, a heavy sigh of relief escaping his lips. Noelle's face turned bright red, her arms stiffened awkward. "Well, what the hell are you doing?" she stammered, her voice cracking with embarrassment. Steven, realizing his mistake, awkwardly pulled away, his own cheeks flushed. "Sorry. I was just, worried," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Noelle, still blushing furiously, fanned her face in an attempt to cool down. I'm all right. Thanks for worrying." "Noelle," Mimosa called softly, her own cheeks tinged pink. Noelle glanced over, still flustered. Mimosa, looking increasingly uncomfortable, pointed down. Following her gaze, Noelle's eyes widened in horror. Her tattered clothing had ripped during the battle, exposing her chest, which she'd unknowingly been waving around while cooling her cheeks. Her face went from red to crimson in a split second. "Ah!" Noelle shrieked, crouching down and frantically covering herself. Steven, his face matching Noelle's in color, hurriedly shrugged off his cloak and draped it over her, averting his eyes. "Here. Tea, thank you," Noelle whispered, pulling the cloak tightly around herself. Before the group could process the situation, a sudden burst of smoke erupted from where Mars and the smoke mage lay. Lotus, freed from his bindings, shot into the air with Mars in tow, the two of them disappearing into the distance on a conjured smoke ride. "Should we chase them?" asked, tilting his head curiously. Asta shook his head. "Let them go. The dungeon's destroyed. There's no point in going after them." The group exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They'd completed their mission, and pursuing a retreating enemy seemed pointless after everything that had happened. Klaus approached the trio, Asta, Steven, and his face a mixture of shame and gratitude. Without warning, he pulled each of them into a tight hug. "I'm so sorry for underestimating you guys. For judging you just because you were commoners. You're all exceptional Clover Kingdom mages." Steven, suppressing a smirk, inwardly corrected him, "Sorcerer, actually. You're not bad yourself, Four Eyes," Asta exclaimed, patting Klaus on the back with a grin. As the group gathered to survey the aftermath of the dungeon's destruction, Steven couldn't help but glance back at the collapsed ruins with a mischievous glint in his eye. "I'll have to come back later and rewind this place. There's no way I'm leaving all that treasure behind." And thus came the end of their strange dungeon exploration. Chapter 40, Strange Discovery Here. "Let me heal you," Mimosa said gently, extending her hands towards Steven. A soft golden light emanated from her palms as she began to close the small cuts on his skin. The wounds stitched themselves together, disappearing without a trace. Steven watched as the magic sealed his injuries. "Thank you," he said, nodding with genuine appreciation. "No problem," Mimosa replied, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. She gave him a shy smile before skipping over to Klaus and her light steps almost dancing across the ground. "We will now be on our way," Klaus announced, his voice firm and formal as he gave his farewells to the Black Bulls. As reserved as ever, gave a curt nod in Steven's and Asta's direction before turning to face the open sky. With a swift motion, he summoned his magic. Wind creation magic, celestial wind arc, a swirling gust of wind gathered beneath them, forming a majestic platform in the air. The members of the Golden Dawn stepped onto it, the wind gently lifting them off the ground. Mimosa waved one last time with a bright smile before sent the arc soaring into the sky, the group disappearing into the distance. Steven watched them vanish before turning to his teammates. With a smooth circular motion of his hands, he conjured a shimmering portal. The air shimmered and rippled as the gateway expanded. Without a word, he and the other members of the Black Bulls stepped through, instantly reappearing in front of their base. Home sweet home. Luck exclaimed with a wide grin, marching forward and delivering a powerful kick to the front door. It swung open with a loud crash. Guess WHO's back from their mission. Asta hollered, following right behind, his voice echoing through the halls. Vanessa, lounging lazily on the couch with a wine bottle in hand, lifted it in a tipsy salute. Hey. Welcome back, everyone. Now come on, tell us about your adventures. She hiccuped, clearly a few drinks in. Steven yawned, waving a hand dismissively as he made his way toward his room. Maybe later. I'm exhausted. I'm going to get changed, Noelle muttered quietly, walking off while clutching the cloak of levitation tightly around her. She glanced over her shoulder and added, perhaps I'll take a hot bath as well. Hearing that, Nero, in her bird form, swooped down and perched herself on Noelle's shoulder, her tiny eyes gleaming with interest at the mention of a bath. The two disappeared down the hall, leaving Asta, Luck, and the rest of the rowdy group to share in the post-mission excitement. Once Steven reached his room, he paused briefly, taking in the familiar surroundings. He raised his hand and made a subtle gesture. In response, the air shimmered, and an opening to the mirror dimension appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. There, waiting for him by the foot of his bed, was a deep red crystal, a glowing ruby pulsating with an eerie energy. Steven's eyes narrowed. Now. To find out more about you, he muttered, pacing around the crystal. But first, I need to make a little stop. With a smirk playing on his lips, Steven made another swirling portal, returning to the site of the dungeon they had just left. Upon arrival, he cast one of his spells. Arcane Magic, Image of Icon, the illusion shimmered into place, making it appear as though the dungeon remained collapsed. But beneath the illusion, Steven began his real work, preparing to restore what had been destroyed. His fingers moved deftly, casting another spell, Time Magic, Time Reversal. A green magic circle appeared in front of his hands after reciting the incantation and doing the hand movements, rotating slowly as time itself began to rewind. The stones and debris of the dungeon started to reform, assembling themselves as Steven manipulated the flow of time, restoring the ancient structure to its former state. As he held the time spell in place with one hand, he reached for his sling ring with the other to open another portal, which caused his brows to furrow in concentration as he was now using 3 spells at once. Steven stepped through and appeared inside the treasure hall. With a focused expression, he closed the portal and made another to the mirror dimension. He made a zooming gesture with one hand, causing it to grow in size until it loomed over the chamber. He rotated his hands, the swirling energy at the portal's entrance spinning faster and faster. Soon, small coins and trinkets began to levitate from the ground, pulled into the portal by the increasing suction. The treasure hall became a vortex of gold, magical artifacts, and ancient relics, all streaming into the mirror dimension like a river of wealth. When the room was finally empty, Steven wiped the sweat from his brow, and stepped back in the portal, slowly causing the dungeon to collapse again and undo his other spells. I know I'm supposed to let go of worldly desires, but come on. I'm only human. Who knows how many incredible artifacts are hidden here? He muttered, surveying the pile of treasure with a satisfied grin. Back in the mirror dimension, Steven stood in his room once again, staring at the crimson crystal. The window out was entirely blocked by the towering heap of gold and artifacts. But his eyes remained fixed on the crystal. Now, what to do with you? He murmured, pacing in front of it. After a moment, he reached for the Eye of Agamotto around his neck and shrugged. Well, you're as good a place to start as any. He made a series of complex hand motions, invoking the eye's power. A beam of light shot from the amulet, scanning the crimson gem. Steven's eyes widened as he gasped in disbelief. A crimson crystal of Sidorak. My God. You're conscious in there, aren't you? His voice was filled with awe and shock as he directed his words toward the dormant figure of the Scarlet Witch trapped within the ruby. Her image remained still, eyes closed, arms and legs crossed in an imprisoned position. But Steven could feel it, her mind was awake, alert. Your body is in slumber, but your mind. It's been awake all this time, Steven muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. His brow furrowed, deep in thought. This is probably a terrible idea. But screw it. Steven raised his fingers to his forehead, forming the eye symbol, then flipped it over and thrust it toward the Scarlet Witch, forging a telepathic link. Hello? He called out tentatively through the connection. The response was immediate. Sobbing echoed through his mind, desperate, broken, and pleading in anguish. Please. I've been trapped here for centuries. I didn't do anything wrong, I swear. Please, I beg of you. The Scarlet Witch's voice trembled, her relief palpable after so long in isolation. Chapter 41, Strange Red Dimension. Due to the Eye of Agamotto, Steven Strange knew without a doubt that she was being truthful. No lies lingered in her words. I'll do my best to get you out of there. Steven promised, still reeling from the shock of her situation. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "If you don't mind me asking," Stephen began cautiously, his voice soft so as not to upset her further, "how long have you been trapped in there?" "More than 500 years. Maybe longer," she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I've lost count. All I know is that centuries have passed." Stephen's eyes widened in disbelief. 500 years? You've been awake in there for over 500 years? It's probably been longer, but honestly, I can't remember exactly how long it's been. She hesitated, sounding awkward, as if embarrassed by her inability to recall. Stephen inhaled deeply, steadying his thoughts. "Let's take this slow. We'll figure it out. For now, let's get to know each other a bit while I search for a solution." He reached for his grimoire, which had been floating by his side, its pages flickering with a faint glow. "I'm Stephen Strange. What's your name?" "Wanda. Wanda Maximoff." There was a glimmer of relief in her voice, as if being able to speak her name after so long was a comfort in itself. Stephen smiled warmly. "It's nice to meet you, Wanda." "And you, Stephen," she replied softly, her voice laced with joy at the simple act of conversation. As Stephen opened his grimoire, he whispered a silent incantation, willing it to reveal information on the Crimson Dimension. His fingers traced the ancient pages, and soon, the text about Sidorak appeared before him. This is going to be a problem," he muttered under his breath. Wanda's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong?" Her voice trembled. Am I stuck here forever?" Stephen hesitated. "The crystal that holds you. It originates from the Crimson Dimension, a realm ruled by Sidorak, a being known both as a god and a demon. Anything from his realm is, well, virtually indestructible." Wanda's breath hitched, her voice soft and filled with despair. "So, I really am stuck here forever?" "Not necessarily," Stephen interjected, though his tone was laden with weariness. "There is a way to free you, but it's incredibly dangerous." He scratched his head, frowning. "It could get us both killed if we're not careful." "I'll do it!" Wanda exclaimed, desperation flaring in her voice. "I'll do whatever it takes. If it kills me, then at least I'll be free from this torment. I know I'm asking a lot of you, risking your life for someone you barely know, but you're my only hope." Stephen shook his head, determination settling in his eyes. "Don't worry about that. I gave you my word, and as a sorcerer, that means something. A sorcerer's word is sacred. I will get you out of here." "Thank you, Stephen." "Truly," Wanda whispered, her gratitude palpable. "Don't thank me just yet," Stephen replied, his tone dry. "Wait until I get you out of here, and hopefully, without killing us both in the process." He turned his attention back to his grimoire, thumbing through more pages before explaining his plan. "We're going to go to the place where the crystal originates, the Crimson Dimension. I'll take us there and we'll confront Sidorak himself. He's the only one with the power to free you." "I see," Wanda muttered, her voice steady though filled with anxiety. "I understand why you said it's dangerous. But if you believe this will work, then I trust you." Stephen nodded. "The thing is, I'm not sure it'll work. It's a gamble. I'll have to appeal to both his godly and demonic sides and hope he's feeling generous. But we have no other choice." Moving with purpose, Stephen strode to a small pile of treasure in the corner of the room. He retrieved a handful of ancient gold coins and tossed them to the floor. His hands began to move rapidly, weaving intricate gestures as a small, glowing orb formed between his fingers. "Arcane magic, hoary hosts of Hagoth," he chanted, his voice echoing with power. As the magic washed over the coins, they transformed into red candles and a piece of red chalk. Stephen knelt and began drawing an elaborate pentagram on the floor, setting the candles at each point and lighting them one by one. He closed the curtains, plunging the room into darkness, save for the eerie crimson glow of the flames. Wanda's voice broke the silence, filled with curiosity. "What are you doing?" "Preparing a ritual to contact him," Stephen replied, his tone matter of fact. "I'm knocking on his dimensional door instead of barging in uninvited. I figure it might earn us some goodwill." Wanda couldn't help but chuckle, despite the gravity of the situation. "Brownie points with a god-demon?" Stephen grinned, settling himself in the center of the pentagram, with Wanda's crystal behind him. He began to float as his eyes glowed with magic. "I, Dr. Stephen Strange, call upon Sidorak, the Destroyer, the Lord of Oblivion, ruler of the Crimson Dimension. I beseech you to open a passage into your realm. I seek an audience." Silence hung heavy in the air as Stephen floated in place, waiting. The crystal behind him began to pulse, its glow intensifying until a brilliant beam of light shot from its core, illuminating the room. A swirling red portal opened before him, its edges crackling with otherworldly energy. Steven smirked and glanced back at Wanda. Looks like the lord of the house just opened the door for us. With a confident stride, Steven moved forward, the crimson crystal following closely behind. As they passed through the portal, it snapped shut, extinguishing the candles with a hiss. On the other side, the crimson dimension stretched out before Steven like a surreal, scarlet-hued dreamscape. The ground was a vast desert of ruby-colored sand, broken by towering, volcano-like structures that spewed rust-colored ash into the air. The sky was locked in an eternal sunset, casting everything in an otherworldly red glow. In the distance, a colossal throne rose from the ground, and seated upon it was Sidorak. His hulking, crimson form towered over everything, his presence overwhelming. He was several meters tall, a godlike being of raw power. Steven had to crane his neck just to look up at him. "State your purpose, little sorcerer," Sidorak's voice boomed, echoing through the dimension. Steven stood tall, undeterred by the towering figure. "I seek the release of my companion, who is imprisoned within your crystal. As you know, your power makes anything from your dimension indestructible. Only you can free her." Sidorak's eyes narrowed. "And why would I do that? What benefit is there for me?" A confident smile played across Steven's lips. "We are a sorcerer and a witch, constantly battling powerful forces. When we invoke the power of your dimension, your name will echo across the multiverse. People will tremble at the mere mention of your name, knowing their defeat is inevitable when we wield the might of the Crimson Dimension." Sidorak's laughter shook the very ground beneath them. "Ha ha ha. I like it. Spreading destruction in my name. Very well, sorcerer. I shall free your witch. But remember, you both shall wreak havoc in my name." Chapter 42, Strange Embrace. From his throne, Sidorak's immense form loomed over the scene, his crimson aura crackling with raw power. His eyes gleamed with a malevolent satisfaction as he lazily extended one finger toward the towering crimson crystal that imprisoned the Scarlet Witch. At his silent command, cracks began to snake across the surface of the crystal, each fissure sounding like a thunderclap in the oppressive silence of the dimension. The crystal, once solid and unyielding, groaned under the strain until it finally shattered into 1,000 shards, scattering across the ground like deadly, glittering glass. Before she could hit the cold, hard surface below, Stephen Strange was there, his arms outstretched. He caught Wanda just in time, cradling her against him as her limp body sagged with exhaustion. "Whoa there!" Stephen muttered softly, his voice barely above a whisper as he steadied her. Straightening up, Stephen turned to face Sidorak, his expression a mixture of cautious gratitude and weariness. "We are grateful," he said, his voice firm. Sidorak's gaze remained cold, indifferent to the pleasantries. "Just remember you're part of the deal, young sorcerer," his voice boomed, carrying a dangerous edge that made the very air vibrate. Stephen nodded solemnly. "A sorcerer's word is his bond," he replied, his tone unwavering as he reached for his sling ring. "We will now be on our way and disturb you no further," he added, creating a shimmering portal back to the mirror dimension. With Wanda still leaning against him, the two stepped through, leaving the crimson dimension behind as the portal snapped shut with a crackle of energy. As the warmth of his own room in the mirror dimension surrounded them, Stephen felt Wanda stir in his arms. Slowly, she opened her eyes, blinking as if trying to adjust to the reality around her. She pulled herself away from Stephen's support, looking down at her hands in disbelief. Tears welled up in her eyes, spilling down her pale cheeks before she suddenly lunged forward, tackling Stephen to the ground. "Whoa!" Stephen exclaimed, caught off guard as they tumbled to the floor, with Wanda now on top of him. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her body trembling. Stephen instinctively raised his hands in surrender, his palms open and facing her as if to show he meant no harm. He was about to say something but stopped when he heard the faint sound of her sobs, felt the tremors running through her. "Thank you. Thank you," Wanda whispered, her voice barely audible through her tears. Stephen sighed deeply, lowering his arms as he shifted beneath her. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her in a gentle hug, his hand resting against the back of her head, cradling her like a fragile thing. He said nothing, simply held her, offering the comfort she so desperately needed. For a while, Wanda clung to him, her grip tight, her face buried against his neck. The warmth of their shared embrace seemed to ease the weight of her sorrow, but her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized what she was doing. She hadn't experienced human contact in so long, centuries, perhaps. She had forgotten the simple joys of touch, of warmth, of the reassurance that another person could bring. And yet, even as the realization sank in, she couldn't bring herself to let go. Instead, she tightened her hold, burying her face deeper into his neck as if trying to soak in every last drop of comfort. Can we stay like this for a little bit?" Wanda's voice was small, hesitant, as if she feared he might reject her. "Yeah," Stephen said softly, not moving. "Take your time." Despite the moment, despite the closeness of the Scarlet Witch in his arms, All Steven felt was pity. He could sense the depth of her loneliness, the years of isolation that had weighed on her spirit like a leaden chain. It broke his heart to think of the pain she had endured. After what felt like an eternity, Wanda finally began to withdraw from the hug, though she still remained seated by his stomach, her auburn hair hanging loose around her face. She looked down at Steven, her eyes softened by vulnerability, yet there was a flicker of joy in her gaze. "So, this is what you look like," she said with a shy smile, gently brushing his hair away from his face. Steven chuckled awkwardly, still lying on the floor. "Yup. This is me." Wanda giggled, a sound that seemed almost foreign to her after so much time spent in solitude. But then her expression changed as her eyes drifted to the eye of Agamotto hanging around Steven's neck. Her brows furrowed, and before he could stop her, she reached out to touch it. "Wanda, number." Steven began, but it was too late. The moment her fingers grazed the eye, it flared with a blinding golden light. Wanda let out a faint cry, recoiling as her hand burned from the touch. "Ah!" she gasped, clutching her hand, a fresh burn marking her palm. "Are you all right?" Steven asked urgently, scrambling to his feet and grabbing her hand. He quickly made a hand gesture with his other hand as healing magic flowed from his fingertips into her burn. Wanda grimaced but gave him a small, apologetic smile. "I didn't miss the feeling of pain," she muttered, her voice dry despite the situation. "Why would you just grab it like that?" Steven asked, his tone scolding but more concerned than angry. Wanda's expression darkened as she stared at the eye, her mind clearly elsewhere. "The man who trapped me in that crystal. He wore this around his neck, along with a red cloak." Steven's eyes widened. "What?" Wanda nodded, her voice breaking as old memories resurfaced. "I was once living in a village with both my brother and mother, when suddenly bandits attacked. They came in the middle of the night. We didn't stand a chance. My brother fought back and he was strong, but they—" Wanda paused, her voice cracking as she struggled to continue. "They killed him in front of me. Then my mother tried to protect me, and they took her too." She closed her eyes, her fists clenching as the memories overwhelmed her. "I was so angry. I couldn't control it. All that rage. I just felt something snap inside me, and then I unleashed it. It was like an explosion of magic, a wave that swallowed everything. The bandits, the entire village, everything just disintegrated. One moment, they were there. And then they were gone. It was just me, standing in a wasteland of ash and rubble." Wanda looked up at Steven, her eyes brimming with tears. "I didn't understand what I had done. And then he appeared. The man in the red cloak floating, with that pendant around his neck." Steven's breath hitched. "Both the cloak of levitation and the eye of Agamotto. He told me I was too dangerous to be left alone. That my power would destroy everything if I wasn't stopped. But he didn't want to kill me because, according to him, someone else with my power would be born. So, he said he had no choice but to seal me, lock me away in that crystal, to keep me from causing the world's destruction." Steven's face hardened. "He had no right to do that. I tried to fight him," Wanda continued, her voice trembling. "I used every bit of magic I had. But he was too strong. I couldn't stop him. And then everything went dark. When I woke up, I was trapped. Alone. For centuries until you found me." Wanda's eyes were locked on the pendant again, her expression tense. "I thought. Maybe you knew something about him. That's why I grabbed it." Steven sighed and gently released her hand, the burn now healed. "I wish I could tell you more, but I was left at an orphanage with this thing alongside the cloak," Steven said as he touched the eye pendant. Wanda nodded slowly, remorse shadowing her face. "I'm sorry for grabbing it so suddenly." "It's all right," Steven said, his tone softening. "Just be more careful next time." Chapter 43, Strange Reaction. Wanda continued to look at Steven, her expression filled with both apology and shame as she massaged her now fully healed hand. The flickering lights in the dim room cast shadows on her face, accentuating her troubled gaze. "What's with that look?" Steven asked, raising an eyebrow as they were still sat on the ground. "Didn't I tell you it was all right? I get it, you were just surprised, seeing it for the first time." Wanda shook her head softly. "That's not all," she murmured. "You went and saved me, risked your life to set me free, and the first thing I did was accuse you of being involved in my imprisonment. When I should have been nothing but grateful." Before she could say more, Wanda gasped as Steven flicked her forehead. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, wide-eyed, staring at him in shock. "What was that for?" she muttered, rubbing her forehead. Steven shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Honestly, it just felt like the right thing to do." "You were being stupid." "How was I being stupid?" Wanda asked, still rubbing the sore spot, a slight pout forming on her lips. "Because you're worrying about something so small, even though I told you it's fine. If I were in your shoes, I probably would have reacted the same way. Hell, I might actually have something to do with whoever imprisoned you, could have been some ancestor of mine. So, technically, you weren't wrong. A soft smile crept onto Wanda's face as she looked at him. He was trying to reassure her in his own strange way, and it worked. You still didn't have to flick me on the forehead, though, she said, giving him a playful glare and pouting even more. Steven chuckled and stood up from where he'd been sitting on the floor, offering a hand to Wanda. Well, stop being stupid, and I won't have to do it again. Wanda let out a small laugh, slipping her hand into his as he helped her to her feet. The warmth of his hand was reassuring. Steven sighed as he massaged his own forehead, his expression clouding over. What's wrong? Wanda asked, tilting her head, concern flashing in her eyes. I'm just trying to figure out what to tell the others, Steven admitted. I can't exactly hide you forever, but I also don't know how they'll react. Maybe I can talk to the captain. Get you into the Magic Knight Squad. But I'm not sure how it'll go down. Captain? Magic Knight Squad? Wanda asked, the terms foreign to her. She tilted her head in confusion, her brow furrowing slightly. Steven realized she had no idea about any of this. Right, sorry. You're in the base of the Black Bulls, in the Clover Kingdom. Magic Knights are. Well, they're protectors of the kingdom. Kind of like soldiers, but with magic. Our squad, the Black Bulls, is a bit different from the rest, more misfits than knights. Steven went on a rant and explained about all he could to Wanda about where she was. Wanda's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she listened to his explanation. I see. Well, in that case, I suggest we be honest, she said thoughtfully. If the Black Bulls are a bunch of misfits, then I'll fit right in. There's no better misfit than me, she added proudly. Steven gave her a little shake of the head, smiling at her boldness. That's not exactly something to brag about. It could be. Wanda exclaimed, a little offended, her lips pursed. Steven rolled his eyes but couldn't hide his grin. All right. But you do have a point though, honesty might be the best route. Let's go with that. Follow me. Without hesitation, Wanda followed closely behind, her hand clutching the back of Steven's clothing as if afraid to lose him in the unfamiliar surroundings. And then sent the guy flying back with his wind magic. Asta shouted, standing on the table, enthusiastically retelling their recent dungeon adventure. The Black Bulls were all gathered, laughing and listening intently. Even Yami sat nearby, his hand resting on his katana, interested in their dungeon exploration. Suddenly, a strange crackling sound echoed through the room. The space itself seemed to splinter, like glass breaking in midair. Conversations halted, and everyone tensed. Yami's hand instinctively tightened on his sword. The tension eased slightly as Steven stepped through the strange fracture in space, followed by a girl clutching his clothes, peeking out nervously from behind him. Wanda kept her head down, hiding from the curious eyes of the Black Bulls. The room fell silent, all eyes on the mysterious duo, until Yami finally spoke up, his deep voice breaking the quiet. What's with the girl, Gramps? Steven scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Funny story, actually. I found her. Trapped in a crystal in the dungeon. So, I broke her out and brought her back here. The room remained dead silent for a moment. Yami sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Gramps. Looks like old age is finally catching up to you. You've gone senile. Steven opened his mouth to protest, but Wanda spoke up before he could. He's not lying, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I was trapped in that crystal for over 500 years. Until Steven freed me. Over 500 years? The entire squad erupted in shock, even Vanessa, who had been casually drinking, sobered up at the revelation. Steven's expression hardened as he glanced at Wanda. What's worse is that she was conscious the entire time. Yami's face darkened as he locked eyes with Steven. Are you an idiot? You broke someone out who was sealed away for centuries without telling anyone first? What if she's dangerous? Steven shook his head confidently, tapping the eye of Agamotto around his neck. Don't worry. I could see through all deception. She's not dangerous. Yami's gaze lingered on the eye of Agamotto for a moment, as ever since Steven's been a member he always had it on. He then turned to Wanda. Hey, little lady, are you strong? Wanda blinked, unsure how to answer at first. I'd say I'm fairly strong. Yes. Good. You're in, Yami said with a grunt, raising a thumb. Welcome to the Black Bulls. Wanda blinked in surprise. Wait. That's it? Yami scoffed. You said you're strong, didn't you? That's good enough for me. You're an honorary Black Bull now. Before Wanda could protest further, Vanessa conjured a Black Bull's robe out of thin air and draped it over Wanda's shoulders. Charmy's sheep scooped her up without warning, setting her down at the table with the rest of the squad. You poor thing. Charmy exclaimed, her sheep bringing out plates upon plates of food. Being trapped in a crystal for that long without eating anything? That's a crime against food. Eat up. Wanda hesitated, glancing at Steven for reassurance. He simply nodded with a smile, encouraging her. Taking a deep breath, she cut into the steak in front of her and took a small bite. The moment the food touched her tongue, Wanda froze. Tears welled up in her eyes as she tasted real food for the first time in centuries. She took another bite, more tears flowing down her face. This is so good, she cried softly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Charmy and the others watched her with pity as she ate, crying through every bite. One by one, the black bulls gathered around her, encouraging her to try different dishes, each member eager to make her feel welcome. Yami, meanwhile, gestured for Steven to follow him outside. Steven nodded, giving Wanda one last glance before heading out with Yami, wondering what the captain would say next. Chapter 44, Strange Conversation with the Captain. Yami stood just outside the base, his figure cloaked in the cool evening air. A cigarette dangled from his lips, its tip glowing softly as he inhaled, releasing a cloud of smoke into the sky. His posture was casual, one hand stuffed into his pocket, while his eyes stayed focused on the horizon. The soft crunch of footsteps on gravel made him glance to his side as Steven walked up to join him. What is it? Steven asked, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the dark-clad warrior. Yami didn't turn to face him. Never figured you for the hero type, Gramps, he said, exhaling a plume of smoke that drifted lazily in the air. Steven shifted uncomfortably, his hands slipping into the pockets of his pants. Hero's a strong word, he muttered. I just did what felt right at the time. A smirk tugged at Yami's lips, though he still didn't bother to look directly at Steven. Right. And breaking a girl out of a crystal that's been sealed for 500 years, without knowing why she was sealed in the first place? Yeah, that's just your typical feels right kind of day, huh? Yami flicked the ash from his cigarette, finally casting a sidelong glance at Steven, his eyes sharp and observant. Steven sighed deeply and ran a hand through his silver-streaked hair. I could see she wasn't dangerous, he explained, his voice quiet but firm. I use the Eye of Agamotto. It lets me see things most people can't. Truths hidden behind illusions. Wanda wasn't a threat, just someone who'd been wronged. Yami's expression remained unreadable as he took another slow drag from his cigarette, letting the smoke roll out in a long breath. That eye of yours is useful, I'll give you that. But just because you saw something doesn't mean you got the full picture. People don't get sealed away for centuries for no reason. Steven crossed his arms, his frown deepening. You think I made a mistake? Yami's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was no malice in his gaze, just a cool, steady caution. I think you didn't think it all the way through. We have no idea who locked her in that crystal, or what for. And even if you've got your reasons, you're still taking a big risk. Steven hesitated, then nodded. I know. It might have something to do with me, he admitted quietly before explaining Wanda's story, what she had told him about her imprisonment and how it had led to their fateful meeting. Yami listened in silence, his cigarette slowly burning down between his fingers. When Steven finished, Yami let out a long breath and stubbed out the cigarette on the ground. You're playing with fire, old man. It wasn't just reckless. It was damn near suicidal. You didn't just put yourself at risk, you put everyone in that base in danger. Every single one. You're not some lone mage wandering around anymore. You've got people who trust you, people who rely on you. And you brought a walking bomb into their home. I'll take full responsibility if it comes to that, Steven said, his voice steady. I'll handle it. Yami gave a soft snort, a faint smirk appearing on his face. I don't like it, but I can't say I wouldn't have done the same thing. If I were in your shoes, I probably wouldn't have hesitated either. He turned to look directly at Steven, his expression serious. But the next time, you report it to me. I'm still your captain, right? Steven gave a small, two-fingered salute, his mouth quirking into a lopsided grin. Yes, sir. Yami nodded and gestured toward the base, in a dismissive manner signaling the end of their conversation. Steven turned to leave, but before he could take more than a few steps, Yami grabbed his shoulder. Wait a second. Steven stopped and turned, eyebrow raised in confusion. What is it? Yami looked at him deadpan. I heard you know transmutation magic, right? We're out of toilet paper. I need you to make some. Steven blinked in disbelief. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking, Grandpa? Hurry up, or I'll use that red cloak of yours instead. Yami's forehead was damp with sweat, and his face betrayed the urgency of his request. There is something seriously wrong with you, Steven muttered. But with a sigh, he waved his hand, telekinetically lifting a few blades of grass from the ground. A quick spell from the hoary hosts of Hoggoth turned them into a neat roll of toilet paper. Yami snatched the roll from the air and sprinted back inside the base without another word. Stephen stood there for a moment, shaking his head in disbelief. Unbelievable, he muttered, before heading back inside himself. As he walked into the base, Stephen was greeted by the sight of his cloak of levitation floating towards him, dripping wet with steam rising from its surface. Stephen furrowed his brow. Why the hell are you wet? The cloak swayed side to side, mimicking the motions of someone scrubbing and washing. So, Noelle washed you as a thank you for covering her, huh? Stephen asked, crossing his arms. The cloak nodded smugly, puffing itself up with pride. You seem pretty pleased with yourself, Stephen chuckled. The cloak gave an exaggerated nod before Magna's voice rang out from down the hall. Stephen. It's your time of the week to do the chores. Yeah, I'm on it. Stephen called back, snapping his fingers to dry the cloak before draping it back over his shoulders. Later, in the kitchen, Stephen used his magic to wash dishes, lazily waving his hands as the plates scrubbed themselves in the sink. The cloak hovered nearby, drying and stacking them. Wanda poked her head into the room, hesitating before stepping inside. Hey, can we talk? She asked, her voice uncertain. Stephen glanced over, still directing the floating dishes. I hope I didn't get you in trouble with your captain, Wanda said, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. I saw you two talking outside. Nah, don't worry about it, Stephen replied with a shrug. I got scolded, sure, but I kind of deserved it. Which is weird, now that I think about it. I don't usually get scolded. Wanda bit her lip, unsure how to respond. It seems like I've brought nothing but trouble. Stephen interrupted her by raising his hand, middle finger under his thumb, and holding it towards her direction, giving her a warning look. Wanda blinked in surprise. Okay, I'll stop talking, she muttered, rubbing her forehead with a sigh. Stephen smirked. Look at you, getting smarter already. Wanda glared, her lips pursing in a pout. Are you calling me dumb? Did I say that? He teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Wanda let out a huff but soon broke into a smile. She stepped forward and gave Stephen a long grateful hug. Thank you, Stephen. For everything. Yeah, now go join the others. I'll be there soon. As Stephen finished with his chores, he joined the others and found Noelle sitting with everyone, her arms crossed and glaring directed at Stephen. What now? Stephen groaned, throwing his hands in the air. Noelle huffed. First, you get engaged to my cousin Mimosa, and now you bring home another gorgeous woman. You. Gigolo. What? The rest of the room erupted in gasps, all eyes turning to him, shocked to find out he was engaged. Vanessa dramatically clasped her chest and wailed, No, not my Stephen. You told me I was the only one for you. That I was the only one you needed. Was it all a lie? Was it? Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Stephen as though she had never truly known him. Stephen held up his hands defensively. First of all, I never agreed to that engagement. Your weirdo aunt forced it on me. Don't talk about my auntie that way. And second, he pointed at Vanessa, ignoring Noelle. I never said anything remotely like that to you. Stop making things up. Vanessa winked playfully. Your reactions are just too funny. I can't help myself. Wanda sighed in relief, her smile returning as she realized Stephen wasn't the player she had feared. Chapter 45, Strange Late Night Visit. In the Golden Dawn base, late into the night, Mimosa sat in front of a gilded mirror, brushing her hair with gentle, rhythmic strokes. She wore a delicate, flowing nightgown, her golden locks shimmered as she brushed, each stroke calming her in the quiet hours of the night. In front of her, a small magic communicator hovered, casting a faint, ethereal glow as it projected a hologram of her mother. So, I met with Stephen, mother. Mimosa's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she continued to brush her hair, hesitating over her words. Oh? Did you now? And what did you think? Aurelia, her mother, asked, raising an elegant brow with a hint of curiosity. Mimosa's eyes softened, her expression wistful as she gathered her thoughts. He was nice. Handsome, even. Strong, too. When he found me injured, he didn't hesitate, he healed me immediately, even before I could activate my own spell, despite knowing what kind of magic I wield. Aurelia chuckled softly, a teasing smile playing at her lips. Oh, my. Don't tell me you're already developing feelings. I do know how to pick them, don't I? Mimosa's blush deepened, and she pouted, brushing her hair a little harder. Mother, please. I wouldn't say I'm developing feelings, but... Well, my heart does feel a bit fluttery when I think of him. Aurelia laughed, her mirth ringing through the communicator. You're simply adorable, my dear. Mimosa puffed her cheeks in mock indignation, crossing her arms. I'm hanging up now. Alright, no more teasing, Aurelia said, still smiling. Good night, my love. Sweet dreams, she added, blowing a playful kiss through the hologram. Good night, mother, Mimosa replied, rolling her eyes, but she couldn't help the smile that tugged at her lips. When she finally ended the call, she let out a sigh, resting her forehead against the cool surface of the desk. Mimosa leaned her head to the side, staring into the mirror. I wonder, when will I see him again? She murmured, tracing idle patterns on the desk with her fingertips. Her thoughts lingered on Stephen, weaving between memories of his kindness and the strange, fluttering warmth that his presence seemed to evoke. A soft knock suddenly echoed in the quiet room, startling her. She jumped, glancing around, but the room was empty. Confused, her eyes returned to the mirror, and froze. Inside the reflection, as though through a translucent veil, stood Stephen himself, giving her an awkward smile and a small, uncertain wave. Mimosa blinked, unsure if she was dreaming, but there he remained, his form rippling in the mirror's surface. Just as she opened her mouth to scream, his hand shot through the glass, covering her mouth before any sound could escape. His touch was gentle yet firm, and as he leaned through the mirror, he held a finger to his lips. Please, don't scream, he whispered. I'm not trying to cause trouble. Can we just talk? Mimosa's wide eyes slowly softened, and she gave a quick nod, agreeing to his request. Stephen carefully lowered his hand, pressing his palms together in an apologetic gesture. I'm really sorry for the sudden visit, he said, his voice low and sincere. I just felt it was important. May I come in? Mimosa's cheeks turned a deep crimson, but she found herself nodding again. She took a few steps back, creating space for him to step out of the mirror. With a soft shimmer, Stephen glided through, his cloak billowing faintly behind him as he landed gracefully before her. She covered her face, her hands trembling slightly as she tried to calm herself. After a deep breath, she peeked over her fingers, her voice coming out shy and soft. So, what was it you wanted to discuss? Stephen sighed, his expression turning serious. It's about our engagement. Mimosa's heart skipped a beat. Our engagement? She echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. He nodded, glancing at her with a mix of determination and vulnerability. Yes. I feel that. We need to talk about it, just us. Away from our families and squads, without anyone else deciding things for us. Mimosa's gaze softened as she gestured toward her bed, sitting at its edge and patting the spot beside her. Stephen joined her, settling cautiously as if he were a guest, his fingers resting tensely in his lap. I would offer you something, but it's late, she murmured, feeling the quiet weight of the moment between them. Stephen gave a small smile, shaking his head. No, really, that's fine. I didn't exactly give you much notice, did I? Silence lingered for a moment before he spoke, his tone hesitant. Can I ask how you truly feel about all of this? Doesn't it bother you? Mimosa tilted her head, a small frown creasing her brow. Bother me? Why would it? Well, he began, looking away, your future was chosen for you. Without your say in it. She shook her head, her voice gentle. Being born into nobility, you learn early to surrender a part of your freedom. My meals, my clothes, even my studies were chosen for me from a young age. Now that I'm older, I have some choice, but my family's expectations will always be there. It's why I joined the Golden Dawn instead of Crimson Lion. I wanted to earn my place on my own. So, no, it doesn't really bother me. Stephen took in her words, his expression softening. That sounds difficult. Mimosa giggled softly, shaking her head. It's not as bad as I made it sound. I've had plenty of happiness in my life, too. My parents met through an arranged marriage, and they're very much in love. So, I've never thought poorly of the idea. I always knew it would be part of my life, eventually. Her voice softened, and her cheeks grew pink as she added, almost to herself, I've always hoped for a love like theirs. My father used to say he found his soulmate through an arrangement. And I'd love to be that lucky, too. Hearing this, Stephen's gaze shifted, a blush creeping up his own cheeks. He cleared his throat, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Mimosa caught the flustered look in his eyes and quickly waved her hands, flustered. Oh, please, don't think too much of that. I didn't mean to imply anything, she stammered, covering her face again. Taking a steadying breath, Stephen looked at her thoughtfully. I never saw arranged marriages that way. To me, marriage was always this sacred bond, a choice between two people who loved each other. Having others dictate that choice seemed wrong. It felt like it ruined what made it special. Mimosa's laughter broke the solemn air, and Stephen looked at her, bewildered. She waved a hand apologetically. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at you. It's just sweet. Not everyone sees marriage that way. Stephen smiled, though a bit bashfully. I grew up in an orphanage. I guess marriage, family. It's something I always thought about, and hold dear. Mimosa's warm gaze lingered on him, understanding filling her expression. But then, her smile faltered, and she looked down, her voice becoming a fragile whisper. So, you're not happy about being engaged to me? Seeing the sadness in her eyes, Stephen immediately reached out, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. She looked up, surprised by the earnestness in his gaze. It's not about you, Mimosa. I don't want you to think that for a second. You are incredibly beautiful and remarkable. Any man would be lucky to call you his fiancé. Mimosa's heart raced, her face turning a shade of pink that matched the warmth in her chest. She could barely breathe as she looked up at him. Stephen, realizing he was still holding her, slowly released his grip, his hands falling to his lap as he looked away, exhaling a shaky sigh. It's just the fact we didn't choose this. It feels like we're just pieces on a chessboard, moved at someone else's will. Mimosa, feeling a swell of compassion, reached out. She placed her hand atop his, giving him a gentle squeeze, and when he looked at her, she offered a soft, reassuring smile. Without a word, he turned his hand over, his fingers entwining with hers, their connection a quiet understanding. Chapter 46, Strange Tender Moment. Stephen and Mimosa sat together in a comfortable silence. Mimosa leaned her head gently against his shoulder, her soft breaths matching the rise and fall of his. Their fingers were intertwined. After a while, Mimosa broke the silence, her voice barely more than a whisper. You know, we can get this annulled if you really want to. I don't mind, she murmured, as if reluctant to disturb the peace between them. Stephen shook his head slowly, casting a thoughtful look. Somehow, I doubt it's that simple. Like you said, it was the Wizard King who made it official. I don't think he'd be too keen to retract it. Not without good reason, at least. Mimosa's eyes drifted to the floor, a faint hint of determination beneath her gentle gaze. It was my mother's wish, she said softly. If you truly wanted to end this, I could convince her to take it back. Stephen turned to her, his gaze steady and searching. But do you want it to be annulled? He asked, raising a curious brow. Mimosa hesitated, her fingers tightening slightly around his. It's not really about what I want, she replied, looking away. I wouldn't want you to feel trapped or obligated to do something you don't want. But that's just it, Mimosa. It does matter. Stephen's voice was firm, but kind. An engagement isn't something one person should decide on their own. No offense, but I don't want to make decisions for you, like your mother seems to think she can. So yes, your feelings matter. If you don't want to annul this, then let's talk it through. That's why I'm here, to work through this together. For a moment, Mimosa was quiet, her expression softening as she looked at him. Slowly, she reached up, her fingertips brushing his cheek with tenderness. You're a very kind person, Stephen, she whispered. But then her gaze fell, a flicker of regret crossing her face. I'm sorry. I know it's selfish, but I don't want to annul it, she admitted, her voice thick with a mix of vulnerability and hope. She began to pull her hand away, her expression downcast, but Stephen gently clasped her hand before she could retreat. All right then, he said simply, a small smile curving his lips. We won't annul it. Eh? Mimosa blinked, surprise lighting up her features. He hadn't even taken a moment to think it over. But I thought. Just because we're engaged doesn't mean we have to rush into marriage, right? Stephen's smile grew as he turned his full attention to her, his voice brimming with warmth and understanding. Mimosa's heart skipped a beat as she realized what he was suggesting, and she found herself nodding eagerly. So let's take our time, he continued. Let's get to know each other better. And if, a few years down the line, you decide I'm not the one for you, then we can part as friends. But if, after all that, you do still want to marry me, then we'll make it official. How does that sound? Unable to contain her emotions, Mimosa threw her arms around him in a heartfelt embrace. Thank you, she whispered, her voice laced with relief. Thank you for going along with my selfishness. Stephen was momentarily taken aback but quickly returned the hug, chuckling softly. Mimosa pulled back slightly, gazing up at him with a shy smile. If you ever fall in love with someone else, she began, her voice barely a murmur, I don't want our engagement to hold you back. Just tell me, and we'll call it off. I want you to be happy. Stephen nodded, brushing a strand of hair from her face. The same goes for you, he assured her gently. Mimosa smiled, resting her head against his chest and closing her eyes. They stayed like that for a while, savoring the quiet. Later, as the night grew deeper, Stephen and Mimosa stood facing each other in her mirror, preparing to say their goodbyes. I think I may have overstayed my welcome, Stephen said with a sheepish smile. It's getting late. Mimosa shifted, glancing down as she twiddled her fingers. Will you come visit me like this again? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Stephen raised an amused brow. Would you like me to? Mimosa flushed, looking away. Though you did show up like a creepy pervert, I enjoyed your visit. Just maybe send a message next time? She added bashfully, a small smile playing on her lips. Stephen chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. I'll be sure to give you a fair warning the next time I decide to show up like a pervert. Turning toward the mirror that would be his passage back, when he felt a gentle tug on his cloak. He looked back to find Mimosa standing on her tiptoes, her face tinged pink as she pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. A rosy hue colored Stephen's cheeks as he stared at her in surprise. Mimosa looked down, practically glowing with embarrassment. A kiss on the cheek is normal, right? She mumbled, fidgeting with her hands. I mean, you are my fiancé. Stephen felt a grin tug at his lips. Right. He murmured, leaning forward to press a gentle kiss to her cheek in return. I'll see you soon. With one last look, he turned and stepped through the mirror, which shimmered briefly before swallowing him up, leaving Mimosa alone in the quiet room. As the reality of the evening settled over her, Mimosa touched her cheek, her mind reeling. I didn't think he'd actually kiss me back. Letting out a soft squeal, she hurried back to her bed and flopped down, hugging her pillow tightly. She traced her fingers over her cheek and then her lips, a soft giggle escaping as she whispered, I hope he doesn't think I'm too easy. With one last happy sigh, she looked up at the ceiling, a gentle smile on her face. Thank you, Mother, she whispered, her heart brimming with contentment. As Stephen arrived back at the base, stepping out from the fractures of the mirror dimension, he stretched deeply, a large grin stretching across his face as he savored the feeling of being back. Noticing Nero perched on her usual spot with her typical deadpan look, Stephen rolled his eyes, finding the sight amusing. With a skip in his step, he made his way over to his bed, his grimoire clutched tightly in his hands. Sitting down, he glanced toward Nero, beckoning with a playful tone, Come on. Nero looked hesitant, her feathers ruffling slightly before she took flight and landed on his shoulder. Stephen smiled as he opened his grimoire, and in a flash, the two were transported to his mystical library. Seeker and Stephen stood together in the ethereal library. Stephen raised his hand and confidently called out, Sidorak-natured spells. Immediately, a red, leather-bound tome flew through the air and landed in his hand, emanating a faint crimson glow. You see, not only did I manage to get Wanda out of that crystal, he said with a proud smirk, I also tricked a dimensional lord into letting me access his realm without him realizing it. Now, I can finally use the spells I was most interested in learning, the bands of Sidorak. Seeker, however, seemed unimpressed, her expression one of practiced disinterest as she strolled past him. She reached a nearby ladder, climbed up, and pulled a book from a high shelf, ignoring Stephen as she began to examine it. Stephen watched her, raising an eyebrow in confusion as she climbed down and headed to her usual reading spot without sparing him a second glance. Seeker? He called, following after her, unsure why she was giving him the cold shoulder. With a soft huff, Seeker leaped up onto a small table, scooting back, pointedly ignoring him. Stephen sighed, exasperated. What did I do this time? Seeker snapped her book open a bit too forcefully, holding it up to cover her face. You're 500 years old and acting like a child, he muttered, rolling his eyes. She lowered her book just enough to shoot him a glare. Not letting her attitude deter him, Stephen stepped closer, pulling the book from her hands, meeting her gaze with a serious expression. Use your words, he said, his voice firm. Why are you acting this way? She scoffed, looking away, then finally muttered, Why are you even bothering with me? Shouldn't you be talking to one of your many other women? Ever since you became a magic knight, it's like you're collecting them, Noelle, Vanessa. Not to mention your fiancée. And now there's Wanda. Stephen had to turn away, stifling a laugh as he covered his mouth. Is something I said funny? Seeker asked, her tone icy. He shook his head, failing to keep a smirk off his face. I'm sorry, I just need a second. Seeker Nero Swallowtail is jealous. I've seen it all now. He chuckled. My middle name isn't Nero. Seeker snapped, cheeks flushed. And I am not jealous. Stephen looked at her more seriously now. Have I done something to make you feel like this? Seeker turned her face away, her voice barely a whisper. No. That's because I'm not jealous. Stephen let out a frustrated sigh. I just don't understand you, Seeker. Wasn't it you who pushed me away not too long ago? And now? Now you're acting like this? What are you talking about? Seeker asked, looking stunned. Don't pretend you don't remember, he said, his irritation evident. When I was testing the Eye of Agamotto. We shared something, a real moment. And then you pushed me away. That hurt, you know. Her expression softened, and she bit her lip, looking down. You don't understand, Steven. I'm 500 years old. A bird, cursed to be as such for many more years, and all I could ever be to you is your pet, your familiar. One day, I'll have to watch you grow old, fall in love, have a family, and then die. And I'll remain just me. A bird, a familiar, a relic of a past age. Getting closer to you means just that much more heartache down the line. She took a shaky breath, struggling to maintain her composure. I shouldn't get jealous. It's not my place. But I can't help it. Watching you with other people, it hurts. In that moment, Steven leaned forward and silenced her with a gentle kiss, catching her entirely off guard. Her eyes fluttered shut as a tear slipped down her cheek, and she pressed her forehead to his, her voice trembling. You're cruel, Steven Strange. So very cruel. He looked into her tear-filled eyes, his voice low but resolute. I won't let that happen, he vowed, brushing a thumb across her cheek. I won't let you suffer like that. She placed her hands on either side of his face, searching his eyes. How can I believe that? I'm scared, Steven. A sorcerer's word is his bond, he said softly, holding her gaze with a solemn promise. If I say I'll make it happen, I will. Seeker closed her eyes, resting her forehead against his once more, her grip tightening as she whispered, please. Don't let me lose you. I can't bear the thought of it. Don't lie to me. Chapter 47, Strange Artifacts. In the quiet stillness of the ancient library, Steven's arm wrapped around Seeker's waist as she perched on the edge of a grand oak table. Her hands gently cupped his cheeks, their faces mere inches apart. The only sound that filled the vast, magical chamber was the soft, rhythmic smacking of their lips as they lost themselves in each other's kiss. As they broke apart to catch their breath, a faint smile touched both their lips. Their faces remained close, each breath mingling, the intimacy of the moment hanging heavily between them. Seeker was the first to break the silence, her voice soft yet tinged with a bashful note. This wasn't quite how I pictured my date turning out, she admitted, her cheeks a delicate shade of pink. Steven smirked, his tone teasing. Want to know something interesting? Right now, it's not just us, it's our souls touching, practically kissing each other. Makes this moment all the more intimate, don't you think? Seeker's eyes widened, a hint of surprise flashing through her expression. I never thought of it that way. Her gaze softened, her fingers lightly tracing his cheek before drifting over his lips. Slowly, she pulled him closer, whispering, you're right. This is much more intimate. Their lips met again, the kiss deepening as they surrendered to the unspoken pull between them. When they finally broke apart, Steven slumped back into the chair, catching his breath. Seeker remained on the table, swinging her legs with a contented expression. Noticing Steven's pensive look, her playful smile faded, replaced by concern. Are you thinking about Mimosa? She asked softly, reading the trace of guilt that marred his expression. Steven sighed, unable to hide his thoughts. Is it that obvious? He grumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. Seeker raised an eyebrow, a gentle but knowing smile tugging at her lips. It's written all over your face. Steven's shoulders slumped. I can't help feeling guilty. After telling her I wouldn't annul the engagement, here I am, making out with you. It feels wrong, like I'm a scumbag. We even said if either of us fell for someone else, we'd call it off. And that was just a few minutes ago. You're right, Seeker replied bluntly, her expression unreadable. You are a scumbag. Steven groaned, burying his face in his hands. Ugh. But then Seeker's face softened, and a small smile appeared. Still. Just because we have this, she gestured between them, doesn't mean you have to end the engagement. At least, I don't want you to. Steven's eyes widened in surprise. Excuse me? A minute ago, you were practically glaring at the thought of me with someone else. Seeker shook her head, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. I wasn't jealous that you were with someone else. Back in my time, mistresses and concubines were common. I wasn't expecting anything formal. I just envied that others could be with you openly, while I had to settle for being by your side as a bird. Her gaze dropped momentarily. That's what bothered me. To punctuate her words, she pressed her foot playfully against his chest, pushing him back. Besides, I want you to keep your options open. Just in case. Well, in case I stay stuck in this form. Imagine telling people you're in love with a bird. They'd think you'd lost it. She let out a soft chuckle, shaking her head at the absurdity. Steven caught her foot, playfully swatting it aside. He leaned in, placing his hands on either side of her, effectively caging her in. Didn't I say I'd find a way to fix this? Seeker rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her soft smile as she brushed a stray strand of his white hair back. Consider it insurance. Steven sighed, shaking his head. Some insurance. I thought Mimosa would appreciate being thought of that way. Seeker's smile turned mischievous as she wrapped her legs around his waist, mirroring his previous motion. Sounds like you're already attached to her. Seems like mimosa's more than just insurance. Steven gave a reluctant nod. She's my fiancée, it would be wrong not to care. And she's genuinely nice. I don't want to hurt her. Seeker's hand slid up to his neck, her touch soft, her eyes gleaming with warmth. You're adorable. Without waiting, she pulled him into another kiss, letting herself enjoy the moment. When they finally separated, both of them were left with messy hair and the faint remnants of shared warmth. Seeker adjusted her spaghetti strap, letting out a satisfied sigh as Steven ran a hand through his tousled hair. He leaned back into his chair, pulling out a spellbook he had been studying, an ancient, thick tome marked with symbols from the Crimson Dimension. Seeker cleared her throat, a playful spark in her eyes. So, you managed to trick a dimensional lord? Steven smirked, flipping through the pages. Yeah, I convinced him to break Wanda free from her crystal, plus let me draw from his dimension's power. Downside is, I need to invoke his name to use the spells, or he won't lend me his strength. Seeker leaned forward, intrigued. How did you manage that? I appealed to his nature, both godly and demonic, Steven said with a hint of pride. They're both drawn to attention and praise. Seeker hummed, impressed. Smart. Do you have to use any hand signs? Nope. Just his name and the spell name. Easier and quicker in combat. A grin spread across his face as he continued, clearly excited. The spells from his dimension are unique, indestructible when cast correctly. Take the bands of Sidorak, for example. They produce these unbreakable bonds that could restrain even the strongest of foes. I was thinking, if I could wrap those bands around my arms, they'd serve as both armor and a way to amplify my strikes. Seeker tapped her chin thoughtfully, impressed. That's clever. I wouldn't have thought of using it that way. With a shared smile, Steven opened the book on the table, settling beside Seeker as they both delved back into their studies. The vast library returned to its quiet, magical stillness. After an hour in the real world, Steven and Nero both opened their eyes. Nero nuzzled his face against Steven's cheek before fluttering up to perch on the bed's headboard. Stretching his arms, Steven gently set his grimoire down at the foot of the bed. All right, he murmured, time to organize everything I retrieved from the dungeon. Steven approached a shelf he had recently set up specifically for magical artifacts, grabbing Dragon Fang, his newly acquired sword. He carefully placed it across two custom holders, one gripping the hilt and the other cradling the blade. Dragon Fang, he explained to Nero, who was watching with curious eyes. A magical sword with the abilities of indestructibility, magic absorption, barrier negation, weapon skill enhancement, recall, and, believe it or not, the power to command winged horses. Nero tilted his head, clearly intrigued. Next, Steven opened a portal to the mirror dimension and returned moments later, holding a large, ancient-looking orb. He set it down in the center of his shelves. This is the Orb of Agamotto, also known as the Earthly Scanner. It's used for scrying, detecting danger, sending telepathic messages, and even peering into other dimensions. Going back into the mirror dimension, he reappeared with a heavy, intricately adorned cauldron. And this is the cauldron of the cosmos. It lets me dwell on the mysteries of the universe. It's mainly for consultation and scrying. Lastly, he gestured to a long yellow-orange sash that was wrapped around his waist. This sash can extend up to 10 times its length. It could come in handy for binding or as an extension of my own reach. These are the essentials, he continued, nodding at Nero, though there are a few other items, they aren't as important as the one I retrieved. There's a wine glass that magically refills itself every time you take a drink. I'll put those away for now. As Steven finished reorganizing his room, a soft knock interrupted his focus. He flicked his wrist, causing the door to open magically, and found Wanda standing there. She wore a light nightgown, clutching a pillow and a blanket to her chest. Steven couldn't help but smirk. Did you perhaps have a nightmare? He teased, clearly amused. Wanda flushed, casting her eyes downward. I didn't want to sleep alone, she admitted in a small voice. It's just the idea of being in a room by myself feels too strange. Seeing her vulnerability, Steven's expression softened, and he opened the door wider. Come on in, he said gently. Wanda entered, and the door closed quietly behind her. The room, with its glow of ancient artifacts and the faint scent of parchment and magic, felt cozy and inviting. Wanda set her pillow and blanket on a nearby chair, looking slightly embarrassed but visibly more at ease. Steven took a moment to adjust the settings on a small candle-like orb by his bed, filling the room with a warm, comforting light. Feel free to make yourself comfortable, he offered, gesturing to the spare blankets on his bed. She gave him a small smile, settling onto the edge of the bed. Thank you, Steven. Chapter 48, Strange morning training. Steven's astral projection floated above his body as his grimoire hovered in front of him. His physical body lay below him, resting. He soon detected movement, causing him to turn and look. Wanda had rolled over and began spooning him, making him chuckle in amusement at the sight. He shook his head and returned to reading his grimoire, occasionally glancing over at Wanda as she shifted a lot in her sleep. Now that her body was free from its confinement, it didn't seem to want to stay still. The next morning, Wanda woke up abruptly, sitting up and looking around with half-closed eyes in confusion. Her hair was messy, with a few strands hanging near her mouth. "Huh?" she asked groggily. "Where am I?" she muttered, her head moving side to side as she tried to make sense of her surroundings. "Oh, what I would pay to be able to take a picture of this moment," Steven sighed. Wanda turned toward the voice to find Steven sitting in a comfortable armchair with a book in hand. Wanda blushed upon seeing Steven, finally remembering where she was. "Well, this is just embarrassing." Steven closed his book and stood up, setting it down on the armrest. "Just get ready. Everyone has breakfast together in the morning. I'll leave you to it," he said with a chuckle as his cloak flew to his shoulders and he exited, closing the door behind him. Wanda soon joined everyone, wearing clothes Vanessa had made for her, mostly in scarlet to match her hair, with the Black Bull's insignia featured prominently. After breakfast, Steven was in the training area with Noelle, helping her work on her magic. Due to the nature of water magic, it's one of the easiest elements to manipulate structurally, so that's what we're going to focus on to help you control your magic. Plus, we'll make this training fun, which should help as well. Noelle's eyebrows knitted in confusion, but Steven waved her off. "You'll see as we go along. Can you make bubbles?" "What kind of stupid question is that?" Noelle asked, offended. "So, can you?" Steven asked, already exasperated. "I can, but only with my wand," Noelle muttered as she held out her wand, and bubbles began to form at its tip before popping. "How fast can you do it?" Noelle thought about it, then held out her wand and conjured a stream of bubbles. "How does this help?" "What am I going to do, bubble someone to death?" "If you had great control over your magic, you could conjure a giant bubble that doesn't pop and use it to fly around," Steven said with a straight face. Noelle blinked. Could I really do that?" "That's the beauty of magic, anything is possible. This is why we're training your control so you can one day do it. Now, conjure a water ball." Noelle nodded, determined. She held her wand out, and a ball of water appeared at its tip. "Don't fire it. Now, I want you to change its shape. Try making it into a fish," Steven instructed. Noelle gripped her wand and concentrated, causing the ball to tremble and shift before snapping back. She grunted, focusing harder. "You can wave your wand like you're drawing it. A mental image will help a lot." Noelle nodded, waving her wand. At first, she moved the ball back and forth, then it gradually took on the shape of a fish tail. Finally, with deep concentration, she formed the water into a fish. "Whoa, I actually did it." Steven smiled. "Now drop it and try again until you can do it with a single wave." Noelle hesitated to release her creation but did as he instructed. Each time she tried, it became easier. After 20 minutes, she waved her wand, and a complete fish appeared. "I did it!" she exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "Now, I want you to control that fish. Don't just send it flying, actively control its movements." "I think I get it." Noelle began moving her wand slowly, guiding the fish to swim in various directions. "Hey, this is quite fun." Steven moved his hands in circles, summoning sparks around them, drawing shapes in the air. "I want you to walk your fish." "Excuse me? Did I stutter?" Noelle stared at Steven before moving her water construct through the makeshift obstacle course. She started cautiously, her control a bit shaky, but soon the fish began moving more fluidly as she guided it with her wand, eyes following it intently until she completed the course. "I'm getting good at this," she said smugly. "Need I remind you what happened last time you got cocky?" Noelle glared at him. "You just can't let me have this achievement, can you?" Steven shrugged. "Someone has to keep you humble. Now, come on. Let's keep making different shapes and constructs." A while later, Noelle was moving happily in a circle as a large school of fish swam around her, controlled by her wand. She laughed as she waved her arm above her head. "Ha ha ha. This is so cool." Her magic was so impressive that her grimoire began to lift, floating in front of her. As she continued, she sent the school of fish charging forward, causing small explosions upon impact. A new page appeared in her grimoire, displaying an image of the school of fish. She grabbed her grimoire, jumping up and down with excitement, her pigtails bouncing. Steven. Look. I made my own original spell." Unable to contain her joy, she hugged him. Thank you. She looked up to see him watching her in amusement, making her freeze. She quickly pulled away, coughing. I mean, it's only natural I'd create my own spell. I am royalty, after all, she said, trying to sound smug, though her excitement couldn't be hidden. Noelle gazed at her grimoire with a soft smile, running her hand over the new page, a testament to all her hard work over the years. Afterward, Stephen and Asta stood facing each other, a slight breeze rustling the leaves around them. Asta, gripping his brand-new sword with a casual yet determined stance, gave Stephen a wry smile. Are you sure you want to do this? Stephen lifted his forearm to his face, which, like his arms, were wrapped in layers of deep red bandages that glowed faintly with otherworldly energy. Just do it and stop being a coward. I've already cast a time spell in case things go south. Asta took a steadying breath and then grinned with renewed intensity. Fine. You asked for this. Don't blame me if something bad happens. With a powerful swing, Asta slashed his sword directly toward Stephen's arms. The sword connected with the crimson bands of Sidorak in a fierce clash that sent a sharp, metallic ring echoing across the yard. Shockingly, Asta's sword was ripped from his hands, deflecting off the enchanted bands, and plunged into the ground a few feet away. Whoa. It worked. Asta gasped, his eyes wide as he quickly moved to retrieve his sword, yanking it from the earth. But my sword can cut through magic. Why didn't it work? He muttered in confusion, examining his weapon closely. Stephen smirked, lowering his arms. Because I'm summoning them with magic, not actually creating them, he explained with a confident gleam in his eye. Without missing a beat, Stephen raised his right hand toward the window of his bedroom. The window burst open with a sharp snap, and his sword, Dragon Fang, shot out, soaring through the air to land perfectly in his grip. He twisted the weapon skillfully, passing it along his forearm, causing sparks to spark as the indestructible items met while he locked eyes with Asta. Sparks of anticipation and competitive energy crackled between them. Shall we begin? Stephen asked, his voice low and edged with challenge. Asta's face lit up. I was born ready. He shouted, charging forward with his sword raised high. Stephen met him head-on, sprinting forward with Dragon Fang at the ready. They clashed fiercely, their movements swift and powerful as they danced across the yard, each trying to gain an edge over the other. Their swords collided in a series of fast, brutal strikes, the sound of metal against metal ringing in the crisp morning air. Stephen moved with a graceful precision, his every move enhanced by the magic of Dragon Fang, granting him the skill of a seasoned swordsman. Asta, however, was the real deal as he had honed his skills through years of relentless training. Minutes turned into hours as they pushed each other to the limit, neither willing to back down. Eventually, though, Stephen's stamina began to wane, his breathing becoming labored while Asta still seemed ready to go on for hours. Reluctantly, they decided to call it a day, both of them grinning as they caught their breath, satisfied with the intensity of their sparring. Later, Stephen moved on to his next training partner, Wanda. He found her waiting nearby, her face a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. Wanda's powers were raw, untamed, and she lacked a proper understanding of her abilities, not even knowing the full extent of her magic or its true nature. Patiently, Stephen guided her through basic techniques, helping her channel her energy more effectively. Magic is about control, he said, demonstrating simple spells. If you can focus and understand it, it won't control you. Wanda's powers flickered, a mix of red and pink energy sparking around her hands as she tried to focus. Slowly, under Stephen's guidance, she began to find her rhythm, her confidence growing with each attempt. They worked together until the sun was low in the sky, both exhausted but invigorated by their progress. Chapter 49, Strange Dungeon Report, 1. A week had passed since Stephen and his team had conquered the dungeon. This morning, as they casually gathered over breakfast, Yami glanced at them with his usual nonchalant expression and attitude. The Magic Knight's headquarters wants a full report on what went down in that dungeon, he informed them, his voice gruff. Then, with a nod toward Wanda, he added, oh, and take Wanda with you. I've already spoken with the Wizard King about her, but he wants to see her in person before deciding anything. Stephen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wanda. She seemed visibly tense at the idea of meeting the Wizard King, her fingers fidgeting with her breakfast spoon. The Wizard King? We're going to meet the Wizard King? Woo! Asta burst out, his mouth half full of food, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yami's gaze shifted to Luck. You're staying here. I'm sending you on a mission with Magna, he stated, brooking no argument. As Stephen, Noelle, Asta, and Wanda quickly finished their food, they began to gather their things. Once everyone was ready, Stephen summoned a portal, its swirling light casting a glow across the room. They stepped through, and in an instant, they were transported to the bustling Clover capital. Whoa! Asta breathed, eyes wide with amazement. This was his first time in the capital, and the grand towers and lively streets left him awestruck. Wanda, too, seemed captivated, her her gaze darting around, taking in the sights with a childlike wonder. It was her first time outside the Black Bull's base, and every detail seemed to spark her curiosity. As they made their way through the streets, they crossed paths with Yuno and his team, who were also headed to the Magic Knight's headquarters. Yuno and his teammates turned, spotting Steven's group. A smile broke across Mimosa's face, and without hesitation, she ran over to Steven. "Steven," she greeted, throwing herself into his arms in a spontaneous hug. The group paused, staring at the two of them, and Mimosa quickly realized all eyes were on her. She stepped back, clearing her throat as a faint blush colored her cheeks. "So how have you all been?" she asked, trying to cover her embarrassment. Noelle's eyebrow arched, and she crossed her arms, her voice tinged with a hint of annoyance. "You two seem awfully close for people who only found out about their engagement a week ago." Wanda observed them silently, her gaze narrowing slightly as she watched Steven and Mimosa. "So this is the fiancé," she thought. Klaus chimed in, looking between Steven and Mimosa with a raised brow. "Yes, that hug seemed rather friendly for a relationship that's barely a week old." Mimosa's cheeks flushed an even deeper red, and she placed her hands over them, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Well, Steven has been visiting my room at night since the dungeon incident. We've had time to get closer and get to know each other," she admitted shyly. Everyone stared at them in shock, jaws dropping. Klaus stammered, "That apostrophe is quite a development." Asta clapped Steven on the back repeatedly, grinning. "Steven, you sly dog. Already settling into married life, huh?" Steven groaned, covering his face with his hands. The attention and teasing made him wish for invisibility. Mimosa, flustered by everyone's reactions, began to panic, waving her hands frantically. "I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that Steven's been sneaking into my room at night. All we did was lay in bed together." Steven's face went bright red, and he quickly put a hand over her mouth. "Mimosa, please stop talking," he pleaded, his ears practically glowing with embarrassment. Mimosa nodded rapidly, her cheeks flushed, steam almost visibly rising from her head in mortification. Klaus shot Steven a stern look. "So you've been sneaking into our base?" Steven shrugged, trying to play it off. "It's quite easy, actually." Noelle stood slightly apart, looking away with a strange, unreadable expression. She placed a hand over her chest, her face conflicted. "Why does it hurt to see them together like that? Am I getting sick?" she wondered, feeling a pang she couldn't quite understand. Eventually, everyone agreed to put the awkwardness behind them and continued on toward the Magic Knight's headquarters. As they approached the grand building, a voice called out, "Over here." They turned to see the Wizard King, Julius Novachrono, waving them over. Klaus's eyes widened, and he dropped to one knee in awe. "Sir, I never dreamed you'd meet with us directly." "Who's the fancy dude?" Asta asked, cocking his head. Steven leaned over to him, whispering, "That's the Wizard King, Julius Novachrono." Asta's face lit up with excitement, while Yuno's eyes widened in surprise. Julius approached with a smile, addressing Steven. "It's good to see you again. How have you been?" Steven let out a sigh, a note of irritation in his voice. "Could be better if certain decisions about my life weren't made without my knowledge or consent," he replied, shooting a pointed look at Julius. "Steven. Show respect. That's the Wizard King," Klaus whispered urgently. But Julius raised a hand, stopping Klaus. "I take it you're still a bit angry about recent events?" Steven rolled his eyes, arms crossed. "What gave it away?" Klaus was practically pleading with his gaze for Steven to stop, but Julius only smiled apologetically. "I truly am sorry. It was a request from Aurelia. She offered to bear the responsibility and any backlash for what happened." Steven sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "I'm not furious, just annoyed. Just consult me next time if it's something as big as my future, alright?" Julius's expression softened with genuine regret. "Understood. I'll remember that." They soon found themselves in one of the tall towers, standing before the Wizard King as he examined Yuno's grimoire. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement as he examined the intricate symbols of Yuno's wind spirit spell. "This is impressive. This spell might be the most valuable relic recovered from that dungeon." Steven leaned over to Wanda, whispering, "It's not." Wanda chuckled softly, knowing he was referring to her, the true treasure they had brought back. Curiosity filled Yuno's face. "Can you read it, sir?" he asked. "To some extent," Julius replied, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. He looked back at Yuno, his voice brimming with anticipation. "Say, could you perform the spell for me now?" Yuno's face fell slightly. "I'm sorry, sir. I managed to activate it once in the dungeon, but I haven't been able to use it since." Julius's hopeful expression dimmed, a single tear forming at the corner of his eye. "I see. What a shame." He closed the grimoire gently, handing it back to Yuno with a warm smile. But take heart, this spell will grow with you. One day, it will become a truly extraordinary power. Take good care of it, he said, his gaze lingering on Yuno with respect. The Great Wind Spirit Self, he thought, it has chosen him for this era. Chapter 50, Strange Dungeon Report, 2. Asta stepped forward, determination in his eyes as he opened his grimoire and held it toward the Wizard King. His voice rang out, clear and forceful. Wizard King. Some strange writing appeared in my grimoire too. Julius raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He leaned in, squinting to examine the text closely, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I can't read it. I've never seen this kind of writing in any document before. Asta's face filled with excitement as he flipped through the grimoire's pages, which began to glow. Suddenly, a sword handle materialized from within. He grasped it and drew out a massive, new sword, showcasing it with pride. This sword came out of my grimoire. Julius's eyes sparkled with fascination as he observed the weapon. Anti-magic power. He murmured, his expression alight with wonder. May I touch it? Asta knelt, offering the sword like a knight presenting a blade to his king. Julius carefully took the sword, but the weight almost pulled him forward. Whoa! He gasped, barely managing to keep his balance. It's so heavy. Are you all right, Wizard King? Klaus called out with concern. Julius laughed, shaking his head in admiration. I'm impressed you managed to swing this around. He stopped abruptly as he felt a strange sensation. It's absorbing my magic. He handed the sword back to Asta, smiling with newfound respect. This sword is incredible. I don't think anyone but you, someone without magic, could wield it. Finally, Julius turned to Wanda, his gaze both curious and cautious. So, you're the young woman Steven discovered sealed within a crystal in the dungeon? Klaus's jaw dropped. He did what? We didn't see her in there. That's because Steven worked in secret, Noelle replied, rolling her eyes at Klaus's surprise. Julius continued, giving Wanda a warm smile. May I ask your name, young lady? Wanda hesitated, half hiding behind Steven before stepping forward and speaking softly. Wanda Maximoff. Julius nodded, his curiosity intensifying. So you're from an ancient time, before grimoires even existed. Is that correct? Wanda nodded again. This grimoire concept is completely new to me. It's incredible how standard it is here, she admitted, sounding both intrigued and mystified. The spark in Julius's eyes brightened further. Magic from a different era. I wonder what it's like. Could you show me? Wanda glanced at Steven, who gave her an encouraging nod. She stepped back, took a deep breath, and raised her hands. Red orbs of energy began to swirl in her palms, glowing with a mysterious, chaotic light. Slowly, she started to rise off the ground, her movements wobbly and unsteady. I'm still practicing, but I'm getting better, she said, managing a small smile as she hovered briefly before lowering herself back to the ground. Julius watched with rapt attention, a serious look on his face, though the spark in his eyes never faded. Your magic has a chaotic feel to it. Is that because it's ancient, or is it unique to you? Regardless, Yami's vouched for you, and now as a member of his squad, I officially welcome you to the Clover Kingdom and the Magic Knights. Wanda smiled, bowing respectfully. Thank you very much. Julius looked around at the group with a proud smile. At any rate, well done, all of you. Asta stepped forward, his nervousness evident as he struggled to form his words. You Wizard King. Can I ask you a question? Julius tilted his head, intrigued. What's on your mind? Taking a deep breath, Asta looked at Yuno, who stepped forward beside him. Together, they asked in unison, how does someone become the Wizard King? Julius blinked in surprise, then laughed heartily. I see. So you both aim to become the Wizard King. All magic knights should have such ambition. Klaus adjusted his glasses, chastising the pair with a stern tone. It's rude to ask the Wizard King such a direct question, you two. Listen to me, a Wizard King must have a noble heart and the trust of the people know. Julius's tone was suddenly serious, his face now devoid of its usual carefree warmth. It's merit. Asta and Yuno stared, wide-eyed as Julius continued. You can't protect people with pride alone. Trust comes only after you've proven yourself. People look to the Wizard King for one thing, achievements that prove you're the strongest. Dedicate yourselves to that. Build a reputation. That's everything. Without that, no one can stand at the top. Determination burned in Asta and Yuno's eyes as they clenched their fists. Bring it on. They both shouted. Julius smiled, pleased to see their resolve. Ha ha ha, well then. In fact, we'll soon be holding a ceremony for magic knights who have earned an outstanding number of stars. I hope to see you both there. Asta and Yuno exchanged glances, excitement and anticipation lighting up their faces. Wait. A ceremony. They echoed as Julius led them down the hall. Meanwhile, Wanda noticed Stephen lingering behind, deep in thought, his gaze unfocused. She nudged him gently. Stephen? He blinked, snapping back to the present. What's up? You've been staring off into space. What's wrong? Stephen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowing. It's, well, just a feeling. When you used your magic just now, I sensed something. Watching us. It vanished before I could get a read on it. Wanda's eyes widened slightly. I felt it too. I thought I was imagining things. Stephen gave her a serious look. Be careful, alright? Wanda smirked, flashing him a peace sign. Don't worry. I've got you watching my back, right? Stephen chuckled, the tension easing a bit as Julius opened the grand doors to the hall, where the assembled Magic Knights awaited. There were both Magic Knights and Magic Knight captains standing in 2 different rows. Alright. Julius said as he stepped forwards, can you give me better results than them? Chapter 51, Strange Magic Knight Confrontation. On the left side of the room stood the Silver Eagle Squad, with 2 members and their captain, along with a member of the Blue Rose and their captain. Opposite them were a member of the Crimson Lion, their captain, and 3 members of the Golden Dawn. Julius went to the grand seat in front of everyone and announced, now then, let the Distinguished Service Ceremony begin. He began calling out names, squad affiliations, star counts, achievements, and new rankings. He called upon Leopold Vermilion, a member of the Crimson Lion and younger brother of Crimson Lion leader Fugalion, Salmiran of the Blue Rose Knights, Nebra Silva and Solid Silva of the Silver Eagle, and finally Aelkdora Sandler, Shiren Tyum, and Haman Casus of the Golden Dawn. After finishing the announcements, Julius turned to everyone with a smile. Well done, all of you. Alright, everyone, we've got a simple reception set up, so enjoy yourselves. He then added, oh right, I forgot to mention, we have some special guests with us today. Make sure to get to know each other well. Everyone turned to see Stephen and the others standing awkwardly until Stephen gave a small wave with a smile. Noelle immediately grabbed his hand and pulled it down, glaring. What the hell do you think you're doing? She whispered harshly. I panicked. They were all staring at us, I thought waving was at least polite. Stephen whispered back, embarrassed. They soon found themselves in a large ballroom filled with tables and food, though the Wizard King seemed to have other plans and had left. Noelle looked down anxiously without saying much, while Stephen, Asta, and Wanda were simply enjoying the food. Oh my god. Stephen, Wanda, you should try the meat, it's so good. Asta exclaimed, stuffing his face. Talk about high-class stuff, Stephen remarked, eating casually. Wanda was more reserved but seemed to enjoy the food as much. Mimosa approached Stephen shyly. Mind if I join you? Not at all, go ahead, Stephen replied, scooting over. They overheard murmurs. Vulgar peasants, someone muttered. Why would the Wizard King invite such low-born scum? I can't sense any magic from that rat. The dungeon capture must have been sheer luck. Just look at how they eat, disgusting. It's unnatural for commoners like them to be here. Misfits. Wanda and Mimosa looked uncomfortable, but when they glanced at Stephen and Asta, they found them chuckling to each other. Wow, they really are gunning for you, huh, Asta? Stephen teased as he chuckled. Hee hee, hey, they're talking about you too, you know, Asta replied, food in his mouth. Seeing their nonchalant demeanor, the others blinked in surprise. Your squad has its own peasant, doesn't it? Leopold said with a smirk. A peasant celebrated for having a 4-leaf grimoire, yet who doesn't know his place? Leopold smirked at a Golden Dawn member. I would have handled that dungeon capture mission much better. Impressive self-confidence, Crimson Brat. Not that we expect much from a peasant like him. We're the ones who truly embody the Golden Dawn ideals, Aelkdora said coldly, looking at Leopold. Asta and Yuno stared quietly while Stephen picked up a small dessert. If I could just say, Klaus began, only for Aelkdora to interrupt. You too, Klaus. With your skills and talent, aren't you ashamed to be here? He turned to Mimosa. Mimosa, I heard you not only got wounded early in the dungeon and had to leave the front lines. But you're also engaged to a peasant. You, a Vermilion Royal, ridiculous, ludicrous. Mimosa looked down. I'm terribly sorry, oi. If I were you, I'd watch who you're talking to like that, Stephen said, setting down his treat. You can talk all you want about me, but I won't let you speak to her that way, he added, dusting off his hands and glaring coldly. Stephen, it's alright, Mimosa said, appreciative but shaking her head. No, it's not alright. No one talks to you that way when I'm around, Stephen retorted. Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you were born into nobility, do you think you get to treat and talk to people like that, especially when that person is my fiancé? Newsflash, it doesn't. Steven. Mimosa muttered, touched. Before Eldora could retort, someone else interjected. He, let's not get sidetracked. If we're talking about misfits, it's you, isn't it, Noelle? A record-breaking embarrassment who can't even control her magic properly. Big brother solid. Noelle muttered, anxiety increasing. Another snicker followed. You were practically exiled from the Silva family. I'm surprised you had the nerve to return to the noble realm. Big sister Nibra. Noelle's anxiety grew with every word. A third figure stepped forward. Excited over a single success. Did you come to bring shame to the Silva name? You don't belong here. Leave this place, you failure. Steven and Asta both snapped, veins visible on their foreheads as they gritted their teeth. Big brother Nozel. Noelle began to shake with fear. She bit her lip and tried to walk away, tear pooling around her eyes, but Steven grabbed her arm, stopping her. You don't have to run, especially not from bastards like these. They don't deserve a single tear from you, he said, his face contorted in rage as his blue eyes glowed bright gold. Meanwhile, Asta jumped onto a table, clenching his fist. Since you were called here, I thought you'd be amazing people. Guess I was wrong. You're no different from everyone else. WHO cares if we belong or not? Just watch, I'm gonna, sand-binding magic, sandbox. Eldora activated his magic, saying, that's far enough, scoundrel. A gnat like you shouldn't be permitted to speak. Silence. As he hurled his magic towards Asta, Steven's hand suddenly appeared in front of his face, taking him by surprise. He grabbed Eldora by the face and slammed him to the ground with enough force to crack the marble floor. Everyone was shocked, they hadn't even seen him move. That was for Mimosa, Steven said as magic circles glowed around his legs and forearms, while Asta drew his sword, nullifying Eldora's spell with a single slash of his sword. I'm not shutting up. I'm going to stack up results until I become the Wizard King and silence every single one of you. Asta shouted, pointing his sword at everyone. Steven then became a golden blur, appearing before Nozel. Now apologize. He demanded, his golden eyes blazing as he stood protectively in front of Noelle. Become Wizard King? Solid and Nibra repeated, then burst out laughing. Their grimoires activated as they shouted, don't be ridiculous. Water binding magic, sea serpent's coil, mist binding magic, mist spider threads. As the massive spells charged towards Asta, he swung his sword in a wide arc, dispelling them in one slash and creating a powerful gust of wind. As the gust passed Nozel and Steven, Nozel's hair whipped back, while Steven's cloak billowed behind him. Nozel released a crushing amount of mana pressure, enough to force most people to their knees. Do you think that just because you took down a regular magic knight, you can contend with a captain? Such arrogance. Nozel was surprised to see Steven standing firm, unaffected by the mana pressure. Steven, in turn, unleashed his own, creating a powerful wind as golden mana flared around him, the sound of his cloak flapping apparent. No, it's not to show I could defeat you, but to show what happens when someone disrespects those I care about, Steven said as sparks flew between his golden mana and Nozel's silver one. Nozel's eyes twitched in annoyance as he intensified his pressure, and a large silver eagle appeared behind him. I retaliate, Steven declared, his pressure increasing as everything began to shake. His golden magic circles glowed, his cloak flapping in the growing wind. His mana pressure solidified, creating a towering figure of himself with multiple arms, each performing a different hand sign around him, one arm crossed over his chest, and a hand holding up two fingers in front of his giant face. Its eyes were closed except for a third eye in the middle of its forehead. So before I show you what true retaliation looks like, apologize for what you said to Noelle, Steven demanded coldly. Because she's far from a failure. Noelle placed a hand over her mouth, tears welling up. Steven. Mimosa smiled slightly, looking over at Noelle. Her smile then turned slightly weary towards the end when she saw the look Noelle was giving him, and honestly she couldn't blame her. Chapter 52, Strange Attack on the Capital. 1. Nozel glared down at the two magic knights before him, his expression cold and imperious, an intimidating aura radiating from him like a suffocating wave. Two peasants who dare to defy royalty. I wonder. How should I punish you both? His voice dripped with contempt, each word sharpened by his overwhelming magical pressure. Steven, however, didn't flinch. He met Nozel's glare with unwavering resolve. When are you going to get it through that thick skull of yours? Steven retorted, his voice calm yet steely. Our social standing isn't what's important here. What's important is that you still owe an apology. Before Nozel could respond, a third magical pressure filled the air, blazing like an inferno as Fugilian stepped between them. His mana took on the form of a fiery lion, its mane crackling with embers. That's enough from both of you, he said, his voice commanding as he fixed Nozel with a disappointed look. All of this, over 2 young magic knights? Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Sylva Clan? Nozel's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, Leopold strode forward with a broad grin, his gaze fixed on Asta and Steven. Mimosa told me a bit about you too, he said, admiration gleaming in his eyes. I've got to say, I'm impressed. You both have earned my respect. Then, with a booming laugh, Leopold threw an arm over his chest and declared, all right. Ha ha ha. I have decided. From this moment forward, I, Leopold Vermilion, declare you two my rivals. Steven paid him little mind, his piercing gaze still locked onto Nozel, who looked back with disdain. Standing nearby, felt his eyebrow twitch as someone else claimed Asta as a rival. Fugalian, meanwhile, continued his lecture, his eyes stern as he addressed Nozel. Lord Julius allowed them to be here. Some may be commoners, but they've proven themselves worthy. Give them the credit they deserve. Nozel scoffed, a sneer curling his lips. I never thought I'd hear those words from another royal. The Vermilion house must have grown soft. Tell me, what respect should an eagle soaring through the sky have for an insect crawling on the ground? In an instant, Steven's patience snapped. In a flash, his fist connected with Nozel's jaw, sending the royal sliding backward across the polished marble floor. Nozel skidded to a stop, dropping to one knee as blood trickled down his lips. His usually pristine silver hair fell messily over his face, and his glare was murderous as he wiped the blood off with his thumb, smirking before licking it clean. The room was silent, everyone staring at Steven, who stood with his shoulders squared and eyes icy, his fist still clenched. Look at that, he sneered, voice cold. This insect just brought you down to the ground with the rest of us. Big brother Nozel. Solid and Nibra shouted, rushing to his side. Nearby, Mimosa and Noel looked on, stunned into silence, while Klaus's mouth hung open, his glasses precariously dangling from his nose. Fugalian shot Steven a disapproving glare. Violence was unnecessary. I had the situation under control. Steven scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly. So what? Just because you had it under control, I should have let him keep running his mouth? I don't care who he is. If he keeps talking like that, I'll punch it in every single time. Before Nozel could retaliate, the grand doors burst open, and a guard stumbled in, panic evident on his face. Emergency. The capital. The capital is under attack. His voice echoed through the hall, and everyone whipped around, their expressions shifting from tension to shock. A member of the Golden Dawn quickly called forth his grimoire, his mana weaving through the air as he conjured a 3-dimensional stone model of the noble realm over a nearby table. The intricately crafted landscape showed detailed images of the capital, with dark clouds of smoke rising from multiple points of attack. Klaus examined the magical projection, amazement coloring his face. Is this a real-time model of the noble realm? It's like he's coating the entire area in mana, letting us see and hear everything. Mimosa, equally in awe, nodded. It's far more advanced than my magic flower guidepost. The Golden Dawn caster pointed to 5 distinct areas on the map, each radiating with hostile mana signatures. For an enemy to infiltrate like this, a powerful spatial magic user must have transported them into position in an instant. As the others continued strategizing, Solid and Nibra helped Nozel back to his feet, their eyes shooting daggers at Steven. But Asta was already moving, his face set with determination. What are we waiting for? People need help out there. We can't stand around. Klaus immediately retorted, shaking his head. Going where, Asta? We still don't fully understand the situation. And you can't even sense magic, remember? No, Asta has a point. Steven said as he began floating, we're wasting our time here. Charmy, I'll leave Noelle and Wanda for you to lead. I'll be going with Asta. Steven said as he flew ahead. Both Steven and Asta burst through the window into the balcony. Asta jumped onto the edge and leapt ahead into the open. Steven flew overhead and gripped his extended hand midair and flew above the rising smoke and the destruction of the capital. As they disappeared, Wanda looked to Noelle in confusion. Charmy? Wait. She's here. Charmy popped out from under the table, her cheeks full as she munched on a cupcake, looking around as if she'd just noticed the commotion. She swallowed, grinning. I was here the whole time. He must have sensed me. Impressive. Leopold let out a booming laugh, punching his fist into his open hand. Bwahahaha. Rivals or not, I'm not letting them have all the fun. He charged after them, determination in his eyes. Fugalian took a deep breath, regaining control of the situation with a swift gesture. He began organizing the knights, his voice calm but authoritative as they prepared to defend the capital. As Steven and Asta sped through the air toward the heart of the invasion, Steven glanced down at Asta with a faint smirk. All right, I'm taking us straight to the source. Asta looked up at him, raising an eyebrow. Why don't you just teleport us? It'd be faster. Steven rolled his eyes, but there was a hint of amusement. 2 reasons, genius. First, someone decided to charge off without giving me a chance to think about it, and second. He paused, shrugging. Because I didn't think of it until now. Before Asta could respond, Steven let him go, conjuring a sling ring and opening a portal beneath the falling Asta. With a quick step, they both vanished into the portal and reappeared high above a narrow alleyway, descending just over the head of a sinister man with faint purple hair and a crystal-shaped eye patch. The man loomed over a little girl backed into the corner, her small body trembling with fear and tear-filled eyes. The man sneered down at her, voice low and mocking. "Hey, little girl, do you love the Clover Kingdom?" The girl whimpered, trying to hold back her tears. I love it," she stammered. "So please stop this." The man's expression darkened with a twisted grin. "Well, personally, I hate it." Before he could continue his torment, Asta's voice rang out as they plummeted toward him. "Then you're gonna hate this even more." Asta bellowed, sword aimed straight down at the man. But the man had already anticipated their arrival, spotting their shadows on the ground. He rolled out of the way with uncanny speed, narrowly dodging Asta's downward strike. Steven landed beside Asta, quickly taking stock of the scene around them. The area was crawling with undead creatures, animated by dark magic and blocking any escape for the young girl. Arcane magic, bolts of Balthak. Steven extended his hands as lightning-like bolts of arcane energy shot forth, zapping through the undead with powerful precision. Each bolt struck true, leaving the creatures slumping to the ground, lifeless once more. Seeing her chance, the little girl rushed out from her hiding spot and ran toward them, sobbing. "I was so scared," she cried, clinging to Steven's cloak. Steven knelt down, his face softening as he recognized her. "Wait a minute. Aren't you Marie?" he asked, tilting his head in surprise. Marie looked up, confusion written across her tear-streaked face. "Huh? You know who I am?" Steven nodded. "Yeah, we're in the same squad as your brother. He showed us a picture of you once." Asta's eyes widened as realization dawned on him. "That's right. You're Gosha's little sister." "Wow, can't believe you remembered that," he said, glancing at Steven in mild awe. Steven just shrugged, his voice calm but protective. "Having a good memory is kind of my thing." The man with the eye patch glared at them, his face twisting in disgust as he took in the Black Bull's cloaks. "That sword. That emblem. You're those Black Bull brats, aren't you?" he sneered. Steven's gaze hardened as he gently pushed Marie behind them, never breaking eye contact with the enemy. "Stay close to us, Marie. We'll protect you." Marie nodded, her small hands clutching onto the edge of his cloak as she moved behind them, away from the immediate danger. With a swift motion, Steven clicked his wrists together, conjuring 2 tau mandalas that glowed brightly in his hands, casting an ethereal light over the narrow alley as he faced down their opponent. Asta raised his sword, the blade gleaming as they both braced for the battle ahead. Chapter 53, Strange Attack on the Capital, 2, Raids. The Dark Summoner of the Undead, sneered as he surveyed Asta and Steven with a twisted satisfaction. Steven glanced at Asta, determination in his gaze. "Can I leave him to you? I'm going to set up a protective barrier and bring the civilians inside." Asta grinned fiercely, his voice brimming with confidence. "Is that even a question? Leave it all to me. You go do what needs to be done." Raid's eyes gleamed with malice as he raised his hands, calling forth an army of undead minions that began to encircle them. "Oh, I don't think so. Do you really believe you can escape? Get them. Don't let them escape." Steven knelt down to lift Marie, a young girl clinging tightly to his neck, her eyes filled with worry. He offered her a reassuring smile. "Hold on tight, Marie," he said gently, before shooting into the sky, his cloak of levitation billowing around him. As they soared over the chaos below, Marie clutched his shoulders, her voice trembling. "What about your friend?" Steven smirked confidently as they flew higher. "Asta? Don't worry about him. He might not look like much, but he's incredibly strong." The capital stretched out below them, a city in turmoil. Explosions rocked the streets, and black smoke curled into the air from multiple areas under siege. Steven's heart pounded as he flew toward the central district. When he finally landed, he found himself facing the Silva siblings, Solid, Nebra, and Nozel, who were in the middle of receiving praise for thwarting an attack. Solid and Nebra shot Steven harsh looks, their expressions twisted with disdain. "This isn't the time to start trouble," Solid said, his voice cold. Steven held up a hand, his tone unwavering. "I know. I'm not here for that. We need to put our differences aside for now, there are people who need our help." Nozel studied Steven's face, scrutinizing his resolve before finally giving a curt nod. "Agreed. But don't think this means anything between us has changed." Steven rolled his eyes, exasperated but focused. Fine. Besides, you still owe Noelle an apology, but that can wait. I'm casting a powerful barrier now. Without waiting for a response, Steven shot upward once more, stopping high above the district. He stretched out his hands, conjuring an intricate eldritch circle in front of him, rotating his hands to weave lines and interlocking geometric symbols inside it. As he finished, he raised the luminous circle above him, releasing it to cast a massive dome over the district. Arcane magic, sanctuary of ether, the dome shimmered to life, expanding from the circle and encompassing the entire central district in a protective, radiant sphere. Steven descended slowly back toward Nozel and the others, who were now staring up at the dome in awe. Nozel nodded with grudging respect. How strong is it? Steven met his gaze, a smirk tugging at his lips. It's the strongest defensive spell I have. I'll be teleporting civilians inside to keep them safe. You're free to leave, but no one else will be able to enter without my say. He hovered back into the air, creating a shimmering portal with his sling ring, which rippled around him. He shot forward, weaving through the sky above the noble district, his cloak streaming behind him. Each time he spotted civilians under attack by the undead, he would cast portals to transport them instantly into the sanctuary. Back inside the dome, civilians appeared in flashes of golden light. Some huddled on the ground, shielding themselves in fear, while others looked around in confusion at the sudden change of scenery. All of them soon realized they were safe, and whispers of gratitude began to ripple through the crowd. Nozel turned to his siblings, his expression resolute. He crafted a massive eagle of liquid mercury, its wings spreading wide as it awaited its riders. Leave the protection of the civilians to him. We're taking down the attackers. Solid and Nebra nodded, determination lighting their eyes. They climbed onto the Mercury Eagle, which took flight, passing out of the dome's barrier. Cheers erupted from the gathered civilians as they saw their protectors soaring into action. Wanda's hands pulsed with a red, crackling energy as she unleashed powerful bolts of magic at the advancing undead. Her crimson aura wrapped around her fingers, glowing like embers as she clenched her fist. With a swift motion, she tightened her grip, and the undead in her path crumbled to dust, the force of her magic collapsing their forms with a sickening crunch. In one fluid motion, Wanda raised her hands, and a massive piece of rubble from the ruined buildings around her floated into the air. She directed it forward with a flick of her wrist, slamming it down upon a group of undead, crushing them with a thunderous impact that shook the ground. Nearby, Noelle stood frozen, her face pale as several of the undead lunged toward her. Her body trembled, and she shrank back in fear, her mind blank in terror. Suddenly, a roaring wave of flames incinerated the creatures mid-leap, reducing them to ash before they could reach her. The heat from the fire was intense, and as she looked up, she saw Fugalian approaching, encased in a blazing aura, flames curling around him like a fiery cloak. Thank you, Noelle began, her voice wavering. Whack! Before she could finish, Fugalian delivered a firm karate chop to the top of her head, startling her. Focus! He barked, his voice a commanding roar. Ow! Noelle exclaimed, rubbing her head, eyes wide with surprise. Fugalian crossed his arms, his stern expression softened slightly by the steady glow of flames that danced around him. Black Bull's girl, are you really going to let the words of your siblings control you here? This is a battlefield. There's no time for fear or hesitation. One wrong decision could cost a life. His gaze was intense as he continued, his tone fierce but purposeful. You stand here as a member of the Magic Knights. If you chose this path of your own free will, then steel yourself and become stronger. He extended a finger towards her, his eyes unwavering. Being weak isn't something to be ashamed of. But staying weak is. Noelle's eyes widened at Fugalian's words. Fugalian's words struck her deeply, clearing away some of her self-doubt. He gave her a small smile, recognizing the change in her expression. And remember that boy, Steven, wasn't it? He believed in you. He was even willing to fight with a Magic Knight captain because he thought you weren't a failure. Are you going to prove him wrong by giving in? Her heart pounded as she replayed Steven's words of encouragement in her mind. She looked down, her hands clenched into fists as she bit her lip, steeling herself. He's right. Steven always believed in me. He worked so hard to teach me. I won't let him down. With a deep breath, Noelle raised her hands and slapped her cheeks, her face turning red as she snapped herself out of her fear. Her eyes sharpened with newfound determination. Fugalian smirked, nodding approvingly. Now that's the look of a Magic Knight, he said, giving her a thumbs up. Noelle turned to face the oncoming horde of undead, her wand steady as she extended it forward. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on her mana. Her grimoire floated beside her, glowing with a brilliant blue light as her body became enveloped in shimmering mana. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Legion, bright, flowing water began to materialize around Noelle, forming intricate, powerful shapes. A school of aquatic creatures, shimmering piranhas with gleaming, razor-sharp teeth, appeared from the magic surrounding her. She opened her eyes, and with a graceful but powerful motion, sent her spell surging forward. The piranhas shot through the air like a torrent, slicing through the ranks of the undead. They latched onto the limbs and torsos of each enemy they touched, glinting briefly before they exploded in bursts of water, tearing the undead apart with each aquatic blast. Fuegoleon watched in awe as the undead army was torn apart, their remains dissolving in a flood of water and light. His eyes widened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. "You're supposed to be a failure? Little missy, your siblings must be blind," he said with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha." Noelle blushed, rubbing the back of her head, a small, proud smile breaking through her usual nervous demeanor. "Thank you, Steven." Chapter 54, Strange Attack on the Capital, 3. Steven's hands roared with flames, conjured from his Flames of 14 spell. The fires danced and crackled in shades of red and orange, illuminating his intense expression as he skated and glided effortlessly through the streets of the capital. With each thrust of his hands, Steven incinerated the undead in his path, their bodies disintegrating into ash that drifted on the wind. As he advanced, Steven concentrated, intensifying his spell. The flames shifted from a bright orange to an intense blue that mirrored the piercing glow of his eyes, which seemed to change hues with his magic's potency. The sight was both mesmerizing and terrifying. Ahead, Steven spotted Mimosa and Klaus, who were bravely holding their ground, fending off a horde of undead. Though skilled, they were clearly surrounded, with little chance of escape. Steven dropped to one knee, pressing his blazing blue hands into the cracked cobblestone. A deep rumble echoed through the street as he unleashed a torrent of fire, sending a pulse of raw, concentrated heat into the ground. The earth beneath them splintered, glowing with radiant blue light as cracks snaked outward in all directions. From these fissures, massive pillars of flame erupted, towering as high as nearby buildings. The undead caught within the circle of fire were instantly vaporized, leaving only charred remnants in their wake. Mimosa and Klaus, temporarily disoriented by the sudden quake, regained their footing and turned to see Steven emerging from the wall of flames, his eyes like molten sapphires and his fists still radiating a fiery blue glow. His very presence exuded an intimidating aura as he strode confidently toward them, trailing small arcs of fire. "You two all right?" he asked, his voice steady but with a hint of concern. Klaus adjusted his glasses with a smirk. "Thanks for the assist, though we could have handled it." Mimosa offered a grateful smile. "Did you also send the civilians to safety?" Steven nodded. "Yes. Actually, I was hoping you could go to them and help treat the injured." "Of course," Mimosa replied with a resolute expression. But before Steven could open a portal for her, the ground beneath their feet turned pitch black. "Spatial magic," he warned, his tone sharp. In an instant, they were transported far beyond the kingdom's walls. Blinking as they regained their senses, they found themselves in a vast, open field with the members of several magic knight squads around them. Familiar faces from the Golden Dawn, Blue Rose, Silver Eagle, and even Fuegoleon with Wanda and Noelle at his side filled the scene, all equally disoriented. Wanda and Noelle jogged over. "Thank goodness you're here," Wanda exclaimed. Steven raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't Charmy supposed to be with you?" Noelle chuckled awkwardly. She, smelled food while Fuegoleon was giving orders and ran off. Steven sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Why am I not surprised?" Meanwhile, back in the capital, a sinister figure hovered over the dome that protected the civilians. The witch, clad in a black, fur-lined coat and an oversized, feathered hat, cackled as she watched the empty streets below. "All those magic knights fell for a trap like that? How utterly foolish!" she sneered, her laughter echoing eerily. Her gaze drifted to the dome shimmering with Steven's protective spell. "And look at that, those naive knights went to all the trouble of gathering up everyone here, just for me." Her eyes gleamed with malicious glee as she conjured a sphere of cursed ashes in her hand, its dark energy swirling ominously. "But it seems I'll have to unwrap my little present first." The civilians within the dome cowered, but Steven's spell proved more resilient than she anticipated. She then soon learned the true strength of the spell and what the ether part of its name means. As her cursed sphere touched the dome's geometric symbols, it dissolved harmlessly, its mana absorbed and used to strengthen the barrier, making it shimmer brightly. The dome takes any spell thrown at it and uses it to make itself stronger. The witch, known as Catherine, frowned, her glee shifting to irritation as the civilians inside cheered. "Ha! We're safe thanks to the Black Bull Wizard. He said no one could break in here. We're saved as long as we remain inside." Before Catherine could mount another attack, she was blasted back by a powerful gust of wind. She spun wildly, clutching her broom to regain balance, and her narrowed gaze fell upon her assailant, floating gracefully, his jet-black hair rippling in the breeze as he fixed her with a look of indifferent. "Oh my! Talk about gorgeous. You're just my type," she purred, winking. How about ditching this place and having some fun with me? Yuno's face twisted in revulsion. Stay away from me and these people, you old hag. Her eyes lost their flirtatious glint, narrowing with fury. You're dead. She shrieked, her voice dripping with malice. Back in the field, Nozel turned to Steven. Open a portal back to the noble district. Steven scoffed. Don't order me around, you're not my captain. Fuegian raised a brow, asking politely, would you open a portal back to the capital? Sure thing, Steven replied with a friendly smile, pulling out his sling ring and creating a swirling gateway. He glanced back at Nozel. See, that's how you ask someone for help. Maybe take some notes on basic courtesy. With a playful grin, he gave Nozel a friendly pat on the back. As Steven stepped through the portal, he turned around, waved his hands in front of him while waggling his fingers mockingly. Maybe you can even learn of something we like to call modesty back in the capital. Noel shot him a nervous look. I can't tell if you're brave or just plain stupid, teasing my older brother like that. Just then, the portal widened as the Silva siblings took off, soaring into the air on a silver eagle spell, vanishing above. The portal closed with a soft hum behind them. Steven sighed. No offense, Noel. But your family sucks. From beside him, Mimosa cleared her throat. You do realize I'm her cousin, right? She said with a small pout. Steven froze, looking at her like a deer caught in headlights. Oh. I didn't mean you, Mimosa. You're amazing, you're great. I just meant, well, her siblings, you know. Mimosa giggled at his flustered attempt to recover. There. Not so bad, Noel muttered under her breath. Steven rolled his eyes. Not so bad? Who needs enemies with family like that? He teased, gently ruffling Noel's hair. Hey. Quit messing with my hair. Noel protested, swatting his hand away with a pout. Mimosa tugged at Steven's sleeve. The civilians who need medical treatment, remember? Oh, right. Steven conjured another portal, and Mimosa quickly jogged through to attend to the wounded. Steven lifted off the ground, turning to the others. Asta's close by. Follow me. He called as he sped off. Wanda summoned orbs of red energy, floating after him, while Noel groaned in frustration. I can't fly, remember? A little help would have been nice. She began to sprint after them, muttering under her breath, I'm a royal, yet I'm the only one without a way to fly.